Madame Butterfly had nearly 200 operatives at her command inside the space battleship's control center. Methodically, she cross-checked each field report, striking out every duplicate entry until a definitive roster emerged. In little more than 10 minutes, she'd confirmed the participation of roughly 100 specialists from the imperial capital's 5 great houses, plus well over 150 experts apiece from several other major lineages. Many were venerable patriarchs or cutting-edge scientists whose drive to shatter technological limits far outstripped even the Yuan's ambitions. With her compilation complete, Madame Butterfly stepped out onto the observation deck. Seeing her wariness, Nikrov reached out with telekinesis to support her as she emerged into the corridor. "This contains every lead worth pursuing," he said, handing her a glowing data plate. Madame Butterfly offered a slight nod of thanks. Then, turning her attention to Jin Luosha and Hei Luo-san, she spoke in a measured, almost conspiratorial whisper. Madame Butterfly tapped a command on her wrist console, and a three-dimensional data display materialized, hovering some 20 meters in front of Jin Rakshasa and Hei Luo-san. The holo list showed over 500 names, individuals still alive and at large. Jin and Hei exchanged a glance, then fell to one knee and bowed in unison. "Your Majesty, we are deeply grateful," Jin began. "Without your intervention, identifying every conspirator would have been a nearly impossible task. Endless work, with no guarantee of success." Hei Luo-san continued. "Thanks to you, this matter can finally be put to rest." Madame Butterfly's shoulders slumped slightly. "The operation here is virtually complete. You may return and prepare for the next orders." At her signal, more than 200 prisoners, recently taken aboard Renault's space battleship, filed out in grim silence. One by one, each drew a hidden blade and ended his own life. With every death, a corresponding name on the hovering list dimmed to gray. Though the scene was undeniably chilling, Renali, Kyle, Lacey, and the Predictor merely exchanged silent nods. They had long understood the ruthless efficiency of Lady Butterfly, and this final purge, horrifying as it was, came as no surprise. "I'll send this intel back to my father first." Jin Luosha watched the new data upload, then transmitted and downloaded the files the Queen had just sent. Hei Luo-san mirrored his every move, forwarding the information to his own father, who was still in the imperial capital. No sooner had they finished than Renault and his retinue boarded their Void God cult dreadnought and set a course for Mount Jinfeng, the imperial seat. Though the trip could be made in a few hours on a smaller vessel, it made little sense to travel unguarded when the cult's warship loomed ready. For Jin Luosha and Hei Luosan, it was their first time aboard one of these battle leviathans, and they were not disappointed. From the moment they stepped on deck, they realized the ship was helmed by an advanced, self-aware AI. Renault led them down a corridor to the ship's rest chamber, where a holographic display sprang to life. In three-dimensional detail, it showed the dreadnought lifting off its mooring platform, stars streaking past as it leapt into hyperspace. Around them, the universe blurred at unimaginable speed. Yet inside, the vessel barely vibrated. It was smooth, silent, and terrifyingly powerful. Damien stared at the holographic schematics hovering before him. Even the St. Nicholas civilization's most advanced shipyards could only gaze in envy. This was Tony Stark's crowning achievement, a true masterpiece of void engineering. Hei Luo-san, standing beside him, let out a low whistle. "I never expected Stark's designs to push this far," he admitted. "This is the very essence of technological power." For generations, the St. Nicholas had poured their efforts into biological augmentation, their scientific tree branching toward genetic mastery rather than starship construction. Hei simply lacked the breakthrough that Stark had achieved. Yet even if they'd possessed the raw know-how, Imperial law barred them from pursuing such weapons. Under the Xandar Empire's protection, no subject civilization was allowed to build beyond a planetary-class battleship. Crossing into stellar-class warfare technology was more than a research project. It was political suicide. The Empire enforced those limits for a reason. At that scale, ships became planet-killing engines of destruction. Any species that dared challenge the status quo risked the full wrath of Xandar's armadas. Damien tapped a control node and the display shifted, revealing the Void Runner's gravimetric drives and phased armor, systems the St. Nicolans could only dream of. The choice was stark: submit to the Xandar ban and remain forever grounded, or abandon the Empire's borders entirely, seek new galaxies where they could develop stellar-class warships in peace. Because once a star-class battleship existed, ambition would inevitably spiral beyond all restraint, and that, above all, was why the Empire forbade it. The battleship's technology was staggering enough to reshape the fate of an entire galaxy. This craft, Lacey explained, was re-engineered by Tony. He installed a fully autonomous AI that now handles every aspect of its operation, from navigation to weapons control. Kyle leaned forward, eyebrows raised. "We don't have the full specs," he admitted, "but fundamentally it's a transport vessel." His tone softened as he added, "Tony's work is legendary across the Void cult. As the cult's chief scientist and one of the few mortals bearing the Void name, he's responsible for some of our most revolutionary breakthroughs. Tell me, is this advanced AI for sale?" Hailuasan exchanged a quick glance with Lacey, feigning uncertainty. He knew exactly how valuable this AI was. "At present, we only supply it to worlds with large Void cult memberships," he said carefully. Kyle's face fell. Lacey offered a sympathetic smile. "In a few years," she promised, "we can discuss providing it to other civilizations, yours included." She tapped her chin thoughtfully. "This AI remains one of the cult's most closely guarded innovations. Without access to higher-level breakthroughs, any new technology would instantly render existing systems obsolete. There was no way such advancements could be sold off casually. Even if they did go to market, priority would go to civilizations under the banner of the Void God faith, or to those in tight alliance with it. After all, real cutting-edge tech isn't just a symbol of force, wealth, and power, it's also a bond of connection. Weaker societies will gladly pay handsomely to acquire breakthroughs from stronger civilizations, hoping to accelerate their own development. It's no wonder Tony Stark's reputation is legendary. What power or polity wouldn't want a super genius scientist on their side? "If you ever decide to sell," Damien said, smoothing the edge from his voice, "please remember the St. Nicholas civilization. We're ready to negotiate terms." He'd just learned he'd have to wait several more years. A flicker of disappointment crossed Damien's face, but he quickly masked it with a gracious smile. Damien studied the star chart glowing before him and spoke with measured authority. "If the Void God cult agrees to sell its high-end technology to the St. Nicholas civilization, we must insist on a formal, written agreement. This isn't a friendly gift of a sports car, an airship, or even a single space fighter. It's a contract that could run into the hundreds of billions of space credits." He paused to let Lacey absorb the magnitude of the deal. St. Nicholas may not be ready to bow before the Void God cult, nor does the cult seem interested in territorial conquest, but establishing solid trade ties now will position us to be the first recipients when they eventually market their advanced intelligent AIs. Lacey gave a slight nod. "Understood. As soon as they're ready to make an offer, you'll be the first to K. Now." Satisfied, Damien tapped a few commands into his console. A three-dimensional projection of Jinfeng Mountain, home to the Jin family estate, materialized in midair. "Contact Master Jin," Damien ordered. "Tell him to prepare a proper welcome feast. We'll be returning to the capital shortly." "Right away," Lacey replied. Her fingers danced over the controls, dispatching the message across the comm network. With preparations underway, and no need for further subterfuge, Damien engaged the battleship's drive. In an instant, they leapt into hyperspace and reappeared at the capital's orbital station. Damien allowed himself a small, satisfied smile. The stage was set for an unprecedented high-technology exchange, and he intended to see it through to success. Damien stood at the rail of the command deck, watching the last glow of the hyperspace corridor fade behind them. Thanks to the upgraded drive core, transit efficiency was now several times greater than before. Had they attempted to maneuver their massive battlecruiser at standard sublight within the planet's gravity well, it would have taken at least half a day to return to orbit. St. Nicholas was a vast world. Even for a cosmic civilization, planetary size matters less than strategic outposts. After all, any undeveloped moon or satellite could be claimed and industrialized in time. Still, a large primary planet brings its own advantages. It concentrates resources, attracts top-tier research, and can eventually be fortified into an impregnable cosmic bastion. By 2 in the afternoon, Kyle, Lacey, Niklov, and Madame Butterfly, along with the Golden Rakshasa and Black Luosan, had all arrived back at Jinfeng Mountain. Beneath them, the imperial capital stirred in uneasy excitement. Word spread rapidly that elite forces of the Jin family had launched coordinated strikes across the city. Flames licked at grand plazas, and citizens poured into the streets, shouting warnings and preparing for the worst. Yet both Jin Luosha and He Luosan remained unruffled. Each knew that their respective fathers commanded the broader response. They had more pressing duties now. Together with Damien, they would host the Void God religion's honored envoys, a gesture of goodwill that could tip the delicate balance of power in their favor. As security teams fanned out across the mountain's slopes, Damien took a deep breath and led his allies toward the grand hall, determined that diplomatic grace would outshine any shadow of war. Damien leaned back in his seat, a calm smile on his lips. As for the golden branches and leaves, once you've finished your meal and are comfortably sated, I'll have them ready for you, just as I promised yesterday. The Golden Rakshasa nodded. We'll stay a few more days to help you settle in. No problem, Damien replied. One small favor, though. Please send us a tutorial video explaining how you cultivate and maintain the trees. That way we can ensure everything stays secure. Kyle chuckled. Consider it done. The 4 of them, Damien, Kyle, Renoli, and Lacey, made their way back into the pavilion atop Jinfeng Mountain. But as they entered, Kyle's expression shifted. Where are Bai Linglong and Laura? He asked, glancing around the empty hall. Weren't they supposed to stay here a few more days? Renoli frowned. Did someone throw them out? Lacey shook her head. That doesn't make sense. Bai Linglong's airship has already departed, but Laura's is still docked. Kyle hurried through the courtyard, checking every corner. When he returned, his brow was tightly drawn. They're both gone. No sign of either one. Don't worry. They won't turn anyone away without my order. I'd like to confirm that first. Jin Raksha, the Golden Rakshasa, was well aware of Lord Kyle and Lord Nikrov's reputations, and he considered Bai Linglong and Laura friendly companions from his travels. Inviting them to appreciate the splendor of Jinfeng Mountain for a few days was no burden at all. There was no need to eject them. Moments later, Jin Raksha activated his communication talisman and contacted the mountain's steward. If those two are Miss Bai Linglong and Miss Laura, someone just tried to escort them off the premises. What's going on? On the other end, the birdman assigned to guard Jinfeng Mountain, Perchwing, tilted his beaked head in confusion. They were sent away? No orders came through to remove them. Then why did they encounter resistance? Jin Raksha demanded. Are there any other guests due at Jinfeng Mountain Pavilion? Perchwing hesitated. Not that I've been told. I'll double-check the registries and patrol logs right away. Do that. Jin Raksha ended the transmission, his golden eyes narrowing. If someone was interfering with his guests, especially friends like Bai Linglong and Laura, he intended to find out who and why, and ensure no further disruptions on Jinfeng Mountain. Chapter 7. Visitors to Jinfeng Mountain. Damien rode up the winding path toward the summit pavilion of Jinfeng Mountain, the midday sun warm on his shoulders. When he stepped beneath its eaves, he found the place eerily quiet. No servants, no guests, not even the usual hush of distant conversation. All clear here, young master? He called, spotting Mr. Wu, the steward, emerging from the pavilion's rear corridor. Mr. Wu bowed respectfully. We're expecting 2 more parties this afternoon, sir, but for the moment the pavilion stands empty. Damien arched an eyebrow. Who was here earlier, then? I thought I heard voices. Miss Bai Linglong and Miss Laura, Mr. Wu explained. I first met them at the Cloud Festival in the capital. They arrived at dawn and spent the morning touring the mountain with the guide. At noon, they dined at the foot of the trail and then departed, so we thought, by private airship. Damien frowned. They left already? That was fast. Before Mr. Wu could answer, his handheld communicator beeped. He tapped it, nodded, then turned back to Damien. Correction, their airship has just been spotted circling back toward Jinfeng Mountain. Damien's gaze drifted over the crystalline peaks beyond the pavilion. Is that a problem? Not at all, sir, Mr. Wu replied. He hesitated. Although direct members of the Jin family seldom visit or appear publicly here, They've been observing Jinfeng Mountain for some time. Very well, Damien said, folding his arms. A moment later, Mr. Wu stepped forward and gave a crisp nod. Lunch is ready on the terrace, young master. Thank you, Damien replied, a small smile touching his lips. Let's go. As they walked toward the pavilion's open dining area, the distant hum of an approaching airship settled into the mountain air, promising conversation, intrigue, and perhaps new alliances at Jinfeng's storied heights. We're getting a bit hungry, Lacey remarked. Damien, having just been told that Bai Linglong and Laura were on their way back, glanced at his watch. He was curious, but he'd find out in person soon enough. All right, he said into the comm device. Have it here in 10 minutes. The manager of Jinfeng Mountain, well aware of Damien's recent contributions to the Jin family and the high status of his guests, replied with utmost deference before ending the call. Kyle raised an eyebrow. Who were those two people he was referring to? How would I know? Renoli shrugged. Maybe they're friends of Miss Bai Linglong or Miss Laura. Lacey chimed in. Even if we can't discuss the golden tree, living in a pavilion on Jinfeng Mountain is definitely something worth boasting about. That's what friends are for, showing off with each other, Kyle said, grinning. Renoli gave a small laugh. But Miss Bai Linglong isn't the kind to be so tasteless. True, Lacey agreed. And even if Miss Laura wanted to flaunt her life here, she probably wouldn't pick this moment. Kyle leaned back. Still, once our trip to Jinfeng Mountain is over, I bet she'll find someone to brag to. Based on our observations, their personalities break down like this. Madame Butterfly settled deeper into her chaise, her elegant poise momentarily giving way to a wariness. Few can match her, or Lacey, for the skill of reading people's true motives. When it comes to discerning character and predicting behavior, they are unrivaled. Laura, though born to modest means, possesses a keen sensibility. She gauges her words and tone with care, never boasting at a gathering where pride would do more harm than good. Miss Bai Linglong, heir to a once great clan now in decline, wears her dignity like armor. She delights far more in sharing ancient legends and far-flung mysteries than in speaking of herself. Kyle leaned forward. What happened out there? The prophet tapped a finger to his lips. I'll learn the full story when we return and can question them directly. Agreed, Kyle said at once. Just over 5 minutes later, they had their answer. Bai Linglong guided the airship gently down toward the pavilion. Laura braced against the wind in the open doorway. As their feet touched the decking, Kyle strode forward with a look of astonishment. You've returned so quickly, he exclaimed. Bai Linglong exchanged a glance with Laura, then shot Kyle a wry smile. That's the efficiency of the Void God faith for you. Laura's eyes went wide in surprise. Honestly, it was no trouble at all. Kyle raised an incredulous brow. But where were the two of you headed exactly? He'd noted their startled expressions the moment they'd arrived. Neither fear nor guilt flickered across their faces, so his curiosity only deepened. Bai Linglong laughed softly as she stowed her goggles. Laura and I fancied an early morning trip to the pavilion to watch the sunrise over Jinfeng Mountain. And just as we were making plans, Laura chimed in, we received your message. Mr. Jin Rakshasa has kindly agreed to extend our stay here for a few more days. Hearing that, Kyle's stern features relaxed into an amused grin. So that's it? You've been granted extra leave by the Golden Rakshasa himself. Bai Linglong tilted her head as she noticed Kyle's interest. We happened to be passing through during the border skirmish. When we encountered him, I asked on the spot. He was more than happy to oblige. I promise, Lord Kyle, we didn't sneak off without your leave, Laura added with a playful bow. Kyle chuckled, shaking his head. Very well then, enjoy your sunrise, but don't be late for dinner. He clapped his hands together and turned on his heel, already picturing the spread he would prepare. As he walked away, Lacey and the others peered at Bai Linglong and Laura with a mixture of envy and relief. The two friends exchanged satisfied smiles, then settled onto the pavilion's balustrade, eagerly awaiting the dawn light that would gild Jinfeng Mountain in gold. Chapter 7. A Chance Encounter. Bai Linglong shook her head and smiled at the others. You really think he's that handsome? Kyle chuckled. Trust me, Damien is exactly as striking as everyone says, and Miss Sonia, she's one of the most beautiful women I've ever seen. Laura raised an eyebrow. Are you certain? It almost sounds too good to be true. No, I promise, Kyle insisted. They arrived here just for a visit. No entourage, no official duties. We invited them to breakfast, showed them around St. Nicholas, and simply chatted. They didn't ask for a tour guide fee or any special treatment. He leaned forward, dropping his voice to a whisper. But when they left, Damien handed each of us 2 million universe coins. He said, "If fate allows, we'll meet again. Only people of true status bid you farewell like that," mentioning destiny and future meetings. Bai Linglong's eyes gleamed with curiosity. 2 million universe coins each? That's more than a week's salary for a small planetary government. Exactly, Kyle agreed. And the way they spoke, so effortlessly intelligent, so genuine, you never get that kind of warmth from nobles who cling to their titles. Laura folded her arms and regarded him thoughtfully. So, not only are they beautiful and wealthy, but they're also kind and down to earth? All of that, said Kyle, nodding emphatically. Damien and Sonia carry themselves like royalty, but there's no arrogance. You can see it in the way they treat everyone, from merchants to guards. Bai Linglong laughed softly. Well, if destiny really does bring them back, I hope I'm here to welcome them properly. Laura's expression turned serious. If the universe has plans to cross our paths again, then we'd better be ready. It's not every day that strangers sweep in, flatter you with their company, and then leave you richer, both in knowledge and in coin. Kyle grinned. To think this all began with a simple breakfast on St. Nicholas. Who knows where or when they'll show up next? They shared a quiet moment, each lost in thoughts of chance encounters and the strange ways fate weaves people together. Outside, the morning sun sparkled off the city's silver spires, as if heralding some grand, unseen design. And for Bai Linglong, Laura, and Kyle, the promise of another meeting with Damien and Sonia felt like the opening lines of a story they couldn't wait to explore. At first, Damien's name barely registered with everyone, but the moment someone mentioned Miss Sonia, the entire room went silent. Kyle, Renoli, Lacey, the Predictor, Niklov, and even Lady Butterfly all froze in astonishment. You mean, Miss Sonia? Kyle blurted out, his eyes wide. The renowned beauty from the Xandar Empire? You said both of them are from Xandar? Renoli added, leaning forward. Kyle, still reeling, turned to Laura and gripped her shoulders. Answer me, Laura. How can this be true? Kyle, you're hurting me, Laura cried, her voice trembling as she looked up at his broad frame. Instantly, Kyle let go. Sorry, I didn't mean to. Are you all right? Laura rubbed her arms, nodding slowly. I'm fine, but this doesn't make any sense. Think about it, Lacey said, glancing at her watch. Right now in Xandar, it's midnight. Miss Sonia's official duties wrap up around 7 or 8 in the evening, their local time. The hours just don't line up. And even if they somehow did, the Predictor chimed in, wouldn't the gentleman arriving alongside her have to be Mr. Damien, not Miss Sonia? Niklov and Lady Butterfly exchanged skeptical looks. A buzz of whispers filled the room as everyone tried to reconcile the impossible. 2 visitors from halfway across the galaxy, appearing here at precisely the wrong hour. Whatever the explanation, it was clear that Damien and Miss Sonia were about to turn their world upside down. In the Xandar Empire, there's only one Miss Sonia who truly stands out for her breathtaking beauty, the void deity Sonia herself. Even before her ascension, she was a vision of grace and poise, coveted by every wealthy suitor in the land. Plenty of other women share her name, but none could match her at first glance. Renoli tapped the surface of his datapad. Master Cassidon has been monitoring our activities. He's taken a keen interest in the Golden Maple Mountain of the St. Nicholas civilization. He might very well invite Miss Sonia to come see it. Kyle folded his arms. Do you think that's likely? It's impossible to give a precise probability, Renoli admitted, but it's definitely within the realm of possibility. Lacey's brow furrowed. If Cassidon brings Sonia along, it'll ruin the surprise we've been planning. Don't jump to conclusions, the prophet warned, his voice calm. First confirm whether she's actually coming. Then we can adjust our plan. They exchanged uneasy looks, each weighing the risks. At a nod from Lacey, the prophet closed his eyes briefly and wove a translucent projection into the air. There, captured in fine detail, stood Miss Sonia before the towering spires of the Void Temple. Her serene expression and fluid movements left no doubt that this was the renowned beauty herself, calm, composed, and utterly enthralling. This is it. Bai Linglong nodded, noting how the woman's temper had softened in their presence, far gentler than Qingya. Once Bai Linglong gave her approval, the predictor, Kyle, Renoli, and Lacey exchanged urgent glances. Across the room, Niklov and Madame Butterfly stood frozen, shock on their faces. "Miss Sonia, the god of the void, has been here," Kyle blurted. "How is that even possible?" Renoli's voice trembled. "Never mind that," Lacey interjected, eyes wide. "Who is Damien?" "Could it be Master Cassidon?" the predictor whispered. "If not Lord Cassidon, then who else could it be?" A heavy silence fell. The idea that Sonia, the Void Divine Envoy, had set foot in the St. Nicholas civilization left everyone reeling. Even Jin Rakshasa and Hai Luosan, upon hearing the title, stared at each other in stunned disbelief. When had such a formidable presence arrived, and to what end? Their thoughts raced, each more fantastical than the last. Renoli leaned forward, narrowing her eyes. "If this is true, we need to keep it under wraps, right?" "It makes sense," another voice chimed in. "Master Cassidon wields immense power. Of course he'd use a false name. But consider this," Renoli persisted. "Miss Sonia has never once left Void Island." "Except apparently she did," someone muttered in surprise. They all turned to Bai Linglong. "Bai Linglong, did you manage to get a photo of them? Or at least take detailed notes?" Laura spoke up. "No photograph, I'm afraid, but I'm sure it was Miss Sonia and her companion. He was a striking young man, black hair, dark eyes, dressed in a flowing black robe. He carried himself with quiet confidence, and instead of feeling threatened, I actually felt at ease." Bai Linglong nodded. "Exactly. Sonia had that same calm presence. We chatted the entire journey." A thoughtful hush fell over the group. If they had indeed crossed paths with two of the Void cult's highest-ranking figures, Sonia herself and her mysterious escort, it could only mean one thing. The only being capable of serving as Sonia's attendant was the Void Envoy, Lord Cassidon's own emissary, and that emissary, by every hint, had to be Damien. Bai Linglong and Laura exchanged uneasy glances. Had they accidentally offended the Void God cult? After pausing to review their recent conversation, they realized they hadn't said anything inappropriate, and in fact, two high-ranking members of the cult seemed to think very highly of them. Otherwise, why would they each have been gifted 2 million cosmic coins? That sum was more than enough to secure the safest interstellar passage, 1 million coins each way, for a round trip between the St. Nicholas civilization and the Xandar Empire. With 1 million coins per leg, they could travel without a single worry. Normally, no one in their right mind would spend so much on mere tickets. But when it came as a generous gift, and they understood the goodwill behind it, they gladly accepted the funds and booked their voyage. Kyle's expression turned grave as he addressed them. The god of the void has indeed set foot in the St. Nicholas civilization. Whether it's an official inspection, a casual visit, or an unscheduled review of our operations, we can't say. What matters is that this stays strictly between us. He let the words hang in the air. Especially the two of you. If this leaks, no one will be able to shield you. Laura and Bai Linglong exchanged a glance. They had already sensed the seriousness in Kyle's tone and nodded in agreement. Yet even as they fell silent, both replayed their encounters with Damien from earlier that day. Rumors portrayed Cassidon, the god of the void, as the universe's most inscrutable and terrifying powerhouse, practically a devil in the legends. And Damien, beneath his courteous manner, had shown an uncanny depth of knowledge. Could it be that Mr. Damien was in fact Lord Cassidon himself, concealed behind a humble guise? Over the course of the day, Damien and Sonia discovered the situation wasn't nearly as perilous as they'd feared. Damien proved to be unusually approachable, and before long the two were swapping harmless gossip, just two ordinary people in conversation. Sonia found herself wondering, could this really be Lord Cassidon, the god of the void, founder of the Void cult, renowned throughout the universe? He seemed so down to earth. Across the courtyard, Laura and Bai Linglong watched with amusement. "I think Miss Sonia's taken a shine to him," Laura teased. Bai Linglong nodded. "Time will tell," she said. Given the vast gulf between Sonia's divine heritage and Damien's humble origins, such a match seemed improbable, but not impossible. Sonia smiled, then tilted her head in mock solemnity. "What if Lord Cassidon himself is watching us right now?" Nearby, Madame Butterfly had caught wind of the morning's events, and her delicate features drew into a frown. "Has everything gone according to plan?" she asked, her voice laced with worry. Nikrov stepped forward, striving for confidence. "Yes, madam. They didn't bully anyone or act recklessly. They completed their assignment, took a short rest, and then departed. Nothing more, nothing less." Madame Butterfly's eyes lingered on him, still clouded with concern. Nikrov opened his mouth to reassure her further, but even he couldn't be certain that the all-seeing eye of the God of the Void wasn't watching every move. No one could say what Lord Kassadin, the God of the Void, had in mind. Yet the fears of Lord Nikrov and Madame Butterfly turned out to be entirely unnecessary. Without warning, their consciousnesses were drawn into a boundless emptiness, and their bodies rose slowly into the air. From the yawning void all around them, torrents of violet energy poured in, suffusing their forms with otherworldly power. The two Rakshasa, Jin Luosha, the golden, and Hei Luosan, the black, let out startled cries and stumbled back. "What is happening here?" Luosha gasped. "He'll answer," Luosan added, his eyes on Lord Kyle. "Here we go again." Kyle stepped forward, his expression calm. "This," he said, nodding toward the floating couple, "is the blessing of Lord Kassadin. He has recognized Lord Nikrov and Madame Butterfly, drawing them into his faith." He paused, letting the words sink in. "From this moment on, they are formally initiated into the Church of the Void, fellow adherents bound to Kassadin's cause." "Madame Butterfly, Niklov, when will the trial begin?" A low murmur passed through the assembled Void agents. "Lord Kassadin's power spans the heavens," Lacey replied quietly. "His eyes, his hands, they reach across every realm. He could be watching us from worlds away." "It won't be long," Renoli added. "Once Kassadin deems us ready, the trial will commence." Kyle frowned. "Both Madame Butterfly and Niklov are already bound within the void. Shouldn't we seek out more operatives?" "We should ask Wu Maki," Predictor suggested. "He might have powerful agents with hidden talents." Lacey nodded thoughtfully. "And given how Niklov and Madame Butterfly have already been shaped by the void's energy, perhaps it's wise to let them linger in the null realm a little longer, to master their new forms before the test." For Lacey, Renoli, Predictor, and Kyle, this was routine. Each had first received the void's blessing and survived the transformation of flesh and spirit. Niklov and Madame Butterfly, newly touched by that same power, showed only mild surprise. They had witnessed the void god's miracles firsthand and placed no doubts in their hearts about Lord Kassadin's existence. Both possessed sterling character, and Niklov, an overlord of refined temperament, stood ready to prove his worth. Years of wandering have all but washed away Damien's old arrogance toward ordinary people. In its place, he's learned tact and patience. Though a spark of his former domineering nature still surfaces from time to time, more often he comes across as a man of deep experiences, confident, engaging, and utterly harmless to both humans and animals. Faith, by contrast, has no patience for diplomacy. Her heart, with its unquenchable fire, still burns for revenge against the Kree Empire. And once her vengeance is complete, she intends to devote herself fully to restoring the Tesma civilization to its former glory. Unlike many who pursue revenge and then find themselves empty once it's achieved, Faith already knows exactly what she'll believe in and what she'll fight for when the dust finally settles. As for Lady Butterfly's true convictions, only fragments are known to those closest to her: Lacey, Renoli, Predictor, and Kyle. Born into tragedy, she left her homeland as a teenager and has wandered the stars ever since, finally taking up residence in the void. There, she shrouds her real identity and conceals her remarkable abilities, precautions that sometimes complicate her everyday life. But, for the most part, she's crafted a life of genuine happiness and success. And yet, beneath these calm facades, each of them carries secrets and ambitions that threaten to draw them into conflicts far larger and far more perilous than anything they've faced before. Damien had been roaming the stars since he was a teenager. Over centuries of relentless effort, he'd built an empire worth hundreds of millions of credits. By any measure, he'd succeeded, yet he still felt unmoored, as if no safe harbor existed for someone of his wealth and ambition. "Isn't the Void blessing exclusive to Void Island?" he asked, the question lingering in the charged air. Bai Linglong, overhearing him, glanced upward. Lady Butterfly and Lord Nekrov hovered above. their forms shimmering as they absorbed that strange violet energy. Shock flickered across her face. "That just makes it more likely you'll draw Cassidon's attention if you go to Void Island," she warned. Lord Kyle shook his head. "Nowhere has it ever been decreed that the blessing can only be obtained there." Lacey's voice was calm but decisive. "Cassidon, the great god of the void, can manifest anywhere in the universe at a moment's notice, and he sees into every hidden corner of existence. The instant someone piques his curiosity, they may already be caught up in the void god's trial without even realizing it." Damien absorbed their words, a cold pulse of uncertainty running through him. The void god's gaze was boundless, and now it was upon them. For Damien, as for Tony Stark, Bruce Banner, Steve Rogers, Stephen Strange, Peggy Carter, Pepper Potts, or any other champion from the Nine Realms, the favor of the void cannot simply be granted on a whim. The blessing of the void is not confined to some remote isle. It demands genuine, unwavering devotion. True followers must cultivate an authentic reverence for the void itself and develop the strength of character necessary to move Lord Cassidon, the god of the void, to grant them the power to aid the helpless. But faith and resolve are only the beginning. The void's trials come in countless hidden forms. Whether the test arrives through Sister Sonia's subtle guidance or directly under Lord Cassidon's inscrutable gaze, its conditions remain deliberately concealed. If you, Damien, call out to Cassidon, you may draw his attention, and only then will the examinations begin. You might pass these trials without ever realizing what you did right, or fail and be cast aside, never fully understanding where you fell short. I, Damien, had already told Lacey about Niklov and Lady Butterfly's plan to journey to Void Island for its sacred blessings, promising her I'd join them once I'd retired from my post as a Voidland agent. What neither of them suspected was that Lord Cassidon, the god of the void, had quietly set them on a trial of his own design. Ever since the St. Nicholas affair unfolded, I've been watching their progress in secret. That incident in the St. Nicholas civilization wasn't just another mission, it was the true final exam for both Niklov and Lady Butterfly. Lacey teased that they were looking for trouble, but when they emerged victorious, she couldn't hide her relief and her pride. After all, Niklov is a force unto himself. He possesses strength few can match, but there's one crippling weakness. He cannot cross dimensional boundaries. Until he masters interstellar, or even interdimensional travel, he'll be barred from facing the universe's most terrifying adversaries. Overcome that limitation, and the Void God Order will claim its greatest champion. As for Lady Butterfly, she spent a tense 5 minutes fully immersed in the island's void energy. When she finally broke its hold on her, her legs gave out. Just at that moment, Lacey sprang forward to catch her. The sudden sense of freefall jolted Lady Butterfly into a scream, an instinctive reaction to the brink of collapse, and reminded us both how high the stakes truly are. Madame Butterfly's scream cut through the air, and in an instant, Lacey's movements halted. Even though Damien's telepathic power was still in the midst of its void transformation, it had already begun to act on its own. A soft, glowing circle of thought bloomed around Madame Butterfly, and, almost as if guided by an unseen hand, gently swept her to safety behind Damien's form. It was a habit born of years spent together. Even when Damien's conscious mind was elsewhere, his body reacted instinctively to her frightened cries. Gradually, Madame Butterfly shook off her shock and stared at Damien, curled in slumber beneath the swirling dark energies of the void transformation. Surprise flickered in her eyes. Then she noticed the protective ring of psychic energy encircling her, and understanding dawned. A warm current of gratitude and something deeper filled her chest. Damien must still feel guilty for dragging her into his battles. For years now, the moment she cried out in fear, his telepathy had leapt to her defense, quietly, unfailingly, always there to keep her safe. Madame Butterfly had always been at Damien's side, but she never imagined her presence had become as instinctive to him as breathing. She wasn't sure whether the feelings stirring in her heart were admiration or something closer to dependence and attachment, but she found that she simply enjoyed being with him. As long as Damien remained, her life felt safe and certain. From the moment he rescued her, Damien had sworn, "As long as I live, you will never die." It sounded like a solemn, lifelong pledge. Promises of that weight are easy to utter and all too easy to break, but in the time they'd known each other, he had never failed her. Lately, however, Madame Butterfly sensed Damien preparing to leave her behind. He spoke of laying the groundwork first, arranging for her to receive the blessing of the Void and placing her within the Void cult, so that he could depart without worrying over her safety. He said it matter-of-factly, but every word carried the weight of farewell. She had been pestering him for every scrap of his past, desperate to learn why he insisted on protecting her, why he intended to go it alone. He answered her questions sparingly, always steering the conversation back to practical arrangements. Still, in the silence behind his captured glances, she sensed there was much more he wasn't telling her, and as much as she longed to keep him by her side, she feared she might never truly know why he was willing to risk everything for her. Madame Butterfly stood on the edge of the silent void, watching the last echoes of starlight drift away. Even if Nikrov chose to leave, she could always track him down later, yet he still refused to share his plans. It made sense. The journey's beginning had been her idea, and she didn't want to drag him into greater danger. Fear didn't mean she was unwilling to face peril, but she knew Nikrov's path might soon diverge from hers, now that they had both received the Void's blessing. A cold loneliness settled in her chest at the thought. In Nikrov's eyes, she might simply be a burden. After all, he was a supreme overlord, capable of rising to the pinnacle of every civilization he encountered. Her own gift, her power of charm, was potent only in the St. Nicholas realm, where wills were weak and spirits easily swayed. Beyond that sphere, her influence depended on circumstance, how shaken a person's resolve was, how depleted their strength, or what other vulnerabilities they possessed. At best, she was a situational asset, not a true titan. Real power in the universe belonged to beings like Lacey, Lord Kyle, and of course, Nikrov himself. Compared to them, she was more a specialist than a sovereign, a conditional force rather than an unstoppable one. As the Void's light waned, Madame Butterfly forced a small, brave smile. If Nikrov must go his own way, she would trust her own wings and the strength she had yet to discover. Barring a handful of rare exceptions, Damien can usually tap into his full power, shattering any obstacle and eliminating every foe, to accomplish whatever goal he sets his sights on. Chapter 679, Special Ceremony. For over 10 minutes, Nikrov stood bathed in the Void's power before he finally opened his eyes, his gaze brimming with awe. "Thank you, Lord Kassadin, great god of the Void, for this gift." He descended lightly to the ground. Then, knowing deep in his heart that the god of the Void watched him, he knelt and performed several solemn kowtows. Though the air remained still and no voice answered, Nikrov felt no abandonment. He trusted that Lord Kassadin perceived every gesture of devotion. Nikrov had long sought the Void's blessing, however uncertain of success. If he could secure favor from the Void god's faith, he believed he could ensure a safe haven for Madame Butterfly when the Kree Empire finally fell, allowing him to return to Tesma civilization in peace. Yet he had never dared imagine that such a divine boon would be granted so swiftly. Now, having witnessed even a fraction of Lord Kassadin's presence, Nikrov's faith burned brighter than ever before. Damien knew that once he received the Void's blessing, he would finally have the power to strike back at the Kree Empire. At this moment, Void Island, deep within the Xandar Empire, lay a world away from the fortress of St. Nicholas. He watched Niklov's face break into a grateful smile. From all his observations, Niklov's convictions were plain. He was more than qualified for the cult of the Void's trials. Above all, he understood remorse, and he had treated Madame Butterfly with genuine kindness. Damien hadn't examined the recruitment too closely when Kyle, Lacey, and the others brought Niklov into their fold, but it was obvious now that Kyle had forced Madame Butterfly from her hiding place that night. Originally, the plan called for just one agent to infiltrate Void Island. Niklov's resolve and strength made him the perfect and entirely sufficient choice. The only puzzling element was Madame Butterfly's involvement. Perhaps that nagging uncertainty explained why Niklov had always blamed himself in the first place. For a truly powerful individual, feeling guilt at every turn is neither possible nor desirable, but a strong moral anchor is indispensable. A well-honed sense of guilt signals that your personal boundary lines are clear and unyielding. It's precisely this inner line that helps Nikrov resist the most primal, evolutionary temptations. Damien watches with keen interest, eager to see how Nikrov will hold up when stripped of his physical form and laid bare. In the land of nothingness, Madame Butterfly is more than a mere deputy. She is the chief intelligence officer, a puppeteer who prefers to remain hidden in the shadows. Rarely does she take the spotlight, yet her potential is vast. For years, Butterfly has doubted her own persuasive gifts, convinced that her charm could never sway large crowds. All of that changed during her missions in the St. Nicholas civilization. There, she observed countless warriors undergo radical biological transformations, adopting the instincts and behaviors of various animals. Those same instincts, pride, aggression, territoriality, proved remarkably susceptible to her subtle influence. With each encounter, her confidence grew. Time and again, her allure worked with pinpoint precision, guiding even the strongest minds to follow her lead. Now, in this silent realm of empty echoes, Butterfly readies herself to prove just how potent her talents can be. And Damien, for his part, awaits the moment when Nikrov's true strength, unshielded and unbound, will reveal itself. In truth, Damien's talent was wildly overrated. Within the ancient St. Nicholas civilization, where planet-level powerhouses stalked the void, his reputation barely raised an eyebrow. These titans, capable of obliterating whole worlds on a whim, showed no mercy to would-be challengers. Yet, oddly enough, they all treated Damien with a wary deference, even as he could never quite bend them to his will. He'd tried, but each time he inched toward using his full power, a single thought froze him, the very real fear of being cast into the flaw, mez. Exiled for years, hopping from one remote hideaway to the next, he had nurtured a stubborn inferiority complex, one that didn't reveal itself in casual conversation, but flared the instant raw strength or combat prowess came into play. Time and again, Damien convinced himself his gifts were too puny, his charm too weak, to subjugate the planet or cosmic-level behemoths he longed to command. And so he held back, forever his own greatest obstacle. Even Damien found himself intrigued. Madame Butterfly's crippling inferiority complex was one thing, but if she ever truly outgrew it and embraced unshakable confidence, how far might her powers twist? He leaned forward. What's put Mr. Cassidin in such high spirits? Just then, Sonia stepped out of the shower and into lightweight pajamas, steam clinging to her skin. She smiled as she patted over. The cult of the Void God has 2 new members. Damien raised an eyebrow. Who are they? Sonia tapped commands into the hollow tablet on the table. Niklov and Madame Butterfly. Make a note of their names. Damien settled back in his chair. When did they complete the trials? With another flick of her wrist, Sonia opened the cult's membership roster and slipped the 2 newcomers into it. In Cassidin's order, anyone he deems worthy can pass the tests and receive his blessing. After all, the trials follow his whims, not a fixed rulebook. Still, Sonia couldn't help but wonder why he'd chosen to act now. Damien leaned back, recalling the exact words he just heard. From the moment they became agents of the Void Realm, I began to assess their characters. The speaker had paused, then continued. It turns out the intelligence gathered by Nikrov and Wu Maki was essentially correct. If anything, their reports understated the truth. He let that sink in for a moment. Everyone in the Void Cult knew of Wu Maki's uncanny ability to invade dreams, to pry loose the most closely guarded secrets of friend and foe alike. Yet for all his prowess in the realm of slumber, Wu Maki remained physically unremarkable, something he felt keenly. Determined to change that, he had journeyed to Void Island to petition the Void itself for a blessing. When it came, his strength grew by leaps and bounds, transforming him into a figure of genuine terror. Still, Wu Maki's past exploits left him wary of the wider world. Rather than wander from one battlefield to the next, he chose to remain on Void Island, training, recuperating, and yes, occasionally regaling fellow cultists with tales of his dream walks and victories. Thanks to Sonia's careful governance, the island had become the safest, most welcoming sanctuary for believers of the Void. It was no surprise, then, that Wu Maki considered it his second home. He would spring to the aid of any fellow adherent who sought his help, confident that here, on this bastion of the Void, he was strongest of all. If no fellow Void God devotees called on him, Wumaki would simply park his capital on the island's markets. Truly, he made his fortune while reclining comfortably at home. The Void God sect now brims with talent, but most of its brightest members are scattered across the universe, each shining in isolation. Wumaki's dossier. Damien mused. Those 2 entries, I've seen them before, a few years back. Sonia cocked her head, tapping her chin as she racked her memory. Niklov and Madame Butterfly. Yes, both prodigies in their own right. Precisely, Damien confirmed. Their trials have already begun, and we'll need to keep a close eye on their progress. When might they return? Sonia asked. According to Sarah's latest report, Damien replied, they could be back in as little as a month, or it might take up to half a year. Sonia stifled a yawn and stretched. Well, I'm exhausted. Good night, Mr. Cassidin. Mr. Cassidin chuckled as he gathered his notes. No more sitting around munching popcorn. Get some rest. He waved her out of the study, and the quiet of the night settled in. Damien was deep in conversation with Sonia, but his gaze kept drifting back to the holographic readout of the San Nicole civilization. He studied the intricate ruins projected before him while she spoke. He murmured, finally acknowledging her. Sonia brightened as if relieved. Just as she reached the threshold of her quarters, she paused and turned back with a delighted smile. By the way, today's journey was truly one of a kind. Thank you for everything, Mr. Cassidin. It was amazing. Damien returned her smile. I felt the same way. Next time we have the chance, let's explore even more places. Sonia's grin widened, and with a graceful nod, she slipped into her room, humming happily. Damien picked up the glass of fruit nectar beside him, took a slow, appreciative sip, and refocused on the San Nicole civilization's data. At Madame Butterfly's summons, Nikrov was released from the telekinetic seals that had held him. Kneeling once more, Madame Butterfly bowed her head in gratitude and whispered her thanks to Lord Cassidin, the god of the void. Whether Nikrov stayed or departed, she felt a subtle but profound shift within her. By honoring Lord Cassidin, she knew she would gain the strength and opportunity to face any danger without fear. It's possible to draw Lord Cassidin's attention from anywhere in the universe, Jin Rakshasa said, his eyes alight. Lacey tilted her head. So that means we could catch his gaze and earn his blessing? Jin shook his head emphatically. Blessings from him are hard to come by. I'm not sure exactly when Nikrov and Madame Butterfly began their trial, Lacey admitted, but it must have been long enough for them to complete it and receive his favor. Golden Rakshasa glanced at her with hopeful eyes, silently pleading for Master Cassidin's attention. Lacey sighed. If you really want his blessing, there's only one reliable way. Go to Void Island. She glanced around the table. A handful of Void Faith devotees do receive blessings elsewhere, but they're exceptions, maybe 10 to 20% at most. The vast majority, 80 to 90%, must undergo the trial on Void Island. Kyle nodded in agreement. Lacey's right, the only sure path is the island itself. Hailuo-san leaned forward, concern etched on his face. Then what exactly is this Void Faith trial? Ever since whispers first spread through the galaxy, everyone's been talking about the Void God cult. The rumor goes that anyone who earns the Void's blessing will inevitably ascend to cosmic-level power, and in the process automatically enlist under the cult's banner, earning its protection for life. How do you even qualify for the Void God's test? Someone asked, urgency creeping into their voice. What are the requirements? Kyle shook his head, leaning in. No one outside the inner circle is allowed to know the details. Not friends, not relatives, and certainly not your own parents. If you leak the conditions of the test, you'll be punished, maybe even barred from receiving the blessing altogether. He paused, making sure everyone present grasped the gravity of his words. That's why those who seek the Void's favor have no choice but to travel to Void Island themselves and piece things together from what they see and hear. Master Cassidin tailors the trials to each individual, so what one candidate faces could be completely different from another's. A young woman, Sonia, bit her lip. Do you think Miss Sarah knows more, or Queen Frigga for that matter? Kyle gave a rueful smile. Even among high-ranking members, only a handful, like Thor, Loki, Frigga, and Sarah, might have a glimpse of the truth. But for the rest of us, it's pure guesswork. You go in blind and hope Cassidin deems you worthy. They fell silent, each person weighing the risks. Beyond the chance at unimaginable power, the Void God cult loomed like a double-edged sword, a path to greatness, but one that demanded absolute secrecy and unwavering loyalty. For countless seekers like Damien, the only option was to brave the unknown and see what the Void had in store. Frigga, Thor, and Loki have all agreed to cooperate, thanks to a secret pact forged between God King Odin and Kassadin, the god of the Void. As for me, Damien, I was present when Odin petitioned for blessings on his family. Once I gave my consent, the entire royal household was granted those divine favors. Through Lady Sonia's recommendation, Sarah was appointed official scribe for the ceremony. She threw herself into her duties with remarkable dedication, and before long, she too received a blessing. Admittedly, Sarah confessed she had been on edge the entire time. She wasn't at all sure she'd qualify for the Void's favor. But now that Lady Sonia has endorsed her, Sarah has already cleared Sonia's own rigorous standards on Void Island. The next and most crucial step is for Kassadin himself to inspect her. If the Void God, through his scrutiny, finds Sarah as worthy as Sonia claims, she will finally earn the true blessing of the Void. To date, Sarah is the only candidate Sonia has put forward. No one else has been recommended. The rest now hinges on Kassadin's verdict. Miss Sonia had offered her recommendation, but she refused to explain the trial's true nature in detail. Instead, she cautioned Miss Sarah that passing might be all but impossible without extraordinary effort. Skipping the preparation, she warned, would only guarantee outright failure. Sarah frowned, glancing at Damien. Is it anything like how Mr. Both Niklov and the Queen received their blessing from the Void? Damien considered her question thoughtfully. We only learned about their Void blessing after the ceremony, he admitted. None of us saw it coming. We were just as surprised. Kyle gave a slight nod. Exactly. Your situation will be just as unpredictable. I appreciate everyone's hard work so far. Sarah took a steadying breath. Then we'd better start planning immediately. I'd love to arrange a trip to Void Island, maybe take a few months' leave to prepare and observe. I'm in, Damien said firmly. Even if it's just a reconnaissance, we'll go. Kyle's lips curved in approval. Good. The discovery on Void Island could be the greatest achievement of the St. Nicholas civilization. There's no substitute for first-hand experience. Damien exchanged an excited look with Sarah. Though they faced a daunting challenge, the promise of Void Island and the possibility of emulating Mr. Niklov and the Queen had lit a new spark of determination in them both. The two of them had seen their standing among peers rise dramatically. Yet Hai Luosan and Jin Luosha weren't content with mere reputation. They hungered for real achievement. If they were going to make a difference, they would throw themselves in wholeheartedly. A journey to the Void cult might not guarantee blessings, but it was a chance to test their mettle, and they were willing to seize it. In truth, every direct heir of the imperial capital's 5 great bloodlines faces the same rite of passage. Between the ages of 90 and 100, they must venture out to foreign civilizations across the universe and endure a series of trials. These trials aren't mere displays of strength. They're opportunities to broaden one's perspective. Only by living among other worlds can an heir truly gauge the St. Nicholas civilization's place in the cosmic community and appreciate the challenges it must overcome. For the next generation of family heads, this odyssey is indispensable. First-hand experience of distant civilizations clarifies what lies ahead, sharpens their goals, and equips them to lead their own lineages. United with other bloodlines, they will then be ready to tackle the trials that threaten their world. Hai Luosan and Jin Luosha are barely in their 40s, far too young to venture into other civilizations for rites of passage. According to tradition, no one may undertake that trial before the age of 90. Yet Damien knew that if he wanted to forge his own legend, he couldn't simply follow every rule blindly. He needed to understand the changes coming and decide for himself when to begin. I look forward to your arrival, Kyle said, smiling. It would be even better if we could call ourselves compatriots. Kyle's warmth wasn't surprising. In the Void God cult, only sworn enemies are turned away. Strangers are potential brothers and sisters in faith. Every friendship forged today might become an ally tomorrow. Despite the cult's formidable power, its chronic shortage of members remained a thorn in its side. At last, the conversation turned to Miss Sonia's cautious approach to expansion. She had already achieved the coveted 8 feats of the void, yet she refused to claim new territory. The reason was simple. Without enough personnel to supervise and defend distant holdings, any gains would be a strategic liability. Unlike the vast Kree Empire, the Void God cult couldn't spread thin and still stand strong. Lacey stood in the heart of the Void Temple on Void Island, her back resting against one of the pale obsidian columns. Before her knelt 2 newcomers, Niklov, drained and panting, and the graceful Madame Butterfly, who nevertheless looked every bit the seasoned warrior. "They can tear down our fortresses and seize our supplies whenever they choose," Lacey said quietly. "Since we aim to conquer new realms, we must keep a watchful eye on every border." She lifted her hand, gesturing toward the distant peak that housed the temple. "Now get up and then return here properly. Offer your thanks to the Void God." Niklov and Madame Butterfly exchanged uneasy glances, then rose. "Yes, Lady Lacey," Niklov murmured. Lacey gave a wry smile. "First, you'll eat. In a few days, I'll explain the full, detailed evolution of the Void God religion. For now, restore your strength. I know how eager you are to advance, yet right now, your bodies are far too frail. One breath from me could blow you off your feet." Niklov's cheeks burned with embarrassment, and he bowed his head. "Lady Lacey, once we've eaten, how do we—" Madame Butterfly stood as well, voice steady. "We are your compatriots now." Lacey's eyes softened. "Then drop the titles. Just call me Lacey." She paused, letting the change in atmosphere settle. "As for transforming your bodies, it's simple in theory. You only have to will it. But understand this, only the most intense, unbreakable desire can shatter your current limits." A hush fell over the chamber as Lacey's words echoed off the stone walls. Outside, the wind whipped across the barren island, a solemn reminder that in this world only the strongest would endure. Damien pressed himself against the cool stone wall, watching Lacey's lips move in the flickering torchlight. Her voice was low but carried authority. "Why not let yourself make a temporary wish?" Lacey suggested, folding her arms. "Perhaps you long to soar into the sky and leave Earth behind, or to traverse the galaxies on your own. You could even wish for 3 heads and 6 arms, though I wouldn't recommend it as your final form." Because a few uninitiated were still lingering nearby, Lacey didn't elaborate on the finer points of Void God evolution. Instead, she glanced at Lady Butterfly and Niklov. "You don't have to alter your essence," she said. "Just focus your mind, and poof, you sprout extra heads and limbs." Laura's eyes went wide. She stepped forward, disbelief written on her face. "Is the Void God's blessing truly that powerful? 3 heads, 6 arms. It would make you a living war machine. But the side effects, coordinating that many limbs, controlling different viewpoints at once, I tried it ages ago and abandoned the idea for exactly those reasons." Before Laura could say more, Bai Linglong held up a hand. "Enough," she whispered sharply. "Quiet now." The others fell silent, sensing that some secrets were better left unspoken. Damien let out a slow breath, wonder and trepidation swirling in his chest. If the Void God's power could grant such outrageous transformations, what might his own wish become? Lacey folded her arms and began. "The blessing of our Void cult flows directly from Lord Cassidan himself, the supreme god of the Void." She paused, offering a wry half-smile. "With that power sprouting 3 heads and 6 arms, or even mutating into a birdman like the Golden Rakshasa, would hardly be a challenge. The real question is whether you'd want to." Bai Linglong frowned. "That's precisely my point. 3 heads and 6 arms look utterly grotesque." "Exactly," Lacey, turning to Laura. "Such mutations draw stares, rile people up, and can easily push them into a frenzy." Laura lowered her gaze, but Lacey's tone softened. "I'm not blaming you, Laura, just affirming what Bai Linglong said. Thanks to Void evolution, we don't suffer the rejection syndromes catalogued by the St. Nicholas civilization. Still, it's hard to stay calm when everyone treats you like a monster." She sighed and met each of their eyes in turn. "That's why every Void cultist knows this rule. Subtlety matters. Never make your evolution too bizarre." Kyle, who had been mulling over Alex's possible transformation, leaned forward. "Speaking of evolution, I have some ideas about the direction we could take next." After talking it over, everyone agreed that bulking up too quickly would look unnatural, so Kyle decided to abandon the idea of an early size increase. Damien, however, was undeterred. He set his sights on reshaping his own body and, through relentless experimentation, devised what he called the void transformation technique. Even as his power and mass grew with each iteration, Damien never lost sight of one crucial goal. When he presented himself in public, he needed to appear like any other man, reasonable in height and build. His resolve was absolute. He'd seen Lord Cassidon, the god of the void, maintain a normal stature one moment, and then shift into a colossal, awe-inspiring form the next. If Cassidon could master such a dramatic transformation, why couldn't he? Damien threw himself into that single evolutionary direction without a second thought. He knew the void offered innumerable paths, each one a gamble, and the future of any given path was impossible to predict. Yet he pressed forward confidently, unshaken by uncertainty. Lacey, too, had charted her own course through the endless possibilities of void evolution. Countless experiments and iterations later, she'd honed abilities that not only met her ambitions, but often exceeded them, proof that persistence, above all, was the key to success. Thanks to repeated surges of confidence, Golden Rakshasa finally saw the true path of her evolution. "Sometimes you have to pay a price if you want real power," she said. Damien paused when he heard her words. In the Imperial City, no noble house had more authority on biological enhancement than the Jinn family. Other lineages had refined their modifications so well they could still pass for human, but the Jinn's ultimate transformation, granting the gift of flight, came at the cost of a truly perfect human form. "Powerlessness is the scariest thing," Damien agreed softly. Lady Lacey gave a thoughtful nod. "Let's continue this discussion over dinner. Shall we go upstairs?" A servant stepped forward at that moment. "Lady Lacey, Master Damien, dinner has been served." Jinn Rakshasa's face brightened at Lady Lacey's approval. Across the room, Golden Rakshasa surveyed the sumptuous spread, and both Niklov and Madame Butterfly felt their stomachs rumble. They had always endured hunger easily, until now, when their appetite threatened to overwhelm them. Damien and Lady Butterfly showed no sign of fear. After all, the Void cult was famous for its prodigious appetites. Lacey, ever the seasoned veteran, offered them a few words of hard-earned wisdom. "Listen," she began. "If you want to keep your mind clear out there, you need to learn hunger training. You can't give in every time your stomach growls. Unchecked hunger makes you irritable and rash, and on the battlefield, a moment's lapse in judgment can be fatal." She let that sink in before continuing. "There will be plenty of times when you simply must endure the pangs and refuse food. If you break the Void God's commandments and eat at the wrong moment, no one will be able to save you." Damien and Lady Butterfly shifted uncomfortably as their stomachs rumbled. Lacey gave them a knowing smile. "Every year, we head to Monster Planet to hone our skills and accelerate our evolution. The price we pay is hunger. But over time, you learn to shrug it off until the moment is right. Trust me, it's a small sacrifice for the power you'll gain." Damien and the others all understood how crucial starvation training was. He felt fortunate that, having spent most of their time on Void Island, they never had to worry about food or water, an untroubled existence that kept everyone in high spirits. Before stepping into their first grueling fast, Damien hadn't faced any setbacks severe enough to shake his resolve, and he counted that as a blessing. "Understood, Lady Lacey," Nikrov said, genuine surprise flashing in his eyes. He bowed once, then straightened with solemn respect. Lacey noticed that both Nikrov and Madame Butterfly had slipped in the word adult when addressing her. She considered correcting them, but the title seemed harmless enough, so she let it pass without comment. The small party followed Jinn Rakshasa up a twisting stairwell to the upper level. As they climbed, Renoli glanced over at Nikrov and remarked, "Your first priority should be evolving your physical form. It's clearly your biggest weakness." Nikrov returned the look with a confident smile. "Once I overcome that weakness, I'll be well on my way to ranking among the universe's top experts." Damien had always relied on overwhelming offensive power at the expense of his physical resilience. To outsiders, it seemed as if his body were almost impervious. After all, no enemy had managed to land a truly crippling blow. But Damien knew the truth. His defenses were far from indestructible. A single strike from a sufficiently powerful opponent might well finish him. And if he were seriously wounded, he lacked any means of rapid recovery. His breathtaking speed and range of telekinetic control, flying at supersonic velocities and manipulating everything within a 10-kilometer radius, could not mask the simple fact that his body was fragile. That fragility, Damien acknowledged, was his greatest weakness. Golden Rakshasa studied him closely and finally asked, "So you admit it, you're physically weak?" "Yet I don't sense any vulnerability," his companion replied, eyes narrowing. "Your telepathic defenses are unlike anything I've ever encountered. Not even a barrage of laser cannon fire could penetrate your mind," another voice observed. Damien offered a rueful smile. "Psychic defense is a matter of vigilance and anticipation. You strike first in the mind. If you react only after an attack begins, it's already too late." Golden Rakshasa shook his head. "So mental fortitude alone doesn't guarantee physical toughness." "Precisely," Damien agreed softly. "My mental barriers may be formidable, but they won't prevent a blade from piercing my chest. And as for my mental defenses, well, they're hardly invincible either. If you had truly seen Lord Kyle's physical prowess, you would understand the very meaning of defense," the Golden Rakshasa remarked, his eyes glinting with admiration. Nikrov, overhearing the praise, tilted his head. "You mean, strike first and strike last?" The Golden Rakshasa paused, as though dilating on those words. Often, a single phrase from someone far stronger can awaken fresh insight in those who still have much to learn. Damien sat across from Nikrov, studying the older warrior's calm expression as he spoke. When you evaluate a formidable foe, you can't fixate on a single impressive feat. You must take the whole picture into account. That's where preemption comes in, anticipating your opponent's moves and preparing your response in advance. On any battlefield where the heavy hitters clash, seizing the initiative is always preferable. It ensures your enemies stay within the bounds of what you can handle. Still, as long as you remain alive among the powerful, you will inevitably face adversaries with strange abilities, or even ones stronger than yourself. If your go-to tactics fail to phase them, your secondary methods become vital. By mastering delayed strikes and countermeasures, you give yourself the chance to react instinctively, defending or launching a counterattack even when you can't respond immediately. Remember, the first rule of combat is self-preservation. Only once your life is secure can you focus on defeating your enemy. A technique that only works once isn't truly excellent. I strongly advise against a fighting style that gambles your life needlessly. Nikrov had only just joined the Void God cult, but his decades of hard-won experience made it clear he wasn't about to be outclassed by Kyle or anyone else. Damien watched him carefully as Nikrov spoke. "So what you're saying is," Damien asked, "there's no real advantage to striking first. Sometimes it's better to wait." Nikrov shook his head. "There's no one-size-fits-all rule about who should attack when. It all comes down to a fighter's style and how they capitalize on their strengths." Luosan frowned. "But doesn't having the upper hand early on give you momentum?" "Only if you let it," Nikrov replied. "Right now, you're focused on how powerful you feel at this moment. That kind of tunnel vision can be fatal. Instead, you must learn every tactic you can, study your opponent, anticipate their moves, and turn their strengths into your weaknesses." He turned to face Jin Luosha next. "Take me as an example. My gift is speed. If an enemy can't match my reflexes, their only chance is to strike me from behind. But if you've never trained to fight attacks coming from the rear, you're like an ant under my foot, too small to matter, easy to crush, and utterly at my mercy." Luosan and Jin Luosha exchanged worried glances, clearly still trying to grasp the lesson. Nikrov offered them a confident smile. "Let's move out of theory and into practice. A demonstration will make everything crystal clear." Just like that, one gentle squeeze and your life's over. Damien had already materialized behind Jin Luosha and Luosan. In a heartbeat, his fingers closed around their throats. Both of them went stiff with shock, cold sweat prickling their skin. Damien's voice was calm, almost casual. "To be blunt, a preemptive control technique only works if you're stronger than your opponent, or at least evenly matched. What comes after brute strength is all about reflexes and specialized skills." He paused, then added, "You two are still young. You haven't even hit your peaks yet. Take your time learning." With that, Damien released them. Jin and Hai staggered back a step and watched as he slipped into his original stance. Disoriented, they scanned the space before and behind them, but there was only one Damien. His movement had been so fast, so fluid, it was impossible to tell where he'd struck from. No wonder everyone facing him is forced onto the defensive. There are few fighters in the world who can match Damien's speed. Damien and Hailuo-san exchanged thoughtful glances. If they ever came face to face in battle, neither would have any illusions about the other's strength. Master Renault, too, had to master this late-blow fighting style and learn how to counter it. The crucial insight was this: when confronting a killing god, or even Lord Nikrov, never assume your opponent is weaker, always regard them as stronger. That simple shift in perspective had opened both Damien's and Hailuo's eyes. How you view future enemies would determine the path you choose. Later that evening, the group climbed the winding staircase to a gleaming hall near the top of the tower. Plush cushions were laid around low tables, heavy with dishes from every corner of the empire. One by one, they settled in, passing plates of spiced fish and braised meats, sipping fragrant teas between bouts of light-hearted conversation. To everyone's astonishment, Madame Butterfly and Lord Nekrov suddenly triggered their public evolutions. A soft, shimmering aura enveloped them both. Power surged through their bodies in waves, leaving the onlookers breathless. Damien's eyes sparkled with excitement as he beckoned for more dishes. He had barely touched half the spread. After the table fell into a momentary hush, he rose and headed toward the center of the hall. With practiced care, he began arranging the golden branches and leaves he had gathered earlier. When asked why he wouldn't let the servants handle it, he simply smiled. Some things are worth doing yourself. And as the final branch found its place, the glow in the halls swelled, an unspoken promise that tonight's festivities were only the beginning of what this unlikely alliance would achieve. Although the golden maple's seeds can be planted to grow an entire grove of gilded trees, Nikrov had something more immediate in mind. He and Kyle had done so much for the people of St. Nicholas that Nikrov vowed to present Lord Kyle with living branches and leaves from the great golden maple itself, a gift both rare and magnificent. Nearby, Bai Linglong, Laura, and Hailuo-san pressed Nikrov and Madame Butterfly for details on what it felt like to evolve into their true forms. They'd already witnessed 2 complete transformations firsthand and wanted more than hearsay. They longed to understand the process as the 2 masters experienced it. Generously, Nikrov described his own surge of power, the rush of energy through every fiber of his being, and the calm clarity that followed his rebirth. Madame Butterfly added her reflections on the subtle shifts in perception and the weight of ancient wisdom settling into her mind. At that moment, the bells began to toll again, each chime distinct in rhythm and tone. Rather than remaining on the ground, Kyle and his companions rose effortlessly into the air, wings or robes lifting them upward. From a respectful distance, they gazed upon the living monument deep within the Jinfeng Pavilion's heart, the colossal golden maple tree, its leaves shimmering like molten gold in the afternoon light. Nikrov and Lady Butterfly joined Bai Linglong, Laura, and Hailuo-san on an overlook just beyond the pavilion's edge. Together, they watched the tree's vast branches sway gently, exuding an aura of serene power. Standing before it, the golden Rakshasa, once compact and unassuming, now towered in full, majestic height, its form radiating the quiet strength of ages. The sight was more than all of them had dreamed it could be. Damien stood at the foot of the world-ancient tree, all 3 meters of him dwarfed by its golden grandeur. Sunlight danced off the immense canopy, each leaf a shimmering blade of polished metal. High above, the legendary golden Rakshasa circled the branches with effortless grace. In a heartbeat, she slashed through one brilliant leaf after another, snatching away over 100 in the blink of an eye, leaves that would take a millennium to grow anew. Each fallen fragment was like a rolled parchment of pure gold, their edges curling into perfect ornamental scrolls. Simply stacking them or arranging them on display would suffice to astonish any collector. Yet the Rakshasa wasn't finished. With a mighty beat of her wings, she unleashed a gale that turned dripping foliage into a fine, golden dust. The freshly cut leaves whirled skyward in a twining spiral, carried on currents of wind that sparkled like stardust. Damien watched, awestruck, as the phantom whirlwind climbed toward the clouds, the Rakshasa riding its crest in a ballet of light and motion. Even Kyle, feared by many as the boss of bosses, found his usual composure give way to wonder. In that moment, amidst the rain of gold, all three of them felt the pulse of something far greater than themselves. Lacey stood silently, her gaze fixed on the golden cascade that shimmered across sky and earth. After a moment, she whispered, "I wish I could recite a poem to match this sight, but I'm no scholar. All I can say is, such a treasure is best kept here, hidden from the world." For 10,000 years, only the Jinn family, keepers of the golden tree, had truly known how to nurture its power. Bet are that its wonders remain few, so there are no prying eyes to covet them. She counted the cut branches and leaves. "There are enough here to plant 110 saplings," she said. Lord Ranelli leaned in to inspect the gleaming fronds. "According to the ancient Bai clan records," he explained, "each golden branch or leaf can grow into a full-sized golden maple tree." Bai Linglong's eyes lit up at the thought. "Then soon these rolling hills will be blanketed in gold," she murmured, her voice filled with awe. A sudden gust of wind heralded the golden Rakshasa's awakening. Birds twittered across the sky as radiant branches and leaves of pure gold sprouted from its form. Each leaf curved like an elegant scroll, torsioning toward the heavens, the entire canopy trembling as if alive with resonance. A haunting melody seemed to emanate from the tree itself, its gilded surfaces reflecting the world around it. Bathed in the sun's dying glow, the countless facets of gold blazed with a brilliance so intense it threatened to dazzle onlookers into stillness. Kyle stared, jaw dropped. "What on earth is that?" Damien stood before the legendary golden tree, its foliage glimmering like molten sunshine. Ever since he'd come to the Jinn estate, he'd heard whispers that the family believed the tree housed a spirit. According to tradition, every time a branch or a leaf was taken, the clan must perform the Mingjin ceremony to express their gratitude and to ask permission of the tree's spirit. "It isn't just folklore," Bai Linglong murmured, her eyes shining. She pressed her palms against her cheeks, unable to contain her excitement. "They say that when the ritual begins, the sky fills with golden light, and the birds sing without pause for 9 days straight." Damien watched as the eldest priestess arranged incense before the tree's massive trunk. A warm breeze stirred the leaves, sending faint chimes of sunlight dancing across the courtyard. "I never imagined I'd witness it with my own eyes," Bai Linglong admitted. Her fascination with ancient legends had drawn her here, but nothing could prepare her for the reality of the golden tree's magic. He Luosan, usually so reserved, met Damien's gaze with steely resolve. "This is no fairy tale," he insisted. "If you truly intend to succeed as the next head of the Jinn family, you must learn every step of the Mingjin ceremony, no matter how long it takes." Damien inhaled deeply, feeling the weight of centuries of tradition settle on his shoulders. The devoted solemnity around him was electrifying. He nodded once, firmly. "Then I will learn it," he replied. "I promise you, I will honor our ancestors and the spirit of this tree every time I take from it." As the first golden rays of the ritual light began to bathe the courtyard, Damien knew his life had irrevocably changed. Under the watchful gaze of the golden tree, his journey to leadership had truly begun. Damien stood before the ancestral tapestry, studying the story of the Jinn family's boundless wealth. He knew that even devoting 100,000 years' worth of resources to a single line of blossoms would barely dent their coffers. 5,000 years wouldn't suffice either. In truth, it had been well over 10 millennia since the golden tree's branches were first harvested to sustain their prosperity. Yet despite the sweep of time, the St. Nicholas civilization held traditions sacred. No matter how the world changed, certain ancient customs endured, passed from one generation to the next, until only extinction could silence them. Damien recalled how the High Clan had once honored similarly grand rituals centered on their emperor's water spring. That was before the Great War, more than 10,000 years ago, reduced the spring's roaring cascade to mere legend. Later attempts to restore the spring succeeded in refilling its pool, but its waters now trickled like ethereal essence instead of plunging in a magnificent torrent. The glory and splendor of old had vanished forever. Though the High still preserved the rituals, in theory, there was no longer any occasion to perform them, a lingering sorrow no member of the clan could ever forget. The ceremony was still in full swing. Though only a single golden Rakshasa took part, its song poured forth like liquid gold, resonating across all 9 heavens. As it sang, the ancient golden tree seemed to come alive. Its towering branches swayed in harmony, and each massive gilded leaf whispered like wind through a forest. Anyone fortunate enough to witness such a sight would carry the memory forever. "This was absolutely worth the journey," Lacey murmured, eyes shining. "It's just a shame we can't capture it on camera." "Why not describe it to our friends back home?" came the gentle reply. "They'd be spellbound." Lacey sighed, torn between regret and awe. "You're right. At least we experienced it in person." Renoli, still fixated on the interwoven spectacle of beast song and rustling foliage, offered a warm smile. "With the right words, we might almost make them feel it for themselves." Damien could hardly contain his excitement. This journey to the St. Nicholas civilization had treated him to breathtaking landscapes and a culture unlike any he'd ever known. Every new sight, towering crystal spires, fluttering lantern festivals, fields of bioluminescent flowers, felt unprecedented, fresh, and utterly unforgettable. First impressions carry a special magic. No matter how many times you return, they never quite dim. I only hope that one day, many of my countrymen will have the chance to see this with their own eyes, Damien murmured, his gaze lingering on a river whose waters shimmered like liquid silver. Beside him, the prophet shared that same wide-eyed wonder. Unless duty demanded otherwise, the prophets deliberately experienced every wonder alongside Renaud and the rest of the party, ensuring they never lost the hunger to explore and to bring their discoveries back to the wider world. "Watching a civilization flourish amidst such splendor," the prophet said quietly, "reminds us just how noble it is to help others continue their journey." Madame Butterfly's dark lashes fluttered as she offered a soft, "Absolutely." Niklov, standing a little apart, simply nodded in agreement. Together, they fell into a comfortable silence, each absorbed by the beauty of St. Nicholas and the promise it held for all who would follow in their footsteps. It would be breathtaking to witness every Jinn family member respond in perfect harmony, becoming a chorus of thousands of birds, Luosan breathed, his eyes alight with excitement. "That very spectacle was recorded by my great-grandfather," he continued, "and he lavished it with praise in his chronicles. I've always wondered if I'd ever see it with my own eyes." Proud of his St. Nicholas heritage, Luosan turned to watch the golden Rakshasa figures dancing on the breeze at the far end of the courtyard. Although the Jinn family's principal rights belonged to them alone, their ceremony was an expression of St. Nicholas' civilization at large, so praise from outsiders felt both natural and deserved. "This is a day I will never forget." Standing beside him, Bai Linglong took in every detail, determined to imprint this unique ritual in her memory. "Mr. Niklov, Madame Butterfly, thank you for bringing me here," she said, bowing her head respectfully. Laura, too, felt a surge of gratitude for being witness to such a moment. Yet despite her excitement, she couldn't shake the unsettling thought that she might have inadvertently offended Mrs. Butterfly and Mr. Niklov. Considering his modest upbringing and limited abilities, Damien knew he'd likely never even hear of the Golden Tree in his lifetime, let alone witness the age-old rites that had endured for tens of thousands of years. Traditions of such depth made him wonder whether one could ever truly leave something behind for the future, a legacy countless souls would inherit and carry forward. He shrugged. "It doesn't matter." Niklov returned his smile with genuine warmth. "Our backgrounds are different, yes, but fate has a way of bringing us together, even when we're worlds from home." Damien nodded. "At the end of the day, whether you lean on family or comrades, it's the people you meet who share your purpose that become your true treasures in a vast universe." Finding kindred spirits and embarking on a journey together, that was the real prize of wandering among the stars. Then came the moment they'd been waiting for. For 30 minutes, the Golden Rakshasa and the Golden Tree wove a titanic symphony of light and sound, a melody so powerful its echoes would ripple through the cosmos for 9 days. At last, with a deafening crack, the golden Rakshasa plunged from the heavens like a bolt of living thunder, striking the tree's gilded crown with unrelenting force. The shockwave shimmered in gold, heralding the next chapter of their shared destiny. Damien, known far and wide as the golden Rakshasa, bore down on the massive golden tree with breathtaking force. When he finally landed, he drew his feet together and balanced perfectly on one of its highest branches. Panting softly, he braced himself and let his breath settle. Then, hands clasped before his chest, he bowed his head toward the eastern horizon and intoned in a clear voice, "I, Damien Jinluosha, son of Jin Jialuo and 27th heir of the Jin family, offer my deepest thanks to the golden tree for its gracious gift." At that moment, the tree responded with a melodious rustle, as if whispering back its blessing. Golden leaves and slender branches, each curved like a gilded scroll, detached themselves and swirled around him, carried on a breeze that seemed to rise from the heart of the world. They drifted down gently, layering themselves in perfect order along the trunk. This display marked the beginning of the Mingjin dance, the solemn gesture of gratitude the Jin clan pays to the golden tree. More than mere ritual or spectacle, the Jin family's gold ring ceremony proves a warrior's true refinement. Only by mastering every step of the Mingjin dance can one claim that his martial prowess has truly reached its highest form. Without precise mastery, one cannot truly command the all-pervading winds or complete the final, decisive steps of the ritual. Yet Jin Rakshasa achieved it at the remarkably young age of 46, a feat that would surely stand as an unbroken record. No sooner had this struck Damien than the golden Rakshasa descended from its shining tree, its wings beating in 110 gusts per minute. This time, it swept directly toward Damien and his companions. Raising its head to the sky, the brilliant creature poured forth a clear, bird-like song. As the last notes faded, the tree's elaborate mechanisms clicked shut, and its golden canopy folded inward, drifting gently back to the open ground. Within moments, the tree had settled, its leaves and branches carpeting the field in soft, glowing fragments. Damien and the others erupted into applause. Jin Rakshasa had just performed a dance of wind and light that surpassed all expectation. "Absolutely breathtaking," Damien exclaimed. "One of the most spectacular ceremonies I've ever witnessed," another added in wonder. "It's a dance like no other," someone murmured, and all nodded in agreement. Damien stood spellbound, barely believing what he'd just witnessed. "I don't think I'll ever forget that in 100 years, he said, his voice hushed with awe. He glanced at his companion, a sly grin creeping across his face. "Now let's see who dares claim that men can't dance gracefully." In truth, the Jin family's bloodline had been perfected through generations of meticulous breeding, producing birdmen with flawless plumage and impeccable form. Tonight's highlight was the golden ringing ceremony, a special dance performed atop the ancient golden tree. As the legendary golden Rakshasa launched into its routine, each leap and pirouette radiated a magnetism that held every spectator captive. From the sidelines, an attendant called out, 110 golden branches and leaves, every single one is here." Another voice chimed in, "I'll send you those early-stage planting and watering tutorials tonight." RD added reassuringly, "Don't worry about protecting the foliage. They're light, yes, but remarkably sturdy." The golden Rakshasa panted, beads of sweat glinting under the lantern light. Yet its expression was one of pure exhilaration, not fatigue. In the vast Jin estate, home to countless direct heirs, only a rare few could master the golden dance on that sacred tree. Damien felt his pulse quicken. Moments like this, where tradition and talent converged in dazzling display, were what legends were made of, and tonight he had witnessed one firsthand. Damien's chest tightened as he faced the golden tree. To everyone watching, his performance must have looked perfectly effortless, but inside he was a coiled spring of focus. One single thought drove him: succeed at all costs. Failure wasn't an option. Not only was his family's honor on the line, he could never risk injuring the sacred tree. They said a single minute on stage was born from 10 years of practice off stage. When the moment came, it was mindset that made all the difference. Let nerves take hold, and every ounce of skill would slip away. When the performance ended, Kyle, one of the Void Cult's senior members, approached the tree. He reached out and brushed his fingers over the gleaming golden fronds sprouting from its trunk. "Damien," he said, voice warm, "may I take a few of these leaves home? They'd look perfect hanging above my altar." Damien relaxed for the first time in minutes. "By all means," he replied. Kyle gave a thoughtful nod. "Just remember our agreement. These are strictly for personal use. No selling." "You have my word," Damien assured him. Kyle smiled. "Good. We don't have many of these in the Void Cult anyway, and honestly, who'd even try to buy something so sacred?" As Kyle carefully gathered several golden leaves, Damien finally allowed himself to breathe. It was a small victory, but the first of many to come. Lacey reached out and lifted one of the golden boughs. Each branch, leaves and all, stretched 5 or 6 meters long. They looked slender and delicate, almost weightless, but in truth they were surprisingly heavy. No wonder Damien, the golden Rakshasa, had been utterly winded after his performance. Every dazzling flourish they just witnessed was the fruit of his rigorous training. "I'll rest for a moment," Damien said, handing the branch back to Lacey. "Then I'll properly entertain you all." No sooner had the burden left his hands than a wave of relief washed over him, and fatigue settled into his bones. He leaned back against the railing, eyes half closed. If it were just Hailuo-san here, no outsiders, Damien thought he'd already have flopped onto the deck, gasping for air to recover his strength. Lacey offered him a gentle smile. "Take your time. There's no rush." He allowed himself a small, grateful nod. "Everything's been taken care of. We'll spend a few days in St. Nicholasation, and then we'll return to Void Island." Seeing how drained he still looked, Lacey spoke again, softer this time. "Please, rest as long as you need." Damien closed his eyes for a moment, the cool breeze off the water soothing his aching muscles. He leaned heavily against the railing, finally able to let his guard and his exhaustion go. "Please, take care of yourself first," Lady Lacey urged, her tone gentle but firm. Bai Linglong, the golden Rakshasa, bowed her head in gratitude. "Thank you, my lady. May I accompany you to Void Island?" Lord Kyle laughed softly. "By all means. Anyone who wishes to join our expedition to Void Island is more than welcome." Renoli smiled as well. "Then I should return home and prepare for the ceremony." Laura watched Bai Linglong make plans with Lord Kyle and the others. She longed to join them too, but hesitated. Leaving the St. Nicholas civilization was no small decision. Finally, she cleared her throat. "I can help you get ready if you'd like." Bai Linglong studied Laura's hopeful face and nodded. "That would be wonderful. Thank you." Laura's shoulders relaxed. Though the journey ahead was daunting, having a friend by her side made all the difference. "Hurry up," Nikrov called to Laura. "Tomorrow, take us to the other highlights of Demai." Laura hesitated. Neither she nor Madame Butterfly wanted to leave just yet. They'd barely begun to explore the marvels of St. Nicholas civilization, and who knew when they'd return. Nikrov smiled reassuringly. "It won't take long to freshen up and offer our respects." "We'll be back this evening," Laura promised. "I give you my word," Nikrov said. "Tomorrow, I'll show you every corner of St. Nicholas civilization." Laura nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Damien remained spellbound by the Golden Rakshasa's famed golden dance. Photography was strictly prohibited, but he had another way of preserving the moment. With a graceful motion of his right hand, he drew 2 spheres of void energy into being. One transformed into a slender tree, bathed in starlight. The other became a bird whose feathers glimmered like the night sky. The little creature flitted and danced around the luminous tree in a silent ballet more enchanting than any picture could capture. If Sonia weren't asleep, Damien thought with a smile, he would have coaxed the bird into song just for her. Damien spent the next hour delving deeper into his newfound void powers, and made a disheartening discovery. Though he could recreate any scene he had witnessed, his simulations always felt hollow. The summoned trees lacked the golden tree's divine craftsmanship, and the phantom birds he fashioned could never match the golden Rakshasa's fierce majesty. They possessed none of that living, untamed vitality or the bravery that surged forth in service of the ritual. No matter how flawless the image, something essential was missing. He reminded himself, however, that Jin Luosha and Hai Luosan's ability to earn the Void's blessing wouldn't hinge on perfect mimicry. Instead, it would depend entirely on their character and resolve when they arrived on Void Island. Only by passing its trial could they hope to claim that boon. Glancing at the clock, Damien saw it was nearly 1 o'clock. He decided it was time to sleep. The era of the St. Nicholas civilization was drawing to a close anyway, and Lacey, Niklov, and the others would be back in just a few days. He could afford to focus on this tomorrow. Meanwhile, across the galaxy in the Kree Empire, a flood of video reports poured in from the Empire's leading scientists. In the Imperial Palace's highest chamber, the Supreme Controller sat motionless before a wide projection screen. His skin was a flawless cerulean blue, and his gaze was as cold and implacable as mountain ice, an expression that brooked no disturbance as he absorbed every report. At that moment, Damien watched the live feed in horror. He slammed both fists onto the polished obsidian table, the impact echoing through the council chamber. His face went ashen, lips drawn tight over clenched teeth. How dare the Void cult train these wretches again? A stunned silence fell over the gathered Kree dignitaries. None of them dared so much as draw a breath. They didn't know the full extent of their commander's strategy, but they all remembered the massacre of 7 Kree scientists by the Void cult on St. Nicol. An old vendetta simmered between their empires, and now the cult had once again dared to strike at the heart of Kree power. Damien's rage was both natural and justified. "Who betrayed us?" he thundered, pacing the length of the chamber. His original plan had been simple: dispatch Kree researchers to St. Nicol to study that civilization's groundbreaking biomodification techniques, technology that could elevate every Kree warrior's combat prowess. But the operation's secrecy had been shattered, and their enemies had used the leak to slaughter their scientists. Damien's eyes burned as he searched the faces before him for the traitor who condemned his people. Stillness answered him. No one would admit fault, yet the room crackled with the promise of retribution. Damien's strategy had seemed foolproof. By tapping into the St. Nick, Olas civilization's advanced biotechnology, he aimed to forge an invincible army for the Kree Empire. So far, the initial St. Nicolization process had produced remarkable physical enhancements: strength, resilience, accelerated healing, but it still fell short of the Empire's grandest ambitions. Undeterred, Damien ordered his research teams to push further to unlock the secret of cataclysmic transformation. If mastered, it would grant every Kree subject not only unrivaled might, a body honed to disaster-level ferocity, but also a vastly prolonged lifespan. Armed with such power, Damien believed he could finally stand against the dreaded Void God cult. For 6 intense months, progress accelerated beyond expectation. Genetic samples arrived daily, analysis ran round the clock, and prospects looked brighter with each passing week. Then, in a single devastating strike, the entire project was obliterated. The Void God cult's 4 executioners, lethal champions whispered of in nightmares, slipped past security and descended on the remote research outpost. By dawn, every Kree scientist was slain, the data servers lay in smoldering ruins, and the captive subjects from St. Nicholas were gone. No blueprint, no tissue sample, no live test subject remained to carry the project forward. Now, the Kree Empire confronts a crushing setback. Without the stolen St. Nicholas genetic archive and its volunteer, or unfortunate subjects, recreating the cataclysmic transformation protocol from scratch will be a monumental challenge. Damien must decide whether to abandon the dream of near immortality or mount a daring counterstrike to reclaim the lost research and renew his fight against the fanatics of the Void God cult. In the silence left by the massacre, only one thing is certain: the war for ultimate power has only just begun. Damien leaned forward in the dimly lit briefing chamber, absorbing every word of the Kree strategist's holographic presentation. Behind them, shifting star maps and diagrams flickered in midair, charting the Kree Empire's next great gambit. The Sanic civilization, the strategist declared, has mastered advanced biogenetic engineering. Their gene neutralization experiments are unparalleled. If we can harness that technology, we'll transform calamities into weapons. Disasters will no longer weaken us. They'll refine our forces, purge our weaknesses, and forge a generation of warriors capable of confronting any foe. A ripple of approval ran through the council delegates. Across centuries of skirmishes, the Kree had amassed many victories. But to secure true dominance over the Void cult, to subjugate Xandar, and to vanquish Irani Rail once and for all, they needed an edge beyond starships and plasma cannons. They needed bio-engineered resilience. If the heart of the world is our prime target, the strategist continued, then Irani Rail ranks a close second. Under her leadership, Xandar has spent the last 2 centuries weaving alliances with dozens of civilizations. Their diplomatic cloak now shields them as effectively as any shield generator. By exploiting Sanic disaster conversion methods, we'll decimate Xandar's defenses far from their home sector, then turn that momentum straight toward Andromeda, where more enemies flock at the faintest sign of Kree weakness. Damien's jaw tightened. The plan was elegant in its brutality. Trigger controlled disasters, study survivors for genetic markers, then retrofit Kree forces with those adaptations. Each battlefield would become a laboratory, each casualty a potential breakthrough. In theory, it would vault the Empire into a new era of unchallenged supremacy. In practice, whoever leaked these details risked unraveling the entire campaign. A hush fell as the strategist's final slide blinked into view. Operation Maelstrom, Project Archive compromised. Every encrypted channel the Kree had relied on was breached. The Void Cult's agents, Xandar sympathizers, or worse, had obtained the blueprint. A low murmur spread through the council. One of the senior commanders, Carrie, E-Sector's controller, stood abruptly, robes swirling. "This is intolerable," she snapped. "If our adversaries know our methods, they'll counter every move. The moment we strike, they'll be ready." Damien watched Carrie's face, cool detachment shattered by raw anger. She slammed a fist on the console. "We must reroute all operations through secure Sanic nodes and deploy counterintelligence teams immediately. Whoever betrayed us will pay in blood." Silence followed. Then the strategist inclined his head. "Agreed, but we proceed. The day we declare war on the Void Cult, and then on Xandar, draws nearer. Leak or not, we cannot afford to hesitate." Damien exhaled slowly. The room hummed with renewed purpose, but he sensed the tension coiling beneath their determination. With Project Maelstrom exposed, every step forward would be shadowed by the possibility of betrayal. And yet, the alternative, waiting for enemies to strike first, was unthinkable. Rising from his seat, Damien resolved to uncover the traitor within their ranks before the first biowarfare salvo ever left Kree space. The Empire's future, and perhaps countless lives, depended on it. Damien stared at the holoscreen, brows drawn in frustration. When the Xandar Empire first tried to choke off their supply of power gems, he'd still managed to slip them through Ronin's blockade. Now, though, the Void Cult had joined the fray, and with far more sinister intent. Every shipment of energy stopped dead in its tracks. No one on the cult's side so much as blinked at Imperial protests. It was clear. The Void Cult had set its sights on the Kree Empire. By cutting off their power and sowing discord, the cult sought to stunt Kree progress and to fan the flames of old grievances into a full-blown cosmic war spanning both galaxies. Yet Damien knew his people were not ready. Their forces were neither numerous enough nor cunning enough to face the Void's monstrous legions head-on. And if they attempted to bargain with Kassadin, the so-called God of the Void, they would only make things worse. Kassadin no longer resembled any creature of flesh and blood. He was a transcendent entity, a living fracture between worlds whose very presence warped reality. Damien pressed a gloved hand to his temple. The only hope lay in strategy. First, find some way to neutralize Kassadin, prevent him from intervening directly, and then strike at the cult's lesser strongholds while their god remained occupied. But to do that, he needed to understand his enemy. He summoned up every recorded scrap of intelligence on Kassadin, his origins, his motives, even rumors of rival Void princes. As the data streamed in, Damien felt both dread and determination settle in his chest. The coming campaign would test every skill he possessed. If the Kree were to survive, they would need more than guns and fleets. They would need the one thing the Void Cult despised most: foresight. And Damien intended to have plenty of it. Damien stared into the distance, frustration tightening his jaw. If he could grasp Kassadin's true nature, he could anticipate the Void God's moves and fashion an effective counterattack. But Kassadin, deity of the Void, seldom manifests in this realm. Whether he is a risk-taker, a miser, or driven by darker appetites, remained utterly unknown. In all the centuries of the Kree Empire's dominion over the galaxy, they had never faced an adversary that seemed so utterly impregnable. Yet Damien refused to accept that no answer existed. There must be a strategy. He just hadn't uncovered it yet. With a steely look at the officers arrayed before him, he turned and strode out of the council chamber. His next stop, the hidden sanctum of the Supreme Wisdom. Unlike Irani Rael, the beachy seer who communed freely with the World Heart, Damien would have to seek a private, secret audience. "Void God sect," he murmured under his breath. "Your arrogance won't last." For as long as the Kree Empire had reigned unchallenged among the stars, it had weathered no storm like this, yet Damien vowed it would not weather death. The Celestial clan, often derided across the galaxy as the Bug Race, has finally met the full might of the Kree Empire head-on. Even the ominous Void Cult, vast and inscrutable as it seems, is merely another wave that the Kree have the power to repel. A few days later, Kyle, Renly, Lacey, the Predictor, Nick Butterfly, and Bai Linglong gathered aboard Kyle's battleship for the voyage back to Xandar. Laura still hadn't made up her mind. She intended to wait until Bai Linglong returned and could report firsthand on the Void God religion before deciding her next move. None of this dampened Bai Linglong's spirits. She perched against the bulged viewport, watching the pale blue and green orb of the San Nicole system recede into the void. A flutter of unease whispered through her. After all, this was her first time leaving her home civilization. Yet her anxiety was eclipsed by excitement and wonder at the unexplored reaches of space. At last, she would see Xandar, the storied empire she'd heard of all her life. As the stars stretched into lines and the battleship leapt into hyperspace, Bai Linglong pressed her forehead to the cool glass and whispered, "I'm ready." Across the command deck, the crew exchanged knowing smiles. Whatever awaited them in Xandar, they would face it together. And for Bai Linglong, the real adventure was only just beginning. For most people, the farthest they ever travel might be to a neighboring province. Some never even leave their own city, let alone journey to another planet. So for Damien, venturing into the stars felt like a child's first field trip. He could hardly contain himself. His cat-like tail twitched and flicked with restless excitement. Master Jin Rakshasa and Master Hai Luo, by contrast, had formal business to attend to in the St. Nicholas civilization before they could set foot in the Void God sect. They couldn't simply bid their parents farewell and depart. In addition to paying their respects at home, they needed to appoint reliable deputies to oversee their responsibilities. Only then could they travel with peace of mind. Previously, they'd spent their days entertaining guests such as Kyle and Nikrov in the imperial capital, always within hailing distance in case of an emergency. But once they left St. Nicholas space and crossed into the Xandar Empire, even a round trip would consume nearly a full day. Jin Luosha and Hei Luosan were used to juggling urgent crises, but even they felt the pressure today. After all, a single day's delay could turn a manageable problem into a catastrophe, one that might cost them their reputations. Kyle greeted Bai Linglong with a warm smile as he noticed her cat-like tail swishing behind her. "First time taking a long trip, Miss Bai Linglong?" She nodded, her silver hair catching the morning light. "Yes. Ever since I was born nearly a century ago, I've never left the St. Nicholas civilization. Our unique biological transformations make it difficult for anyone in my position to travel far." Kyle chuckled sympathetically. "If you were part of the Bai family's direct bloodline, you'd be free to explore the galaxy, and much safer too." Bai Linglong's tail curled around her ankle. "That would be nice," she said, her smile tinged with wistfulness. The direct Bai line hardly shows any outward changes, no feline features at all, yet they're incredibly strong and adept at magic. Ordinary members like me, we don't have that luxury. She sighed, straightening her cloak. Beyond the shuttle's viewport, the stars winked in silent invitation. Bai Linglong took a deep breath, bracing herself for the unknown adventures that lay ahead. Damien activated his personal defense field, noting how effectively it neutralized minor hazards. With this kind of protection, the dangers of deep space travel were far more manageable. "There's still a lot that can go wrong out there," Lacey said with a reassuring smile. "It pays to be careful." She was right. In the vastness of the Andromeda galaxy, though more stable than its turbulent nay, Ibers, peril lurked everywhere. Public order here wasn't perfect. Peace simply meant no intercivilizational wars had erupted in decades. That didn't stop nomadic populations of billions from drifting into new systems, nor did it eliminate interstellar predators, underground crime lords, or small but ruthless pirate bands. The Xandar Empire dedicated enormous resources to hunting down these threats, and its magical might and advanced technology were unmatched. Still, with thousands of inhabited worlds scattered across light years, some corners of Andromeda always remained beyond even Xandar's vigilant reach. Damien glanced at Lacey. Then we'll just have to make sure our ship's defenses, and our wits, are up to the task. She nodded. Exactly. Caution and readiness keep explorers alive. Together, they turned their focus back to the star chart flickering on the console, already charting a course into regions both uncharted and undeniably dangerous. Ever since the colonial powers were overthrown, the Xandar Empire has followed a single guiding principle: oversee without encroaching on the sovereignty of other civilizations. Take the St. Nicholas civilization, for example. As long as they abide by the fundamental, non-negotiable laws, how they choose to evolve is entirely their own affair. The Empire doesn't station Nova Corps garrisons on their worlds, nor does it parachute in overseers to micromanage their governments. One culture's customs cannot simply be imposed upon another. Doing so would erase every unique path, forcing every society into the same rigid mold. Such uniformity may simplify imperial rule, but it suffocates creativity and quashes the many possibilities that emerge when different peoples are left to chart their own course. This is precisely what the Xandar Empire refuses to allow. As a result, the Andromeda Galaxy remains a sprawling mosaic of independent civilizations, and yes, a fair share of lawless zones. Out here, every world fights for its survival and defines its own destiny. Damien leaned forward, voice firm but encouraging. I know you're already being extremely careful, maybe even overcautious, but you can't let fear keep you anchored, right? Bai Linglong's eyes sparkled as she met his gaze. Caution is one thing, she replied, but living in fear is another. I've got years, possibly centuries ahead of me. I refuse to let trepidation lock me inside the St. Nicholas colony forever. Sure, hiding there is safe, but it's also stagnation. Most people only settle down after they've truly seen the universe and tasted its wonders. She paused, as if recalling every star she'd yet to visit. I've decided I want more, a choice, and the effort to make it real. A soft chuckle rose from the far side of the room. Renoli stepped into the light, a warm smile on his face. I admire your spirit, Bai Linglong, he said. You're lively, sharp, and downright courageous. You'll never be dull company. Since you've got that adventurous heart, why not make the Xandar Empire the next stop on your journey? Bai Linglong returned his smile with equal enthusiasm. Then it's settled, she said. Xandar, here we come. Renoli offered his hand. To new horizons, and a friendship I know will be anything but boring. Damien's voice came through the comlink just before they slipped into the corridor leading to Xandar. It's perfectly safe to get there, he warned, shifting in his pilot's seat, but the way back isn't guaranteed. Bai Linglong met his steady gaze. Don't worry, she said with quiet confidence. I'll find a route home to the St. Nicholas civilization. She didn't need to add more. Damien knew she would. 10 hours later, Bai Linglong lay curled up in the berthing module, half asleep in her makeshift cat's nest, when Kyle's booming voice drummed on her door. Miss Bai Linglong, he called. We're almost in position. Rubbing the last traces of sleep from her eyes, she hopped to her feet and followed Kyle through the narrow corridors. They stepped onto the bridge together, and there, it was. A planet of swirling aquamarine and ivory clouds filled the main viewport. Around it orbited a gleaming ring of metallic platforms and docking bays, all connected by strands of pulsing energy. Dozens of capital ships and fighter squadrons streaked in and out, moving with clockwork precision. Bai Linglong's heart raced. The scale of Xandar's defenses, the absolute fluidity of its traffic lanes, everything about this place spoke of an empire at the height of its power. She swallowed hard, then turned to Kyle and Damien. How extraordinary, she breathed. Damien offered a small, wry smile. Welcome to Xandar, he said. Now let's find out how we're going to secure your return ticket. She laughed, both exhilarated and relieved, and leaned in closer to the viewport. The future might be uncertain, but here, at least, she was exactly where she needed to be. Bai Linglong gazed at the massive star ring in awe. If only the St. Nicholas civilization possessed technology this advanced. She knew the Xandar Empire's average physical capabilities weren't exceptional, but their engineering prowess was second to none. From her vantage point, the ring was more than a dazzling display. It bristled with hidden turrets and defense arrays. In an instant, it could become a planetary shield, ready to repel any enemy incursion. Against the Empire's foes, this ring alone could thwart terrorist strikes from planet-class battleships and larger vessels. To countless worlds, it was not just a weapon, but a true emblem of peace. "These guns are nothing compared to what's inside a stellar battleship," Kyle said with a grin, as if reading her thoughts. "Seeing one in person is a whole different experience." Bai Linglong folded her arms. "Those aren't exactly easy for the public to view," Kyle chuckled. "I've only seen them as hollow projections on a space communicator, and even those were breathtaking. They're as big as flying cities." She raised an eyebrow. "You've seen a stellar battleship up close, Mr. Kyle?" His smile widened. "Someday I'll show you, then you'll understand why I'm so impressed." "Of course I've seen one. Every Xandarian has," Damien said confidently. Kyle laughed, dabbing at the corner of his nose with a grin. "Well, I wasn't born on Xandar, but I get it. You don't just build a stellar-class dreadnought and tuck it away in the hangar forever." Damien nodded. "Exactly. Galactic treaties may bar planet-crushing or star-shattering deployments, but every so often our flagships need to stretch their legs. Anyone who's ever set foot on Xandar, or been stationed there, knows the awe you feel the first time you see a dreadnought silhouette against the nebula. These ships aren't run by a single supercomputer or a hive-mind AI. They require hundreds of officers, engineers, and gunners, all rigorously trained and perfectly synchronized." He paused, gazing up at the docked battleship looming overhead. "Right now, Xandar's stellar dreadnoughts are the ultimate trump cards, matched only by the Kree Empire's ships. If we never sent them out on patrols or demonstrations, other civilizations would assume we'd grown weak. We can't afford that kind of doubt. By cruising through key star lanes and making port visits, we remind everyone just how formidable Xandar still is. Even though igniting it drains vast amounts of wealth and manpower each time, it's essential for maintaining balance throughout the Andromeda galaxy." Damien watched Bai Linglong thoughtfully as she spoke. "If you settle in the Xandar Empire," he asked, "will I ever get to witness it for myself?" Bai Linglong gave a wistful smile. "With enough time, yes, but its appearances are unpredictable. We still haven't discerned any reliable cycle." Kyle leaned back in his chair. "There's no hurry. The St. Nicholas civilization endures for millennia. If you make a home here, you'll almost certainly see it." Bai Linglong's eyes brightened at the prospect. Then she turned to Lacey. "Miss Lacey, when we arrive at Void Island, may I stay with you for a while?" "Of course," Lacey replied. "Void Island is under Nova Corps protection. You'll be perfectly safe there. You're welcome to tour the major cities of the Xandar Empire, but always check in with the Nova Corps for directions. And please avoid the more chaotic districts." Reassured by Lacey's guidance, Bai Linglong relaxed. The promise of new discoveries in the vast empire filled her with hopeful anticipation. Since Bai Linglong was traveling with them, it made sense to keep a close eye on her. No one wanted her kidnapped, or worse, as soon as she set foot in the Xandar Empire. Lady Lacey, who was utterly enchanted by Bai Linglong's perfume, even offered her a room in the meantime, just so she'd have an excuse to dote on her cat now and then. "Thank you, Lady Lacey," Bai Linglong said with a polite nod. At Renault's command, the ship's AI smoothly guided the Void Cult battleship into Xandar space. To Bai Linglong's surprise, they passed the border without so much as a passport check, a privilege almost unheard of. In the St. Nicholas civilization, every vessel, even those directly tied to one of the capital's 5 principal families, undergoes strict inspections on departure and arrival to prevent smuggling and maintain order. But under the Void Cult's insignia, the border officers didn't dare question them. They merely offered courteous welcome, greetings, and allowed the ship to slip past unchecked. Damien watched in silence, noting that Lord Lacey, Lord Kyle, and the others showed no surprise or discomfort. They regarded the unfolding scene as if they'd seen it 100 times, no questions, no protests. And yet the more Damien observed them, the clearer it became that he was in the company of someone extraordinary. The Void God cult's influence had quietly grown into a universal symbol of privilege, and its faith, the Void divine religion, had only been founded a few short years ago. In those brief years, it had already carved out its place among the great powers of the galaxy. Damien realized the hard truth of the cosmos. Strength is everything. With enough force behind you, every obstacle gives way. Meanwhile, on the same battleship, the vessel carrying Nikrov and Madame Butterfly was flagged down for inspection. The guards boarded, questioned them, and seemed ready to detain them, until Nikrov calmly announced himself as the official envoy of the Land of Nothingness. Recognition flickered in the officer's eyes, and just as quickly, the inspection was over. The Nova Legion, it appeared, was well aware that the Void cult had agents planted deep within the Land of Nothingness. With that settled, the guards stepped aside, and Nikrov and Madame Butterfly returned to the bridge. Before long, Damien's ship slipped through the portal gates and into Xandar Empire space. Beneath them sprawled a vast, circular city whose tiered districts ascended like giant steps. At its very center towered a colossal, glittering star that bathed the metropolis in pale gold light. From this vantage point, the city below looked alive with energy, trade ships docking at floating platforms, hovercars weaving among sleek towers, and crowds moving in the plazas like living constellations. It was a fitting introduction to the heart of the Xandar Empire, and to whatever trials awaited Damien here. Damien stared in awe. There was no mistaking it, the emblem of the Nova Corps. Just like the sleek shuttle gliding beside it, everything about this place felt worlds apart from St. Nicholas's ancient civilization. The Xandar Empire wielded every conceivable mode of transport, fighters streaking across the sky at breakneck speed, patrolling in a blur of motion. In the blink of an eye, one jet sliced past and was gone. Damien couldn't help but wonder, could its pilots see people and events unfolding on the planet below? They must have perfect clarity to dare such a lightning-fast pass. Watching that craft vanish so cleanly only drove home the stark technological gulf between his homeland and Xandar. From the sheer performance of those fighters, it was clear that St. Nicholas's science lagged generations behind. When the direct heirs of the 5 great houses of St. Nicholas eventually venture into space, they absolutely must visit Xandar to witness firsthand what the future of technology really looks like. Damien could not imagine how stunned they would be. Bai Linglong couldn't deny the frustration welling up inside her. In the Xandar Empire's hierarchy of superweapons, the Nova Fighter was only one shining example. Beyond it lay even more astonishing technologies, machines so advanced they made St. Nicholas civilization look like a primitive backwater. The realization of that gulf in power threatened to shatter her pride. "Remember," Lacey said gently, her soft voice resonating in Bai Linglong's mind, "every civilization has its own path. The Xandar Empire simply chose a different one." As Lacey spoke, the shock in Bai Linglong's eyes softened, and her racing thoughts began to settle. "Thank you," she whispered. I'm overwhelmed by how incredible their warships and fighter craft are." Gratitude warmed her chest, mingling with a newfound resolve. Damien felt as though he'd stepped out of a rural village and into the heart of a gleaming metropolis the moment he set foot in the Xandar Empire. Everywhere he looked, technology far surpassed that of his homeworld, St. Nicholas. He remembered what Kyle had told him. Truly advanced civilizations are rare in this galaxy. Most worlds still lag far behind. Despite its isolation, St. Nicholas had made remarkable strides in science and military strength. But Damien now realized just how small his achievements were in the grand scheme of things. He'd visited dozens of worlds and heard firsthand how progress varied across the stars. Kyle laughed heartily. "It's easy to compare ourselves only to weaker neighbors," he said, "but sometimes you need that jolting reminder of how much farther there is to go." He gestured to the humming maglev tracks and towering spires all around them. "Our own civilization's rise wasn't an overnight miracle, either. Look at the Void cult. Tony's brilliance stood on the shoulders of the Xandar Empire's giants. After he assimilated their research, and with Miss Sonia quietly steering development behind the scenes, the cult's growth was nothing short of explosive. Damien nodded, eyes wide. He'd come here with high hopes. Now he understood the challenge before him. To uplift St. Nicholas to this level would demand ingenuity, patience, and perhaps a few lessons learned from masters like Tony and Sonia. As they moved deeper into the city, Damien could almost taste the future that awaited those bold enough to seize it. Most civilizations, when they first venture into space, have no hope of leaping onto the cosmic stage. It takes decades, often centuries, of exploration, diplomacy, and technological breakthroughs before a world can truly stand on the shoulders of giants and begin to close the gap. Take Blue Star, for example. It's poised to enter the interstellar age, and it owes that head start entirely to Tony Stark. Without Stark's brilliance, forging official ties with the galactic community, trade agreements, cooperative ventures, or even the routine skirmishes that erupt between budding star nations would be at least 2,000 or 3,000 years away. Technological revolutions don't happen overnight. No matter how advanced a civilization thinks it is, you can't simply zip across light years on a whim or drop in on your neighbors for tea. In the grand scheme of the universe, every civilization starts far behind the true heavyweights. Damien stood at the observation deck's railing, watching the distant starfields as Lord Kyle laid out this cosmic perspective. Kyle's tone was matter-of-fact, almost clinical, and yet his words carried a strange kind of reassurance. After a moment's pause, Damien cleared his throat. "Lord Kyle, I have to say, your way of comforting people is certainly unique." Bai Linglong laughed softly, her tension melting away. "Unique or not, I must admit it makes me feel a great deal better." Damien only stumbled because he'd finally grasped how far the Sanic civilization still trailed the Xandar Empire. Yet, in the vast hierarchy of galactic science and technology, even the gap between the St. Nicholas civilization and most others could be bridged in mere days. Whether he could have foreseen that, and thus softened the blow, depended entirely on his willingness to shift his perspective. Chapter 681. Let me show you something good. Shortly afterward, Bai Linglong settled onto the deck of the starship and gazed down at the island rising from the ocean's surface. From this altitude, she couldn't make out every detail, but it was obvious the place was oddly quiet. Grand halls and pristine walkways spanned the island, yet hardly a soul wandered among them. "There aren't many people on Void Island," she observed, frowning. Kyle leaned against the railing, arms casually crossed. "That's to be expected," he replied with a wry smile. "Most of our members are out on missions, only the core personnel remain here." He glanced over the empty courtyards. In fact, the Void Divine Sect keeps just over 200 permanent staff on the island. The rest are either seasonal workers or pilgrims who come seeking blessings. Bai Linglong raised an eyebrow. Considering Void Island's vast size, easily large enough to accommodate millions, it seemed almost deserted. Yet Kyle continued, as if explaining something routine. Across this sea, dozens of nearby isles also belong to the sect. Collectively, they could house tens of millions of followers, but in reality, we don't even reach 1,000 permanent residents. The silence stretched between them for a moment, broken only by the gentle hum of the starship's engines. Bai Linglong couldn't help but wonder what this scarcity of people might mean for the once fabled Void Divine Sect. "Don't worry about the Void God cult's relocation plans," the speaker reassured her. "Within a year or two of joining, everyone masters the ability to fly, and communication barriers vanish. Even if we do decide to move, Void Island on Xandar will remain our primary stronghold. After all, Xandar is the core planet of the Andromeda Galaxy, perfectly positioned for all our activities. You'll always be among the first to see cutting-edge technologies and enjoy the conveniences they offer." Bai Linglong raised an eyebrow. She knew the imperial capital of the St. Nicholas civilization was bustling with people, a sign of its prosperity. In contrast, Void Island, though breathtakingly beautiful as the cult's headquarters, felt strangely empty. "With only a few hundred permanent residents, don't you ever get lonely here?" she asked. "No," Kyle said with a shake of his head. "Everyone on Void Island has their own hobbies, and they usually buddy up with people who share the same interests. Meal times, too, are always a big, lively affair. Give it about 10 days here, you'll see exactly what I mean. Damien merely raised an eyebrow. Nearby, Bai Linglong fell into thought. Fewer residents would mean fewer curious stares, definitely a relief for her. Outside, the sun was just past its rise. Around 8 o'clock in the morning, the group's starship glided smoothly onto Void Island's landing pad. The engines wound down with a soft hiss. Finally home, Damien sighed as the hatch opened. Kyle was already unstrapping himself from the pilot's console. "Let's hit the mess hall first," he declared, rubbing his shoulders. "I haven't trained in days. My body's practically begging for rest." Stepping onto the familiar platform, Kyle stretched his broad arms overhead and smiled. The island was noisy, but for all its bustle, nothing felt as safe or as reassuring as being back here. The peace of home was something you simply couldn't find out in the void. Nikrov followed them through the hatch, grinning. "I'll head to the Void Temple later," he called over his shoulder. Then, with a last glance at his friends, he disappeared into the corridor. Damien had always been intrigued by the exotic cuisine of Void Island, but in the past his appetite had been surprisingly modest. He'd sample only tiny portions, curious more than hungry. This time, however, everything felt different. He and Madame Butterfly had both returned not as casual visitors, but as full-fledged members of the Void cult. A small group of them gathered quickly and set off. Though they merely walked, their pace was brisk enough to outstrip most runners. Beth, or Long, they arrived at the base of a sheer mountain wall, its summit more than 100 meters overhead. Without hesitation, Lacey and the others sprang upward, their movements light as if gravity barely touched them. Nikrov, too, swept Madame Butterfly into his arms and ascended in a single graceful arc. As Nikrov paused at the lip of the cliff, he glanced back toward the group. At that moment, Bai Linglong, whose delicate frame gave no hint of brute strength, launched herself into the air. With a single powerful thrust, she soared over 70 meters straight up. Her fingers found purchase on the rocky face, and she kicked off again, floating upward as if she weighed nothing. Moments later, she alighted atop the plateau with breathtaking poise, limbs relaxed and face calm, as though she'd merely stepped onto the forest floor rather than toppled a 100-meter-high cliff. Together now, on the windswept summit, the new Void Cult members paused long enough to catch their breath. Though, for most of them, any pause in the chase felt more like the calm before another surge forward. In the distance, the twisted spires of Void Island's inner sanctum beckoned, promising challenges and mysteries beyond anything they had faced before. The way she moved was so fluid, it barely looked like effort. Nikrov, watching closely, quietly ruled out stepping in to help. After all, the Saints of St. Nicholas's world were renowned for their exceptional physiques, and Bai Linglong, despite her delicate, porcelain-skinned beauty, was anything but fragile. She was frighteningly strong. "After dinner, I'll escort you to my manor and help you settle in," Bai Linglong said. Damien merely smiled in acknowledgement. He wasn't surprised. He could already sense her mighty life force. "Thank you, Lady Linglong," he replied courteously. Together they strolled down the avenue, the setting sun casting golden light over towering columns and winding vines. As they passed a small temple courtyard, a woman with bright crimson hair caught their eyes. She was sweeping away fallen leaves, her every movement graceful. Her beauty was striking, but more compelling was the gentle warmth that radiated from her, like a soft spring breeze coaxing you closer. Damien paused, breath caught by the sight. "She's breathtaking," he murmured. Bai Linglong nodded in agreement, her gaze lingering on the red-haired woman before they continued on their way. "Miss Sarah!" Kyle waved both arms energetically, his voice cracking the morning's quiet. Sarah, who was sweeping the corridor, looked up in surprise. When she saw Kyle accompanied by Renly, Predictor, and Lacey, her face brightened. "Mr. Kyle, Mr. Renly, Mr. Predictor, Miss Lacey, welcome back," she called, stepping forward. "You've been gone less than 2 weeks," she added with a smile. "I hope everything went smoothly." "We couldn't have asked for better results," Kyle said, chest puffed out. "In fact, we returned with quite a haul from the St. Nicholas expedition. Would you be free to join us for breakfast? We're eager to show you our discoveries before we post any photos to the community." Sarah glanced at her broom, then nodded. "Give me 10 minutes to finish here, and I'll meet you in the dining hall." "Perfect," Kyle replied, beaming with pride. See you soon. Kyle's invitation? Of course I'm free. But why all the mystery? Sarah paused, resting her broom handle against the ancient temple wall with casual grace. She stepped toward Kyle and offered him a warm smile. Allow me to introduce myself properly. I'm Recorder Sarah. The moment Nikrov and Madame Butterfly heard her title, they dropped to one knee. Lady Sarah, they intoned in unison. Bai Linglong's eyes widened. Recorder? She'd taken Sarah for nothing more than a gentle handmaid, sweeping the courtyards in silent devotion. Yet in the St. Nicholas civilization, beauty and power were inseparable, the more radiant one's appearance, the stronger one's cultivation. Sarah's soft voice and demure stance belied an authority that he could ignore. Bai Linglong realized she was not merely a cleaner here, but a woman of profound rank and influence. Sarah looked up from the ledger on her desk and smiled as the two newcomers stepped into the chamber. Damien, Madame Butterfly, welcome to the Void Cult. Damien gave a short bow. Thank you, but you can just call me Damien, no need for formal titles. Sarah returned his bow with a nod. Very well, and if you'd prefer a nickname instead of Madame Butterfly, just let me know. Now, Damien, you already know you've been accepted into our order, don't you? Damien exchanged a glance with Butterfly. Yes, Senior Sonia informed me a few days ago. I was under the impression everyone here already knew. At this point, though, only the council knows, Sarah explained. She tapped the ledger. I manage our membership rolls, so as soon as Sonia added both your names, I saw it. But until you actually arrive on Void Island and complete the formal induction, Kyle and the other initiates aren't authorized to admit you. That's why the news hasn't spread. Oh, Damien said, relief flooding his features. I was worried we'd been forgotten. Sarah shook her head, amusement in her eyes. On the contrary, if Kyle or Lord Star had known earlier, they'd have thrown a celebration in your honor. They've been looking forward to your arrival. Butterfly inclined her head. Then we've nothing to fear. We'll make our way to Void Island at once. Sarah gathered her papers. Excellent. I'll prepare the final escort. Welcome to the Void Cult, both of you. A few days ago, you had some remarkably detailed information, Nikrov remarked, his tone laced with admiration. Even though they were light years away from the St. Nicholas civilization, and even farther still from the Xandar Empire, key figures in the Void Cult still managed to track critical developments. No, Damien replied with a calm smile. I'm simply in charge of this sector, so I knew what was coming. He paused, then looked at the quietly observing young woman at his side. By the way, who is she? This is Miss Bai Linglong, Kyle answered promptly. She's our guide from the St. Nicholas civilization. I invited her along for our visit to the Void God religion. Pleased to meet you, Miss Bai Linglong, Nikrov said, stepping forward and offering his hand. Bai Linglong returned his greeting with a gentle smile, extending her hand in turn. Damien watched as she shook Nikrov's hand and then reached out himself, careful to keep his grip light, so as not to startle her. Although she hadn't received the most cutting-edge bionic upgrades, Bai Linglong's strength already rivaled that of most ordinary people in the galaxy. A single swipe of her claw could tear through both bone and armor. Yet when it came to Sarah, she had absolutely no idea how powerful this woman might be. Normally, Bai could judge someone's baseline strength from their posture or the subtlest shift in their gait. But in Sarah's presence, every one of those tells vanished. Sarah looked every inch a harmless, everyday person. She reminded Bai of Sonia, the so-called Void Goddess, whom she and Laura had met by chance a few days earlier. Both women radiated an aura that invited trust rather than fear, making people want to draw closer without a moment's hesitation. Bai Linglong weighed her options. Either Recorder Sarah was truly just an ordinary woman, or her power dwarfed Bai's by an unimaginable margin. Although Bai had researched the Void Cult extensively, learning of countless legendary figures, she had never once heard the name Recorder Sarah until today. Sensing Bai's wariness, Sarah offered her a warm, reassuring smile. Relax, she said softly. You don't have to be so tense. Void Island was as Sarah promised, a haven. As soon as they set foot on the shore, Sarah turned to Bai Linglong with a warm smile. Now that you've arrived here, she said, this is as safe as it gets. No one on the island will harm you, and you won't easily harm them, so feel free to be yourself. She reached out and gently took Bai Linglong's paw, soft and furry like a cat's, then, after a moment, let go. Bai Linglong glanced down at her freed hand and nodded almost imperceptibly. A strange flutter stirred in her chest. For some reason, being near Sarah always made her feel different. She'd experienced the same sensation with Miss Sonia before, though she'd never quite understood why. Now, standing under the gentle sway of the island's palms, the memory came rushing back. She forced herself to replay every meeting, every word, every shared laugh with both women, trying to pinpoint the source of that special feeling. Just then, Kyle approached, having watched the exchange with quiet interest. "Miss Sarah," he ventured, "aren't you a little surprised to see Miss Bai Linglong here?" Sarah blinked. "Surprised? Why would I be surprised?" Kyle shrugged, a playful glint in his eye. "Doesn't it strike you as new? Fresh? She seems different somehow." Sarah studied Bai Linglong for a moment, then nodded. "You're right. There's something changed in her bearing, subtle but unmistakable. It's as if she stepped into a new role." Kyle let out a low chuckle. "Mr. Damien asked us to give her the warmest welcome. He's been looking forward to seeing how she'd adapt to life on Void Island." Bai Linglong felt her cheeks warm. She met Sarah's gaze and offered a shy smile. "Thank you," she whispered. Sarah returned the smile, her eyes gentle. "We're glad you're here." Together, the three of them set off down the palm-lined path that wound deeper into the island's heart, a place where new friendships would take root and old mysteries might finally find their answers. "Kyle, it isn't right to judge someone by their looks," Sarah chided softly, steering him away from the entrance. "There are countless races in the universe, each with its own unique features. Staring or whispering behind their backs, that's not only rude, it can easily offend them." Kyle shot her a puzzled glance over his shoulder at Bai Linglong, who stood waiting by the lobby's grand pillars. "I didn't mean anything unkind," he protested, rubbing the back of his neck. "I just thought, don't you agree she's beautiful?" Sarah offered him a reassuring smile. "She is," she agreed. "Now shall we walk and talk? I'm starving," Damien admitted, rubbing his stomach. Renoli knew that once Damien opened his mouth, he'd never stop, so he jumped in first. With a nod, Renoli set off down the corridor, and the rest of them, including Damien and Sarah, fell in behind him. Damien glanced at Sarah. "You saw me just then. Don't you think I look good? Why didn't you react?" Sarah shrugged. "If someone tells you you're handsome, wouldn't you feel flattered?" "Sure, it's basic courtesy," Damien said with a grin. "A compliment never hurt anyone." Sarah shook her head thoughtfully. "That's our cultural norm. In other places, a compliment can embarrass people or make them feel inferior. Praise isn't always welcome." Damien raised an eyebrow. "Isn't that a little overcautious?" Sarah gave him a steady look. "I'd rather be cautious than risk offending someone." Damien considered her point as they continued down the hallway, the distant hum of activity growing louder with each step. "Damien, you have your own way of interacting with people, so don't overthink it," Sarah said with a knowing smile as she walked beside him. "Just ease up a bit when you comment on someone's appearance face to face. Otherwise, you risk coming off as rude." Bai Linglong, trailing just behind them, paused as she absorbed Sarah's words. As a biomodified individual, she was all too familiar with the startled looks, the awe, even the thinly veiled disgust she so often encountered from strangers. But with Miss Sarah and Miss Sonia, it had always been different. Their gazes never felt probing or judgmental. Instead, they radiated genuine warmth and respect, instantly putting her at ease. It was an unfamiliar but welcome sensation, one she couldn't quite put into words. She glanced back at Sarah, noticing for the first time how light and effortless Miss Sarah's steps were, even as she chatted with Damien. The grace in her stride only deepened Bai Linglong's sense of comfort and curiosity about these two remarkable women. They flew down the road at nearly 50 meters per second. Yet, Miss Sarah, who looked as gentle as a lamb to both people and animals, matched their pace without breaking a sweat. Her effortless speed was proof of the immense strength concealed beneath her kind exterior. Bai Linglong, setting foot on Void Island for the very first time, didn't yet know its unspoken rules. She trailed silently behind Kyle's group, watching and learning, filing away each new observation so she'd be better prepared for the months ahead. The procession carried them along a broad, tree-lined boulevard, until at last they halted before a magnificent palace of gleaming marble and gold trim. The crowd wasn't enormous, but it buzzed with refined activity, and from the palace's open doors rose a surge of tantalizing aromas. Bai Linglong stared in disbelief. This opulent structure was a cafeteria? In all her years within the St. Nicholas civilization, she had never dined in such luxury. A sudden knot tightened in her stomach. Could her modest purse possibly cover a meal here? Bai Linglong touched her bank balance and smiled to herself. Before she left home, her mother had warned her to stay safe, and then handed over 10 million universe coins. In San Nicolas, it's rare for parents to pay off their children's debts. They believe that only by working hard to repay what you owe do you truly learn responsibility. If you clear the debt for someone too early, you risk encouraging laziness. Once you've earned your way out of debt, you're guaranteed the basics: food, clothing, shelter, transportation, even if you become idle later on. Whether you build real wealth, though, is up to your own ambition. Her mother's generous travel fund felt like a vote of confidence, and Bai Linglong cherished every coin. Under ordinary circumstances, this sum would have been more than enough, until she laid eyes on the palace before her. Bai Linglong hesitated, her heart fluttering with uncertainty. She'd brought over 21 million universe coins with her, but she had no idea how far that would go on Void Island. Sensing her unease, Sarah offered a warm smile. "Don't worry about the cost of living here," Sarah said quietly. "Void Island isn't that expensive. As an outsider, you can live very comfortably on about 500,000 universe coins a year, so long as you don't indulge in extravagance and stick to normal food, clothing, housing, and transportation." Sarah's voice was calm and reassuring, like a gentle autumn breeze easing into Bai Linglong's chest. Though they'd only just met, Sarah could tell that Bai Linglong was far from home for the first time. It was perfectly natural for her to feel a bit on edge in unfamiliar surroundings, and more than anything, she deserved a little kindness on her first day here. Since Damien had come with Kyle and the others, he felt an immediate sense of relief. When he heard that accommodation here cost only 500,000 cosmic credits per year, any lingering anxiety fled his mind. Based on his savings, even a 30-year stay wouldn't exhaust his resources before he could make his way back to the St. Nicholas civilization. True, 500,000 credits annually was a hefty sum for most people, but it was hardly out of reach for someone in his position. He followed the group into the bustling dining hall, where chatter and laughter filled the air. Inside, dozens of tables were already occupied, diners settling in to eat, drink, and catch up. Heads turned as Damien entered. After all, it wasn't every day that someone from the rare catfolk species strolled into the Void Island cafeteria. Many of the other patrons marveled at his sleek fur and feline features, their eyes alight with curiosity and envy. Some even reached out, as if tempted to stroke his ears or brush his tail, imagining how wonderful it would be to bring such an icy creature home. But the moment they recognized the towering figure beside Damien, Kyle, the Void Cult's legendary Hercules, all those fanciful thoughts vanished. Not a single person dared to intrude, and polite smiles replaced the admiring stares. Reassured by the deference shown them, Damien took a seat with Kyle and the rest of their companions. As plates of steaming food arrived, he allowed himself a contented smile. Void Island might be expensive, but with friends like these, it already felt like home. From the moment Damien first laid eyes on Bai Linglong, the lithe, inscrutable Catwoman, he knew she would fetch a fortune in the right hands. If someone had the skill to snatch and subdue her, they could turn her into a highly prized commodity. The real question was whether anyone dared try. As long as Bai Linglong remained under the Void God cult's protection on Void Island, she was effectively untouchable. Step off the island, however, and the dangers multiplied. Countless opportunists, pirates, slavers, even rival cultists, would swoop in to abduct her, exploit her for sport, and then sell her to the highest bidder. But meddling with the Void God cult was a gamble few could survive. Despite their lofty title, the Void God fanatics were feared more than they were respected. Their creed was simple: an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. So long as members kept to themselves, they let others be. Yet the moment someone crossed them, there was no mercy, only swift and brutal retribution. Even seasoned criminals thought twice before challenging them. Worse still, the closer you struck to Void Island, the steeper the price you'd pay. Over the past few years, High Priestess Sonia had tightened security and stamped out weak spots around the island's perimeter. Any would-be captor looking to seize Bai Linglong would find fewer allies and more traps waiting. In fact, the safer, but still reckless option was to make a move in Sandar City, where the cult's grip was looser and their patrols less relentless. Damien knew all this as he watched Bai Linglong melt into the shadows of the marketplace. For a moment he wondered, did he dare follow? Or was he about to invite a fate far worse than mere failure? Damien followed Kyle and Renly as they strolled through the bustling harbor district. Here, the Void God cult's jurisdiction had transformed the shoreline into one of the safest and most prosperous places in the quadrant. Unlike under the Nova Corps, where getting caught in a brawl over a kidnapping or a personal grudge meant decades behind bars, the cult demanded proof. If you could show the other party struck first and that a real grievance existed, you might walk free. But an unprovoked attack? No one got off easy. That reputation for fairness and the ironclad security it bought had drawn more and more Xandarians to settle nearby. Travelers seeking a top-tier vacation hopped aboard airships or fighter jets bound for Void Island, eager to sample its luxury and safety. As they neared the main plaza, a cluster of Void God adepts blocked their path, eyes fixed on Damien's sleek black cloak and confident stance. One of them, a tall man in gilded armor, stepped forward. "Kyle Renly," he called out, voice echoing off the marble buildings. "Where did you bring this stunning Catwoman from?" Damien bristled. Catwoman wasn't exactly his favorite comparison, but Kyle answered before he could reply. "She's not one of ours," Kyle announced with a grin. "Picked her up on St. Nicholas. Consider her our honored guest on Void Island." A low murmur of approval swept through the crowd. Damien eased his shoulders, letting a faint, triumphant smile play across his lips. Safe at last under the cult's watchful eye, he could only wonder what adventures awaited him in this unlikely sanctuary. Kyle's eyes swept over the crew, landing on each of us in turn. "Listen closely. If you see Bai Linglong roaming the island by herself, don't you dare harass her. One slip-up, and I'll personally drag you to the training grounds." His warning left no for argument. Bai Linglong's chosen transformations, adorable, pet-like creatures, made her vulnerable. In the vastness of the universe, cute often equals prey. Now that I, Damien, had joined their ranks, and with Kyle standing guard, she'd at least have a fighting chance. That evening, we gathered around the hollow table to plan our next move. I tapped the shimmering display. "So, what do we know about this St. Nicholas civilization? And what's all this about a beautiful Catwoman?" Kyle gave me a blank look. "St. Nicholas? No clue. As for Catwoman, I've never heard of her." A thoughtful silence followed, broken when Sam spoke up. "The farthest I've ever traveled is the land of nothingness, and back and forth within a 150,000 light-year radius. Never ventured beyond that." "Same here," Alex agreed. "But St. Nicholas, that name carries weight. Sounds worth exploring." I leaned forward, excitement rising. "Then let's do it. Set a course. We're heading out." Kyle cracked a rare smile. Finally, some real adventure. The hollow table flickered with proposed trajectories as the crew launched into animated debate. Destination: the unknown. Even within the Void God cult, their power has grown exponentially, enough to secure a foothold in numerous civilizations. Yet most individuals still only set foot on a handful of worlds in their entire lives. It's only natural, then, that they remain ignorant of the universe's myriad societies, unless one of those civilizations rivals the military might of the Xandar or Kree empires, or is led by a figure whose name alone carries galactic-wide weight. Take Odin's 9 realms, for instance. Any traveler with even a passing familiarity with cosmic affairs will recognize the name. By contrast, the St. Nicholas civilization, despite its technological prowess, lacks a single dominant leader and has produced no universe-shaking events. Spanning thousands of light-years, it's perfectly normal for someone to live for centuries without ever learning of its existence. That changed, however, when Bai Linglong arrived and Kyle extolled its wonders. Suddenly, several Void God cult members found themselves intrigued, eager to see the St. Nicholas civilization with their own eyes. Bai Linglong fell silent under the weight of those hungry stares, slipping her hand into Lacey's and following obediently. Every pair of eyes felt as if it wanted to devour her whole, and yet she refused to let that stop her. She'd come too far already to turn back. Her goal was clear: to leave St. Nicholas's ancient ways behind, absorb the broader world's culture, and carve out a new life on her own terms. "Don't worry," Sarah murmured, noticing Bai Linglong's trembling grip. "Mr. Damien's reputation really does carry weight. Once people know you're with him, they won't dare trouble you. In fact, they'll bend over backward to be helpful." Lacey gave a reassuring smile. "If you ever feel overwhelmed, just say the word. After my next training session, I'll take you on a proper tour of the island. You'll see. It gets easier once you know your way around." Despite their kindness, Bai Linglong still felt like an exhibit in a zoo, every curious glance a reminder of how out of place she seemed. But with Sarah and Lacey by her side, and Mr. Damien's name guarding her, she resolved to push forward. Soon enough, she told herself, this strange new world would start to feel like home. A sudden commotion erupted when a rare and breathtakingly beautiful creature, considered a national treasure, appeared at the dock. Word traveled fast. With no official protections in place, anyone who captured and sold this animal could fetch a fortune. No one could blame people for being tempted. Seeing the stir, Lacey pulled Bai Linglong aside. "I want to help you settle in," she said gently. "Void Island can feel strange at first, but it's actually quite safe. Give it some time, and you'll see that life here is more secure than anywhere else." Bai Linglong felt a flicker of relief amid her lingering unease, and she managed a grateful nod. "Thank you," she whispered. Lacey smiled. "Good, and I'm glad you agreed to travel with Mr. Kyle and me. If you'd come alone, you'd have been overwhelmed by curious stares and perhaps rushed to return to San Nicolization." She paused, studying Bai Linglong's anxious expression. "I know the world beyond your home feels dangerous, but I promise, Void Island is a safe place to start a new chapter." Bai Linglong drew in a steadying breath. The thought of the familiar comforts of her St. Nicholas homeland still tugged at her heart, but Lacey's kindness sparked a new hope. Maybe here, too, she could find a place to belong. Bai Linglong couldn't shake the sadness welling in her chest. She realized her own uneasy feelings were shared by every explorer who'd left the St. Nicholas civilization. No matter where they went, people cast curious and often hostile glances their way. The real problem was that their ancient culture had never grown strong enough to earn the respect or fear it deserved. If St. Nicholas were on par with the Xandar Empire or the Void Cult, no one would dare provoke them, much less seek to take advantage of them. Then travelers like her wouldn't have to walk through foreign worlds looking over their shoulders. It wasn't long before the group spotted a large empty table and slid into their seats. Madame Butterfly still concealed her face behind a veil, but the blessing of the void had steadied her nerves. Even if other diners stared, they'd think twice before crossing someone of her standing. Madame Butterfly felt a wave of calm settle over her, the quiet confidence that came from placing her faith in Lord Cassadin, the god of the void, and the cult of the void. Across from her, Bai Linglong sat between Lacey and Sarah, her eyes fixed on the floating menu projected from Sarah's cosmic communicator. Sarah leaned over and showed Bai Linglong how to browse the categories. Void Island's cuisine drew on nearly every civilization within the Xandar Empire, so the selection was astonishingly broad. Bai Linglong's face lit up. She discovered beloved dishes from her home world, alongside exotic specialties she'd never dreamed of tasting. She noted that, while a few rare items carried hefty price tags, most offerings were surprisingly affordable, enough that sampling a new delicacy every day for an entire year wouldn't strain her credits. "By the way, Mr. Kyle," Sarah said after placing her own order, "you mentioned there were some sights you wanted me to see. What is it?" Kyle tapped his communicator, and a flurry of shimmering projections erupted into the air above the table, vivid images of the dazzling wonders he'd encountered on San Nicolas. The culture and ecology of the St. Nicholas civilization remain remarkably well preserved. Sarah's eyes widened as she watched the breathtaking landscapes unfold in the holographic projections. It's common sense that technological advancement usually comes at the environment's expense. Even with the best intentions, research, development, and economic growth inevitably draw crowds, workers, residents, tourists, shoppers, and striking a balance between prosperity and a healthy ecosystem becomes nearly impossible. Void Island, by contrast, still enjoys a pristine environment. Its population is small, and although the Void Divine cult wields considerable influence, it isn't a sprawling city-state or nation demanding mass development. Thanks to Senior Sonia's careful foresight, the island's delicate ecology remains protected, and likely will be for many years to come. Elsewhere, however, prosperity almost always demands a trade-off, and those fragile original habitats rarely survive the transition. Damien leaned back in his chair, still shaking his head in disbelief. We were completely stunned the moment we saw it. Kyle raised an eyebrow. You mean the imperial capital of the St. Nicholas civilization? Exactly, Damien said. We'd landed expecting, well, the same towering skyscrapers and high-tech sprawl I was already sick of seeing. At first, that's exactly what greeted us, gleaming glass and steel as far as the eye could see. Sarah tapped her console and brought up a series of holographic images. Kyle watched the projections in silence until Damien's voice cut through. But as we pressed deeper into the city, Damien continued, we discovered something remarkable. Vast swaths of pristine ecology, some completely natural, some painstakingly engineered, right in the heart of the capital. And get this, none of it feels backwards. They've woven convenience technologies right into the landscape. Walking through those golden groves felt like stepping into a living utopia. Kyle whistled softly. He pointed at one of the display panels. So what are those glowing trees? Sarah zoomed in on the projection. Rivers of copper light ran through every trunk, each leaf shining like beaten gold. The trees rose in staggered terraces, forming what looked almost like a mountain of molten metal. Even through the holo display, their intricate veins and shimmering foliage were impossible to ignore. It's hard to imagine, Sarah murmured. Seeing these trees up close, I can only guess the real thing is even more breathtaking. They all sat back, captivated by the vision on the screen, and by the promise of a civilization that had found harmony between technology and the natural world. Damien led Sarah deeper into the Golden Range, and what they discovered took her breath away. Nestled among the rolling, sunlit peaks was a cluster of classical pavilions, so perfectly proportioned, so richly detailed, that they looked as though they'd grown up alongside the ancient oak and pine trees. The crimson-tiled roofs caught the light like precious metal, while carved wooden balustrades traced elegant patterns around marble columns. Sarah had seen her share of luxury, million-dollar villas in celebrity resorts, five-star hotel suites with private infinity pools, but she'd never encountered anything that felt so wholly at one with its surroundings. Here, every stone path, every swaying bamboo grove, even the whispering breeze seemed deliberately orchestrated to soothe the soul. This was luxury without pretense, a living work of art rather than a mere status symbol. Feeling inspired, Sarah turned to Damien. It's perfect, she said, her eyes shining. I want something just like this. My own golden estate, tucked away in nature, with all the elegance but none of the ostentation. If it's possible, I'll pay whatever it takes to make it real. Damien simply smiled. In that moment, he knew she meant it, and that building her dream retreat might be the most exciting project either of them had ever undertaken. Damien led Sarah to the edge of a broad terrace, where rows of gleaming, golden-leafed maples stretched as far as the eye could see. This, he announced, is Golden Maple Mountain, planted by the Jin family using their ancient Shengni techniques. These trees were bioengineered centuries ago to glow like liquid gold in sunlight. Sarah stepped closer, brushing a finger along a low branch. The leaves shimmered, translucent in the morning haze. Damien continued, I heard from Bai Linglong that Jinfeng Mountain, just beyond the ridge, changes its character not only with the seasons, but by hour of the day. Dawn mists, midday brilliance, autumn fires. Apparently, each moment is a different masterpiece. Sarah's breath caught. We've scarcely scratched the surface of St. Nicholas civilization, she admitted. Our time's so limited, I've barely seen one season here, let alone all of them. Damien smiled, reading the excitement in her eyes. He and Lacey had both fallen head over heels when they first arrived. He was certain Sarah's refined taste would react the same way. "If you're that taken with golden maples," he said, "I'll speak to Senior Sonia. Maybe we can commission Lalatina to bring a few saplings back for us." Sarah paused, caught between duty and delight. As the official chronicler, her schedule was flexible. She could wander at will on the island. But traveling off it on a whim? That was another matter. Yet the thought of witnessing constantly shifting panoramas convinced her heart faster than logic. She looked back at the forest's golden canopy, its leaves flickering in unseen breezes. "I'd love that," she said softly. "Imagine having a piece of this and watching it transform every season." Damien nodded. "I'll make the arrangements. Who knows? In a few months, you might be writing your reports from right here, only our own backyard." Sarah laughed, already picturing it. For the first time since their arrival, her duties felt more like a promise than a burden. And somewhere deep inside, she knew Golden Maple Mountain had just become one of her favorite chapters in this adventure. "If we want to purchase golden maple trees in bulk, we'll have to go through Senior Sonia," Damien said. "Let's arrange for Lalatina to take some time off and head over there. She can find out exactly what it'll cost to secure them." Renoli gave a wry smile. "We'd thought the same thing, but the Jin family hasn't sold golden maples in years. They gave up that trade long ago." Damien shrugged. "All the better. Sonia already crossed the Golden Maple Mountains alongside Lord Cassaden, the Void God himself. She might expect bold ideas by now, but if we present her with actual glittering branches and leaves harvested straight from a golden maple, that'll be a real surprise." "Can we just watch?" Lalatina piped up, her eyes shining. Damien paused, disappointment flickering across his face. "Wait, are you telling me the Jin family of St. Nicholas civilization no longer sells golden maples?" He shook his head. He wasn't one to buy something just because it was pricey. If it didn't spark his curiosity, no sum of money could tempt him. Sarah's eyes fell as she realized the truth. The golden tree wasn't for sale. She tried to hide her disappointment, but Kyle caught the fleeting shadow crossing her features. "Don't worry," he said with a reassuring smile. "The real treasures haven't even been revealed yet." He turned toward the centerpiece of the exhibit, the Jin family's legendary golden tree. More than an opulent curiosity, it was a living masterpiece tied to centuries of sacred ceremonies, a priceless heirloom the clan could never part with. Yet understanding his guests' fascination, the Golden Rakshasa had graciously offered them something just as extraordinary, a handful of golden branches and leaves. With these, they could cultivate their own miniature golden maple saplings back home. "That," Kyle continued, "is a gift far more meaningful than any direct purchase." At once, the disappointment vanished from Sarah's face. If she was thrilled, she knew Sonia would be equally delighted, and Lalatina, with her impeccable hotelier's eye, would no doubt appreciate it too. Though the three women each brought their own refined sensibilities from the world of luxury hospitality, their tastes all led them to the same conclusion. There was no finer keepsake than a living fragment of the Jin family's legacy. Chapter 682, Gifts from Nature. "Are there any new treasures you haven't shown us yet?" Sarah asked, her eyes bright with anticipation. Kyle grinned. "Absolutely. I saved the best for Miss Sonia." He motioned toward the corridor. "After breakfast, let me take you down to the Starship hangar. That's where I stashed everything." The golden branches and shimmering leaves, along with the other botanical marvels, had already been dispatched to the St. Nicholas civilization for diplomatic exchange. Each allied nation kept one sample for their museums or personal collections. That left 4 remaining shards, enough for Sarah, Sonia, Bai Linglong, and 1 extra. As Miss Bai Linglong had confirmed, a single fragment held the power to seed an entire mountain forest. "You can choose one now, Sarah," Kyle continued. "Miss Sonia can pick hers later. As for the remaining 100 sections, if Sonia wants to cultivate them herself, we'll ship them all to her estate. If not, we'll secure some unclaimed land, mountains, plains, wherever, and blanket the terrain with them. Either way, the Void God religion is about to gain one of the most beautiful forests in the galaxy." Sarah's excitement only grew at the thought. Around them, the morning sun glittered off the starship's sleek hull, but her gaze was fixed on the promise of an entire mountain's worth of golden-leafed trees, living gifts from nature that would soon transform the landscape forever. As for the best time to make the offering, you might consider doing it during this year's pilgrimage. It would carry greater honor. By the way, Damien, Sarah said with a warm smile, how was your trip to the St. Nicholas civilization? Damien returned her smile, nodding. It was amazing. I loved seeing how each culture varies. In the Sheng, or Saintlic, civilization, people actually take on certain physical traits tied to their biological transformations. It's not merely a performance or costume. They genuinely embody those characteristics. Watching it happen up close was fascinating. He paused, remembering the vibrant streets and the shifting forms of the locals. It makes me want to travel even more, and to bring everyone along. Exploring new civilizations is thrilling, but it's the shared experiences with Lacey and the rest of the group that make it truly worthwhile. Going off on my own would be too lonely. Many adventures only reach their full potential when you have friends and family beside you. In the end, having a circle of like-minded companions to share every discovery with, that's one of life's greatest blessings. What about the biological subjects' habits? Do their dwellings differ as well? Sarah asked, leaning forward with genuine curiosity. Kyle nodded. Yes, their lifestyles and residences are quite distinct. You should ask Miss Bai Linglong. She studied the ancient St. Nicholas civilization in depth. He watched Sarah's face light up. Travel stories always thrilled her, and Kyle hoped that if Sarah and Bai Linglong spent more time together, Bai Linglong would feel less isolated on Void Island. Sarah had a rare gift for putting newcomers at ease, exactly what Bai Linglong needed. Sarah turned to Bai Linglong with a warm smile. I rarely leave Void Island myself, so I've never seen St. Nicholas firsthand. Would you mind telling me about their civilization? Recorder Sarah, can't you ever leave Void Island? Bai Linglong asked, surprise coloring her features. Sarah smiled wryly. Just because I'm not allowed to leave doesn't mean it's an ironclad rule. Bai Linglong frowned. But as a public official stationed here, you're bound by duty. That's true, Sarah admitted, and I do have responsibilities. I can't wander too far off or be away for too long. Still, nothing's stopping me from proposing a leave of absence, or dreaming about it. She paused, letting her words sink in. In truth, Sarah loved her life on Void Island. It had become her home. Friends were never in short supply, and with Sonia Senpai and Lalatina nearby, there was always someone to share adventures with when the day's work was done. Yet she harbored another desire, to step beyond the borders of the Xandar Empire and see what other civilizations had to offer. Ever since I joined the Void Divine cult, she continued, I've grown stronger. I can protect myself now, face danger head-on, so why not visit distant lands? I don't plan on getting into trouble. I just want to explore. Bai Linglong nodded slowly, finally understanding Sarah's restlessness. I see. You'd like a little freedom to broaden your horizons. Exactly, Sarah said, eyes shining. There's a whole universe out there, and someday I'll see it all. As far as saving the world goes, that's never been Damien's concern. If he sees someone in trouble, he'll do what he can, but devoting endless hours to protect all of civilization? Impossible. Human nature being what it is, good deeds often go unrewarded, and helping others can sometimes bring more headaches than gratitude. How many officials does the Void Divine sect have? Bai Linglong asked, her curiosity evident. For now, only a handful, Damien replied. There will be more in time, but at present we're few. He paused, then gave a brief outline of the key figures. I'm the sect's recorder, responsible for documenting every event, decision, and directive. Senior Sonia, the Void Priestess, reports directly to Lord Cassidin, the God of the Void. She oversees everything on Void Isle and is by far the busiest person in our organization. Then there's Miss Lacey, who manages the Void Lands, keeping order and settling disputes among those who dwell there. Damien glanced at Bai Linglong, as if weighing how much more to reveal. That covers our current leadership, he said. Anything else you'd like to know? Sarah closed the dossier and looked across the table at Bai Linglong. You wanted to know more about Void Island's key figures. Let me introduce them. She tapped on her tablet, bringing up portraits in rapid succession. First, Tony Stark, the pioneer of Void research, leading all our technological developments. Then, there's Lalatina, who oversees the growth and expansion of the Void cult. Next is Lord Alex Mowgli, head of Mowgli's Void Temple. He commands over 70 followers, even though he only visits the island a few days each year. He travels far and wide, spreading the glory and teachings of the Void God cult, and has brought countless new believers into the fold. Sarah paused to let Bai Linglong absorb the information, then scrolled on. Beyond them, there are several fertility gods worshipped by the inhabitants of Void Planet 001. And finally, we have 3 more influential figures who actually live on the island full-time. Mr. Kyle, Mr. Renly, and Mr. Predictor. Bai Linglong raised an eyebrow. These 3 are permanent residents? They're that powerful. Do they hold official government posts? Sarah gave a small, apologetic smile. I'd love for them to have formal titles, but appointments aren't up to me. Mr. Kyle, seated nearby, caught her eye. He offered a wry grin, pleased by the praise, yet well aware of his lack of an official office. Behind his smile, though, was a hint of frustration. Without a formal position, his influence remained unofficial, no matter how great his abilities. The Void God sect indeed overflows with gifted disciples, but it's still too young to have built up a full roster of officials. At this stage, they don't rank everyone by raw power. Instead, they prize truly unique talents. Damien was well aware that his own strength was only moderate. He was competent in a fight, but hardly peerless. Yet did the sect really lack warriors? Far from it. At the very summit of Void Domain sat Mr. Odin, the God King, and Gao Tianzun, devoted servant of Kassadin, the Void God. Most notably, Lord Kassadin himself, fabled as invincible, was present in their midst. Until one crossed a certain threshold, even impressive power could only be called formidable, never unbeatable. Damien, Renly, and Predictor aren't official appointees, the elder reminded him, quietly. They're simply permanent residents who prefer the quiet on Void Island. He paused, gaze drifting toward the dark horizon. Still, if the sect ever faces a truly all-out war, we'll draw on every soldier we can, whether they hold an official title or not. Damien has been appointed to assume supreme command of the entire front line. In this public hierarchy, only Senior Sonia outranks everyone else. Below her, all officers hold equal status. Speak freely and act as you see fit. Sarah recognized that Kyle and the others secretly craved a formal posting so they could finally settle down instead of drifting from place to place. Still, she wanted to give Bai Linglong an honest picture of the situation, so she avoided exaggeration. In truth, Damien already leads both of the Void God cult's major campaigns. Senior Sonia herself journeyed into the land of Void, and even Lord Kassadin, the god of the Void, made a personal appearance on the battlefield. Yet Sonia was adamant. Operational control rests entirely with Damien. She refused to allow a civilian to dictate strategy to a proven commander. Whoever is best qualified takes the reins. Blessed with the power of foresight, Damien has repeatedly demonstrated his military genius. In the cult's war effort, his leadership is simply irreplaceable. I've seen the official orders, Sarah said quietly, meeting Damien's gaze. Your authority is absolute. Damien nodded, his expression calm but determined. Then we move forward. Bai Linglong nodded, a faint smile playing on her lips. Predictor really did make a name for himself with those 2 victories, she observed. And from what I'm hearing, Damien's rank in the Void Faith is only going to rise. The Void God cult is preparing to subjugate world after world, and when that campaign begins, you'll be the one directing every move. Their armies are formidable already. With your strategic guidance, they'll be unstoppable. Damien leaned back, expression thoughtful. That's all speculation, he said quietly. I haven't even received an official commission yet. These titles are just placeholders. It's never too soon to talk about what lies ahead, the prophet interjected, stepping into the circle of torchlight. Alex and Lacey, 2 of the cult's senior officers, exchanged glances. They enjoyed privileges most Void believers could only dream of, secrets whispered in candlelit chambers, and strategic plans that shaped the fate of empires. Of course, Damien's precognitive talents granted him insights the common faithful could never hope to glimpse. Still, there was one person whose future eluded him entirely. Miss Sonia. It wasn't that her destiny exceeded his abilities, it was that her path was protected by mysteries even he couldn't unravel. And that, more than any conquest or prophecy, intrigued him most. Damien often saw Miss Sonia at Lord Kassadin's side. As the god of the Void, Kassadin was said to transcend time, space, and destiny itself. an enigma beyond the reach of any ordinary foresight. Damien prided himself on his prophetic gift. He could peer into the future, trace the winding threads of countless lives, and discern each person's destiny with uncanny precision. Yet whenever he turned his vision toward Cassidon, he found nothing but impenetrable darkness. He told himself that once he could glimpse even a fragment of the Void God's fate, his art would finally be perfected. Only then would every secret in the universe lie exposed before him. Until that day, Damien's power remained incomplete. He knew that without the blessing of the Void, he might never achieve such a feat. In all likelihood, it would elude him for his entire life. But because Cassidon's presence had already touched him, there remained at least a sliver of hope. In truth, divining one's own destiny was the simplest trick in a seer's repertoire. He need only turn his gaze inward. Damien never bothered to do so. There were no grave threats looming over him, and he preferred to leave his own future unwritten. After all, where would be the fun in knowing every twist and turn before it happened? Damien only ever glanced at other people's fates now and then, and offered guidance when something piqued his curiosity. He knew all too well, however, that destiny wasn't so easily bent to one's will. He was no Lord Cassidon, god of the void. He could not transcend time, space, or the great tapestry of fate without consequence. Anyone who tried to seize control of what they weren't meant to wield risked becoming its puppet instead. "Do government officials here receive public rations?" Damien asked, tilting his head. "Or do they pursue office purely for power and prestige?" Bai Linglong had already noticed how fiercely Mr. Ranoli and his associates coveted a public post, though the full picture remained murky. She met Damien's question with a steady look. "You're not guaranteed any official provisions," she replied. "Mr. Ranoli and the others may talk a good game, but so far there's no promise of food or pay. Their real goal is influence, nothing more." Sarah stood in the council chamber, her eyes flicking over the floating data slates that glimmered in midair. Across from her, Advisor Raza tapped one of them, summoning a streamlined rendering of a sprawling research complex. "You need to know about Damien," Raza began, voice low. "He's the true pioneer of void technology, and despite what you might assume, he's never drawn a single public stipend. Instead, he funded his own work by selling every breakthrough he engineered." He paused as the hologram shifted, detailing profit figures. Today, his personal net worth tops 100 billion universe coins. That makes him the wealthiest individual in the void faith. Sarah arched an eyebrow. "But wealth alone doesn't buy influence?" "Normally, no," Raza conceded. "But Damien's wealth comes with special privileges. He runs his own exclusive research sector. Whenever the faith unearths a new void artifact, he gets first access to anything he deems useful. And since his discoveries always circle back to strengthen the faith's power, no counselor dares challenge him." He tapped again, revealing 2 new portraits. Still, when it comes to ultimate authority, only 2 people outrank everyone else. First is Cassidon, the supreme god of the void, and second is Sonia, the High Herald. Between them, they wield absolute control over the faith's finances, its military divisions, its trade networks, everything. Sarah studied their faces. Sonia's gaze was steady, commanding. Cassidon's aura seemed barely contained by the crystalline frame of his hologram. This was the real hierarchy, Sonia and Cassidon at the summit, with Damien operating just beneath them, his vast resources and cutting-edge labs giving him immense clout. As the chamber's lights dimmed, Sarah realized how precarious her position now was. She'd come seeking answers, but in the void faith, power flowed not from doctrine or bloodline, but from the man with the deepest pockets and the boldest inventions, and from the 2 figures who held the true reins of this shadowy religion. Senior Sonia's extraordinary power comes with burdens that no one else in the void cult can feel. Ordinary members don't worry about the cult's future. They all assume that Lord Cassidon, the god of the void, and Senior Sonia will handle it. But that very confidence places invisible weight on her shoulders. Plenty of followers wish they could share the responsibility, yet leadership positions aren't easy to come by. For now, with only a handful of believers and a small domain, the cult remains manageable. Once it grows, however, governing it effectively will be a far greater challenge. Sarah knew this well. Every evening, long after her official duties ended, Senior Sonia would retreat into her chambers to pore over texts and strategies, precisely when she could have been resting. Moved by her mentor's dedication, Sarah and Lalatina quietly continued their own studies. They hoped that by strengthening themselves in secret, they might someday ease the burden weighing on Senior Sonia's shoulders. The point of learning and improving isn't to show off, it's to better equip yourself for the work and challenges ahead. Bai Linglong noticed that, as Sarah spoke, Kyle and the others showed no skepticism. In fact, they seemed to accept her words wholeheartedly. That explained why Kyle had been so thrilled a few days ago when he learned that Sonia, the so-called Void Goddess, had appeared in the St. Nicholas civilization. Sarah herself hadn't brought it up, but Kyle had mentioned it during their previous discussion. After all, Sonia the Void Goddess rarely ventured far from her home world of Xandar. The prevailing rumor in the galaxy was that she almost never left. That long-standing belief was precisely why, when Bai Linglong and Laura first introduced themselves as Miss Sonia from Xandar, everyone's immediate reaction was to assume they shared a name with the legendary deity, but weren't actually her. The Void Goddess faith had been around for centuries. Such misconceptions were inevitable. Aside from answering the call to battle in the Void Realm, Damien, the Void God's chosen envoy, rarely leaves planet Xandar. Instead, he dedicates himself to overseeing the construction and steady growth of Void Island. Ever since the Void God cult's triumph over the Land of Nothingness, their coffers have swelled to legendary proportions, and with that wealth comes scrutiny. Eyes from every corner of the galaxy follow Damien's every move. It isn't just rivals preparing to thwart him who keep watch. Opportunists, too, hope to capitalize on even the smallest hint of his intent. After all, a single declaration from Damien can transform any venture into a veritable gold mine. Carrying the cult's banner means that every statement he makes, every gesture he offers, is treated as official doctrine. He must tread carefully, since his personal conduct now embodies the authority and the reputation of the Void God cult. And in doing so, Damien has unwittingly become a living inspiration, a role model for countless women throughout the universe. Damien settled onto a smooth stone bench beside the lagoon, watching the late afternoon sun gild the rippling water. He'd now been on the island for nearly a month, and every day brought fresh revelations about its strange technologies and the people who'd created them. Across from him, Sarah exchanged a glance with Bai Linglong, who tapped her chin thoughtfully. "You'll understand even more after you've lived here another month," Sarah teased, her tone light but her eyes bright with anticipation. Then she turned back to Bai Linglong. "All right, tell us about the St. Nicholas civilization." Bai Linglong drew in a breath. The essence of their subject transformation process is biological modification, rewiring the body to be stronger, faster, more resilient. She paused, choosing her words. Of course, whenever you tinker with nature, you introduce side effects. Some habits are more stubborn than others. The more you change, the more new behaviors can emerge, sometimes beneficial, sometimes not. Sarah nodded. So things like poor impulse control or... Exactly. Bai Linglong's eyes flickered as she recalled her own trials. Many modified subjects experience a kind of accelerated adolescence. Hormones spike unpredictably. They have to guard against rash decisions, mood swings, everything from sudden aggression to, well, extremes of pleasure-seeking. She sighed. We try to suppress the worst tendencies, but you can never eliminate every flaw. Even the most perfected subject carries hidden weaknesses. Damien listened in silence, the weight of her words sinking in. On this island of marvels and dangers, strength always came at a price, and every gift of power carried its own hidden curse. In other words, Sarah said, if you transform into a bird, you don't automatically crave insects and raw meat, right? She glanced at Damien, recalling his promise to curb his worst habits. This was the question she'd been most eager to ask. Bai Linglong smiled and nodded. The raptor transformation is one of the 10 greatest achievements of the St. Nicholas civilization. When we perfected it, we deliberately removed the instinct to eat bugs and raw flesh, since those were considered undesirable behaviors. That said, most biomods still inherit certain food preferences. For instance, she admitted, turning to Damien, I personally developed quite a fondness for seafood. You're free to eat whatever you like, she added, but you may simply find some foods unappealing. She went on to explain that, although these subjects undergo dramatic physical changes, they remain fundamentally human, gifted with intelligence rather than driven solely by instinct, which means they still have the power of choice. Early on, however, the St. Nicholas bioengineering program was far less refined, and its first subjects suffered significant side effects. Damien leaned back in his chair, recalling the chaotic early days of the St. Nicholas civilization's bioengineering program. In the beginning, he said, anyone without a rock solid simply couldn't withstand the side effects of our modifications. We saw everything from severe rejection reactions to psychological breakdowns. It was a disaster zone of experiments. Sarah, perched on the edge of a nearby table, nodded thoughtfully. That was years ago, though. I've heard your techniques have matured. You've eliminated those grotesque mutations and mid-experiment failures, right? Exactly, Damien replied with a short smile. Decades of refinements mean our subjects now undergo their enhancements with virtually no unexpected side effects. What used to be bizarre deformities, the extra eyes swallowing the cheek, limbs growing in the wrong place, are relics of the past. Sarah tapped her chin. Have you ever tried modifications based on arthropods? Spiders? Insects? That sort of thing. Damien's expression grew serious. We've experimented with arthropod DNA. Yes, on paper it's enticing. You could graft on extra arms, develop compound vision, even spin silk. But in practice, the results have been underwhelming. To function on land, those traits require drastic anatomical changes. 6 arms, dozens of jointed legs, multiple eyes set across the skull. The abilities are remarkable, but the appearance is disturbingly alien. He paused. And it isn't just aesthetics. Our philosophy at St. Nicholas holds that true bioenhancement must be more than raw power. A subject must remain psychologically whole, socially acceptable. No matter how strong you become, if you look or feel monstrous, you're cut off from the world you're meant to protect. Sarah exhaled, intrigued. So that's why arthropod modifications are so rare. Precisely, Damien agreed. We prioritize balanced integration, enhancements that feel natural, maintain human dignity, and never sacrifice sanity for strength. Visual profiles must always be screened. The system's warning banner blinked across the hollow screen. Bai Linglong didn't look up as she tapped commands, bringing detailed schematics of arthropod anatomy into view. Damien leaned forward, studying the complex biodata cascading down the display. In the earliest days of the St. Nicholas civilization, Linglong began, they pursued genetic enhancement across countless species, including arthropods. But those experiments were abandoned long before the empire reached its zenith. She swiped through a series of 3D models. Arthropods are extraordinary in many respects. Their muscles and exoskeletons can generate forces many times their own body weight, and some carry neurotoxins or venoms potent enough to fell much larger creatures. Their resilience, surviving extreme climates, devastating environmental shifts, earned them the nickname nature's darlings. Damien nodded, recalling the old records. Linglong continued. Yet the grand ambition of St. Nicholas bioengineers was nothing less than total dominance, land, sea, and sky. In raw strength and versatility, arthropods simply couldn't measure up to other so-called overlord-class organisms designed for at purpose. On any world's ecological stage, no creature is born weak. Some thrive on pure instinct, growing so powerful they face no natural predators. But for the civilization's ultimate vision of universal hegemony, arthropods fell short. Their endurance was legendary, but their might was not enough to claim all 3 realms simultaneously. St. Nicholas built its dominance on an unparalleled mastery of genetics, primary gene strands reinforced by auxiliary modifications and guided by brilliant human minds. The result was a world teeming with super-enhanced individuals. I've often wondered how the raw potential of the human body stacks up against the planet-shattering technologies of the galaxy's tyrants. The truth is, until St. Nicholas figures out how to overcome the inherent amplification limits of its engineered life forms and harness natural disasters as weapons, they'll never claim true supremacy. It still sounds odd, Damien admitted. I thought arthropods would be more promising candidates for biotransformation. Sarah shuddered at the memory of Bai Linglong's proposal to base a new breed of warriors on insects and crustaceans. No wonder the St. Nicolans rejected it outright. Just look at Bai Linglong herself, elegantly modified and brimming with power, and you can see why the civilization's leaders preferred creations that blended lethal strength with striking beauty. Even though genetic engineering sparks suspicion and conspiracy theories elsewhere, within St. Nicholas, it remains the undisputed mainstream approach. Sarah gazed at Bai Linglong in awe. It was remarkable. A civilization so advanced it had abandoned starships and destructive weaponry in favor of pure biological enhancement. From the vibrant life energy flowing around Bai Linglong, Sarah sensed a power capable of toppling even the galaxy's greatest superpowers. Wanting to establish rapport and genuinely curious about Bai Linglong's culture, Sarah leaned forward. She had long been fascinated by the unique traditions of the St. Nicholas civilization, and she hoped this conversation would help her guest settle in smoothly. "Miss Bai Linglong," Sarah began, "how would you rank your strength within the St. Nicholas civilization? Are you below average, above it, or among the elite?" Bai Linglong paused thoughtfully, then replied with a small smile. "I'd place myself in the upper middle tier, definitely above average, but not at the very top." Damien shook his head. "Because I'm not a direct descendant, I can't undergo the St. Nicholas civilization's highest grade biotransformation. My strength still falls well short of the top tiers." Bai Linglong, known to most as Miss Sarah, tilted her head in mild surprise. "Then how do you figure your power is already pretty solid?" He shrugged. "I've felt my own aura. I could sense it growing during the energy beast confrontation." She smiled knowingly. Sensing someone's strength by their aura is basic void cult training. Yours registers as above average, solidly mid-level. With that kind of power, you'll do just fine in the Xandar Empire. She leaned forward, her tone matter-of-fact. "On Void Island, you have nothing to fear, and even if you leave and wander through the Empire, people will notice you, but stay vigilant, and you'll handle most dangers yourself." She paused, then added, "If things ever do go south, you can always call in the Nova Corps. Tell them you need to meet with Mr. Kyle. He's a 3-star officer in the Corps and one of our Void Cult allies. Just say you know him, and they'll be quick to lend a hand." Sarah smiled warmly. "Once Damien knows what's going on, he'll step in and help however he can." Bai Linglong felt a knot of anxiety loosen in her chest. She returned Sarah's smile. "That's a relief." Kyle watched her face light up and admired her composure. Through Sarah's gentle questioning, Bai Linglong had pieced together exactly where she stood in the Xandar Empire, and that whether she was on Void Island or traveling the wider realm, she wouldn't be alone. Help was closer than she'd feared. She simply had to reach out. Knowing Damien and Sarah were ready to support her gave Bai Linglong a newfound confidence. Thanks to Sarah's thoughtful guidance, so kind and clear, she felt ready to face whatever challenges the Xandar Empire might send her way. The group settled around the table, chatting and enjoying their meal. Noticing Bai Linglong's unease, Sarah spoke softly, guiding her to let go of her worries with gentle, confident encouragement. Praising someone effectively is a subtle art. It's not enough to heap on compliments indiscriminately, since flattery that isn't sincere can easily backfire. Making guests feel welcomed and genuinely at ease in the Xandar Empire was Sarah's specialty. She'd been raised in the illustrious Solaris Hotel, after all. Even though Bai Linglong wasn't one of her official clients, Sarah couldn't help but offer her comfort. When the plates were cleared, Kyle rose from the table. He and Sarah excused themselves from Nikrov, Madame Butterfly, and Bai Linglong. Kyle had promised Sarah a private viewing of the golden branches and leaves. Once he'd unveiled his surprise, he intended to resume his training. At the same time, Nikrov and Madame Butterfly planned to pay their formal respects at the Void Temple, and Bai Linglong, curious to see it for herself, decided to accompany them. "Mr. Nikrov," Bai Linglong said hesitantly as they stood before the temple's ornate gates, "shall we?" "After you finish your rites at the Void Temple, Madame Butterfly, come straight to me and record your visit," Sarah instructed Nikrov with a bright smile. "I'll put together a full report and then welcome you into our community. Let everyone in the Void Cult know that Lord Cassidon, the god of the Void, has recognized you. You're officially one of us now. If I'm delayed, you can find me on Mr. Kyle's starship down at the spaceport. I'm sure Star-Lord will be thrilled to hear you've joined. Standing on the promenade just outside the canteen, Sarah glanced at Nikrov and added, "Okay, Madam Butterfly and I will come by after our formal visit to the shrine. As for Star-Lord, who even knows where he's off gallivanting these days? No need to rush a celebration." Nikrov didn't hesitate. With a courteous nod, he said, "Bai Linglong, you can come with me afterward and stay for as long as you like." Lacey stepped forward next and quietly briefed Bai Linglong on what to expect. Sarah's words had already eased Bai Linglong's nerves, and the idea of living with Nikrov for a time only made her more excited. "Thank you, Lady Lacey. I'll go with Mr. Niklov and the others, and we'll find you later." Bai Linglong offered a slight nod. Soon, the two groups parted. They could have simply followed the main road, but on an island this size, shortcuts were bound to exist. Kyle and his team shot into the sky, heading straight for the airport, with Sarah unfurling her wings and following gracefully. "Miss Sarah is such a considerate person," Bai Linglong murmured to herself as she watched them go. She didn't state it outright, but based on what Lady Lacey hinted, Sarah holds a position comparable to the adored confidant of every member of the Void cult. To offend her would be to anger them all. No one appointed as an official of the Void God's faith is simple or without influence. True privilege isn't talked about, it's shown in deeds and sway. Meanwhile, Mr. Niklov and Madame Butterfly skimmed along the avenue at a low altitude, their quiet conversation blending with the soft hum of the city below. "I can feel it." Damien fell into step behind Nikrov, who strode ahead with effortless confidence. Miss Sarah's negotiation skills are impressive, and her gentle manner makes you feel truly respected every time you speak with her. It's no wonder everyone takes to her. He'd only shared a single meal with her so far, but the unease he'd felt earlier had already started to fade. In its place burned a growing curiosity about the Void cult and the Xandar Empire. He knew that curious stares might follow him wherever he went, but without that knot of anxiety in his chest, he felt more than ready to explore. This first trip, he decided, couldn't be all that bad. After all, he was here to enjoy himself and to learn. "You won't find danger on Void Island," Madame Butterfly said with a knowing smile as she noticed the relief washing over Damien's features. "And that's not just idle reassurance. We may not officially be members of the Void cult," she went on, "but our experiences here promise to be worthwhile." Damien returned her smile with a small nod. "I'm looking forward to it." In under 10 minutes, Sarah trailed behind Kyle and the others as they made their way toward the sleek bulk of the space battleship. The closer they drew, the more Kyle's excitement became palpable, his eyes practically gleaming, as if he could barely wait to show her something astonishing. Sarah didn't press him for details. Instead, she watched him curiously, wondering what secret made him so eager. When the ship's hatch finally swung open, Sarah stepped aboard without skipping a beat. This wasn't her first time traveling with Kyle and his team, so none of the familiar corridors and control panels fazed her. Kyle, Renoli, and a few others ushered her through the maze of corridors until they reached a massive door. "This is one of the most restricted areas on the ship," Kyle explained with a conspiratorial grin. "No one outside can see what's in here, and even crew members have no idea what we keep behind this door." Sarah's curiosity spiked as Kyle punched in the access code. She exchanged a glance with Renoli, whose smirk only deepened her sense of anticipation. "You'll understand as soon as you see it for yourself," Kyle promised, stepping back. With a soft hiss, the door slid open. A warm, golden glow spilled out, bathing Sarah's face in radiant light. At that moment, whatever lay beyond the threshold felt poised to change everything. As the tall double doors swung open, Sarah stepped into the vast, enclosed conference room and stopped short. Before her lay enormous golden branches and leaves, each piece so intricate and luminous it looked like a living painting. "Mr. Kyle," she whispered, voice hushed with awe. "Where did you find these?" Kyle smiled. "They were brought back from the St. Nicholas civilization." "St. Nicholas civilization?" Sarah echoed, eyes wide. "You actually retrieved these from there?" "Exactly," Kyle replied. "These aren't ordinary specimens. They're fragments of the legendary golden maple tree." Sarah traced a finger along one towering branch. Its surface was etched with mysterious, swirling patterns that glimmered under the soft lights. They're even more breathtaking in person than in the projections. Just one of these branches can be used to cultivate an entire grove of golden maples, added Xiaorongguang, stepping forward and beaming at Sarah's awed expression. Yes, they were literally plucked from the golden maple itself. Sarah felt a thrill run through her. She'd admired these leaves on screen, but seeing them up close, so perfectly preserved and serenely beautiful, awakened in her a fierce desire to protect them. These were not mere decorations or trophies. They were living works of art, too precious to be handled carelessly, and too miraculous to be anything less than cherished. Damien swiped through the images again, shaking his head. "This isn't a golden maple tree at all," he said quietly. "These are the leaves and branches of the golden tree, arguably the Jin family's most precious relic from the ancient St. Nicholas civilization." He paused, glancing at Kyle and Sarah. "Golden maples are just its offspring or byproducts. The real golden tree itself is so invaluable that no one is allowed to photograph it directly." Kyle sat up straighter, eyes shining. "So these really are pieces of the golden tree? You could actually plant them and grow a new one? Is there truly such a thing as a golden tree?" Sarah stared at the display, disbelief written across her face. Slowly, she turned the device toward RD herself and Kyle, as if hoping for confirmation that what they were seeing was real. Damien sat forward, eyes wide as Renoli recounted their incredible discovery. "We never imagined it was real until we saw it with our own eyes," Renoli began, voice low with awe. "But the Jin family's main branch truly does preserve the golden tree." He paused, recalling Miss Bai Linglong's explanation. "In ancient times, that tree marked the heart of the legendary Golden Land. What we found was the very monument of old, though centuries of wear have left it somewhat diminished." Damien frowned. "How many of them still exist?" Renoli's grin grew. "Only 2 in the entire world. Even the Jin clan itself has just those 2 left. That's why we must guard it with utmost care." He leaned back and let the words sink in. "Our civilization on St. Nicholas has cracked a major mystery thanks to this find. Normally, nobody outside the Jin family ever sees the golden tree. It was pure happenstance that Niklov and Madame Butterfly crossed paths with Jin Luosha, the young head of the Jin lineage. Out of courtesy, he allowed them 2 private visits. And as a parting gift," Renoli added, producing a small wooden box, "he gave us 110 golden leaves and branches. His intention was for us to plant a grove of golden maple trees right here on the grounds of the Void God sect." Damien opened the box, letting a handful of shimmering leaves drift through his fingers. Each one glowed with an inner light, delicate veins tracing patterns of burnished gold. He looked up at Renoli, breathless. "So this is how we'll transform the Void God sect's courtyard," Damien said quietly, "a living testament to the Jin family's legacy and to the hidden wonders of our world." Damien stood just inside the pavilion's grand entrance, noting how extraordinary it was that Nikrov and Madame Butterfly had drawn the golden Rakshasa's favor, and by extension, the rare privilege of entering the Golden Maple Mountain Pavilion. After all, they'd been the ones bold enough to challenge the Kree Empire. To receive the Jin family's highest form of hospitality was an honor few could claim. Inside the conference hall, one of the attendants announced, 110 specimens. Every single one is different. "Are these all natural formations?" Sarah asked, her voice hushed with awe. "They are," replied Mr. Renoli, leaning forward. "The universe truly is vast and filled with wonders." Sarah moved along the long display table, examining the golden branches and leaves laid out before her. None of the patterns repeated. Each piece possessed its own intricate veining and shimmer. These were not human-carved relics, but genuine marvels of nature, and possibly unique in the world. To any collector, their worth would be beyond calculation. Damien glanced at Sarah's rapt expression and then back at the glittering collection. Even he, a veteran of countless expeditions, felt a thrill of discovery. "Remarkable," he breathed. "Truly one of a kind." "Yes," Sarah agreed, turning to him with bright eyes. "The universe is bigger and more astonishing than we can ever imagine." Kyle smiled ruefully. "You're right, Miss Sarah. Your chances to travel far and wide are pretty limited." Sarah laughed, brushing a strand of hair behind her ear. Void Island suits me just fine. I spend almost all my time there anyway. Still, Kyle and Lacey exchanged uneasy glances. As much as Sarah claimed to love her island home, none of them could shake the thought of her never joining their adventures. Over time, her bright welcome back and hearty safe travels had become the anchor of their little group. Change a habit that comforting, and you suddenly realize how much you relied on it. Chapter 683, Setting Clear Boundaries in Advance. Sarah rarely got any time off, so when she finally had a few spare days, she jumped at the chance to visit Blue Star with the team. Kyle and the others were determined to give her the best possible gaming experience, especially after her last trip had fallen flat. Tony, as their host, felt a twinge of embarrassment for the way things had gone, but everyone knew it wasn't really his fault. Sarah, ever gracious, never complained, though it was only after Tony gently asked that she admitted how disappointing her previous outing had been. Now Kyle had unearthed something truly special on Blue Star, an attraction that would both surprise and delight Sarah, even if she could only explore it virtually. Eager to share it, he quickly alerted everyone in the Void God cult to gather and witness his discovery together. Within the Void God cult, 3 members received extra care, and Sarah was one of them. As the cult's recorder, she had a unique gift for nurturing everyone's spirits with her thoughtful attention and steady support. Tonight, Kyle hoped her time on Blue Star would finally match the warmth she always brought to the group. Sister Sarah, Sister Lalatina, and Sister Sonia formed the triumvirate guiding the Void Divine Church's resurgence. Sarah's gentle diplomacy smoothed over countless disputes. Lalatina's shrewd mind directed its development and external negotiations, and Sonia, by far the highest ranking of the 3, lent the movement its unshakable authority. Thanks to them, the faith was flourishing, and now Kyle had a special gift to commemorate their achievements. He laid out 110 golden leaves, each a perfectly preserved branch of gleaming metal, on a polished mahogany table. "Please, take whichever leaf you like," he said. "You're welcome to keep it as a decorative treasure, display it in your quarters, or even plant it. With care, they'll root and grow on their own." Sarah bowed her head in gratitude. "Thank you, Mr. Kyle. Your generosity honors us all." Lalatina smiled and stepped forward. "Let's each choose 1 leaf first. After that, if Sister Sonia finds the remaining leaves to her liking, we'll present them to her." "If you don't mind, Sister Lalatina," Sarah replied, "why don't you select the first leaf?" Lalatina reached out and picked a single golden frond, its edges shimmering in the candlelight. One by one, each sister made her choice, Sarah next, then Sonia, each leaf clicking softly as it left the pile. In that quiet moment, the 3 women felt the promise of the Void God's blessings grow ever stronger. Miss Sonia's fondness for the golden maple leaves was well known, and Lord Cassidon shared her enthusiasm. Otherwise, he never would have arranged that clandestine expedition to Jinfeng Mountain in the St. Nicholas civilization just so she could see the legendary trees. Those of us who stayed behind already understood that replicas of the golden branches and foliage would soon be ours. "Is that for real?" one of the attendants asked, incredulous. Sarah's eyes gleamed as she laughed. "Absolutely. Before long, the Void Divine Faith itself will have its own grove of golden maples." She paused, delight dancing in her voice. "And don't think Miss Sonia will settle for just 1 tree. We're planning to purchase a small island, plant it wall to wall with saplings until every branch shimmers like gold." Rinaldi returned her smile. It warmed his heart to return from a long journey bearing gifts for the people back home, especially when the recipient was someone as deserving as Miss Sarah. As for constructing the pavilion to display the trees, there was no rush. The maples would need time to take root and flourish. Sarah nodded, already picturing the island trove of gilded foliage as she carefully sorted through the bundle of shimmering leaves in her hands. At that very moment, in another part of the temple grounds, Bai Linglong trailed quietly behind Madame Butterfly and Nikrov along the marble walkways that led to the heart of the Void Temple. Bai Linglong paused at the foot of the Temple of the Void, tilting her head back to admire the soaring spires above her. Though the Void Divine religion had been founded only a few years ago, the sanctuary already radiated an aura of ancient mystery. At her side, Nikrov helped Madame Butterfly from their carriage. Today they had come to offer thanks to Lord Cassidin, the god of the void, for his blessings. Custom demanded they ascend the wide stone steps one tier at a time, showing their reverence with each measured stride. In 10,000 years, Bai Linglong murmured, this temple will still stand. Nikrov chuckled quietly. I doubt it will ever need rebuilding. The void faith is less than a decade old. Together the three began their climb. Though the steps were broad and steep, they made the ascent easily. Bai Linglong trailed her fingertips along the worn edges, noting the shallow grooves carved by countless pilgrims before them, silent testament to their shared devotion. Countless pilgrims flock to the Void God cult seeking its blessings, yet its membership never tops 1,000. To receive a blessing here is to leap straight into the heavens, and the cult's influence extends far beyond the known land of the Void. Miss Sonia apparently spent a fortune buying an entire world larger than Xandar, and she's named it Void 001, Nikrov explained. Its ecology is pristine, and migration there is certainly possible. Rebuilding your life from the ground up? Completely within reach. It all depends, of course, on what the highest council of the Void God cult ultimately decides. He'd learned much of this from Bai Linglong and Laura, who had first introduced him and the others to the ancient St. Nicholas civilization. But as soon as they set foot on Void Island, responsibilities among the newcomers shifted. Though none of them had called Void Island home for long, they were remarkably well informed, especially after conversations with Star-Lord himself. Star-Lord had spent 2 years here, preparing for the blessing trials. By the time he passed through, he already commanded intimate knowledge of virtually every corner of Void Island. Did you really purchase an entire planet, one with a pristine ecosystem and a fully habitable environment? Bai Linglong asked, her voice tinged with genuine surprise. As you'd expect from the Void God cult, her companion replied coolly. Bai Linglong's eyes widened. In this universe, few things rival the value of a planet. To acquire one, you need more than raw credits. You need clout and standing. Without the proper status, you wouldn't even be granted an audience with its owner, let alone persuade them to sell. Unless the world lies in some remote frontier, it almost certainly belongs to the Xandar Empire, the undisputed power of the Andromeda Galaxy. Though the Empire hasn't waged outright conquest in years, it still governs countless star systems. Every untouched, livable planet represents either a cradle for a budding civilization or, in times of catastrophe, a refuge where survivors can rebuild. They settle, pool their knowledge, and rise again. No wonder securing the Empire's approval to part with such a prize is considered nearly impossible. Damien, Madame Butterfly, and Nikrov stopped at the edge of the empty plaza, staring up at the colossal statue that marked the entrance to the Void Temple. Morning light skimmed over its dark, polished surface, but the site felt strangely deserted, too early for most pilgrims and too remote for casual visitors. Madame Butterfly let out a quiet breath. The Void Divine Religion could only afford a monument like this, she murmured, eyes never leaving the statue. That alone speaks volumes about their status, their power, and their wealth. Nikrov raised an eyebrow. Who'd argue with that? They spent hundreds of billions of cosmic coins to buy this entire statue back. No concern for prying eyes or hidden agendas. Ordinary civilizations couldn't dream of pulling off something like this. She tapped the datapad in her hand, and there's more. Based on the latest intelligence about the Void Sect's movements, Planet Void 001 is now under Lalatina's direct oversight. It's not just a stronghold, it's the shipyard where they'll construct their space-borne dreadnoughts. What we see so far is only preliminary work. Void 001 is huge. They'll carve out dozens of districts before they're done. Nikrov folded his arms, gaze still transfixed by the statue. I've stood here several times before, he admitted, voice low and reflective. Back then, I was awestruck. But today, it feels different, stranger somehow, as if the silence itself is watching us. Damien nodded, his pulse quickening. The grandeur of the statue, the hush of the plaza, even the morning air seemed charged with possibility. Whatever lay ahead in the Void Temple, none of them would soon forget this moment. On my second pilgrimage, I witnessed the manifestation of Lord Cassidin, the god of the Void. My awe at that moment blossomed into outright worship. Now, on my third journey to this sacred site, that same sense of reverence returns. Only this time, I feel an added certainty, as though the void itself has reached out to guide us. Nikrov and Madame Butterfly kneel beside me, their foreheads brushing the cold stone floor in deep obeisance. Together we call out, "Great Kassadin!" We offer our humble thanks for granting us this vision of the void. In response, the air seems to hum with power, and for a fleeting instant, I glimpse swirling shadows at the edge of perception. Because of this divine encounter, Nikrov and Madame Butterfly have come to understand the true principles that govern strength. They see now that power grows not from shortcuts or forbidden rites, but from steady, unbroken progress, so long as one honors the void's precepts and treads each step faithfully. If they continue in this way, they are destined to become legends in the cosmos. Nikrov, especially, cannot hide his gratitude. In only a few days since dedicating himself to the void's path, he has evolved multiple times and already feels his body growing more resilient at every turn. Each surge of strength erases another flaw he once believed permanent. At this rate, he jokes, it won't be long, just a few years perhaps, before every trace of his old weaknesses is gone for good. And as I rise from my own kneel, I share his confidence. The void's promise is real, and it will forge us all into beings of astonishing power. Chapter 8. A New Dawn of Vengeance. Damien stood before the vast portal's threshold, his heart steadied by an unshakable resolve. He had learned to traverse the void, and with that power, he no longer trembled at the thought of confronting the Kree Empire, one of the universe's most formidable technological civilizations. In his mind's eye, he saw their gleaming warships scattered like wreckage across the cosmic sea. When the Kree fell, he would stride home to Tesma in triumph, reclaim the throne that was rightfully his, and restore his people's honor. For years, such dreams had flickered at the edge of his consciousness, bright yet hopelessly out of reach. The Kree outmatched him in every measurable way, and Damien had sunk into despair, drowning his ambition in drink, fantasizing about a quiet life under an assumed name, brokering deals to fill his coffers, then dying forgotten and alone. Revenge felt like an unreachable star, and time had worn away the sharp edges of his ambition until only a hollow ache remained. But everything changed the moment he earned the void's blessing, a prize countless beings craved but never attained. That divine spark did more than unlock interstellar pathways. It ignited in him a clear, unwavering path to justice. The once murky horizon blossomed into a laser focus. He would not fade into anonymity. He would rise. Lady Lacey and her counselors revealed that their trials had begun in secret long before he even grasped the full extent of his heritage. They had watched him, tested his spirit, tempered his resolve, so that when he finally stood before the portal, he would be ready. Damien bowed his head in gratitude. Their faith, combined with the void's power, had resurrected his shattered dreams and armed him for the campaign ahead. At last, the long wait was over. His war for vengeance and for Tesma's future was about to begin. All of Damien's past training and the chance that fate handed him have shaped him into who he is today. I have scaled the heights and savored the glory of true strength, he began, his voice steady. And I have plunged into the abyss, reduced to the lowest depths of weakness, stripped naked of pride, swallowed by misery and helplessness. I never believed I'd see the summit again. He paused, as if drawing in the memory of that dark time, then continued with renewed fire. Yet that opportunity came when I least expected it. For this, I am profoundly grateful. I swear to repay this debt fully, and I will never allow the name of the void to be dishonored. Every word brimmed with reverence and an unbreakable determination. At that instant, something within Damien ignited. The aura surrounding him shifted. Though he hadn't unleashed a single shred of his psionic power, he radiated an unmistakable air of royalty, noble, commanding, and utterly majestic. In that moment, the scrappy black market trader was gone. In his place stood the overlord of the Tesma civilization, Damien, resplendent, resolute, and worthy of the admiration once lavished upon him by countless souls. Madame Butterfly's heart tightened as she beheld the change before her. She realized she had never truly seen Niklov's real self until now. What stood before her was his true nature, majestic, imperious, like an emperor commanding legions of loyal subjects. No one could mistake his status for anything less than supreme. He was a controller of power on an unimaginable scale, perhaps leading 1,000,000 beings, perhaps reigning as a genuine sovereign. And even in the few words he had just spoken, his brilliance had shone unmistakably. Most people, when they discover someone they know secretly wields such power, scramble to win their favor. Madame Butterfly felt the same impulse, but she also sensed an ever-widening gulf between them. Lady Lacy and the others whispered that, having received the Void's blessing, Niklov would soon ascend to the very pinnacle of universal might. In a cosmos of tens or even hundreds of billions, such an existence would stand utterly unrivaled. She feared that before long, Niklov would be well beyond her reach. Bai Linglong still couldn't uncover Damien's true identity or his past. But as she watched the subtle shift in his aura, her jaw dropped. She'd only ever seen that kind of overwhelming, imperious presence in the heads of the 5 great families of the Holy Nicholas civilization's imperial capital. Yet Damien's energy was far stronger. That intensity spoke of a courage and status even loftier than those legendary leaders. His aura eclipsed the 5 most powerful figures in the St. Nicholas civilization, marking him not just as extraordinary, but as the genuine overlord of a civilization. No one could give him orders. He issued them. And when she considered his displayed might, it all suddenly made sense. Damien was a bona fide cosmic-level powerhouse, able to traverse the universe at will and dominate anyone except the rarest, most formidable opponents. In his presence, billions bowed. He alone stood above them all. Bai Linglong leaned forward, her eyes bright with curiosity. "Nikrov, have you ever wielded a power so great that everyone bends the knee before you?" Nikrov regarded her coolly, as if weighing whether this secret was worth sharing. At last, he spoke in a low, steady voice. "Not mere authority or influence, but a dominion so absolute that billions would lay down their lives at my command." Madame Butterfly, seated beside Bai Linglong, turned her gaze to him with sharp interest. "You speak as though you once held such sway. Tell us your story." Nikrov's expression darkened into a faint, distant smile. "I was born into one of the most advanced royal houses of our civilization. Blessed by both talent and strength, I seized the reins of power in my early 20s, becoming overlord of a realm spanning tens of billions of souls. None dared defy my orders." He paused, the memory tasting bitter on his tongue. "But youth breeds arrogance. I believed myself invincible, and in that folly I provoked the Kree Empire. They struck back swiftly and ruthlessly. The glory of my civilization was shattered, its people scattered. I was driven into exile, forced to wander this galaxy in disguise, haunted by the ruins of all I had built." Bai Linglong pressed her lips together, sympathetic yet eager to hear more. Madame Butterfly simply watched, her face unreadable. Nikrov stood then, his voice taking on a steely edge. "But I have not forgotten. The flames of vengeance burn in my heart. In a few short years, I will amass the strength to retake what was stolen from me and crush the Kree Empire beneath my banner once more." He paused again, as though sensing their unspoken questions. "Madame Butterfly is secure under the protection of Lord Cassidin, the god of the void, and her devoted cult. With her safe, I no longer need to hide my past or my ambitions." A charged silence fell over the chamber. Bai Linglong exchanged a quick glance with Madame Butterfly, both of them registering the deadly resolve in Nikrov's eyes. Far from a humble storyteller, he was a fallen sovereign plotting his triumphant return, and the galaxy would tremble when that day came. Although the Kree Empire had maintained a strong alliance with Damien through Madame Butterfly, they were now plotting to use her as leverage against him. Before they could do that, the Council still had to decide whether it was even possible to sway members of the Void cult to their side. Madame Butterfly was standing at the edge of the command deck when a protocol officer approached Scholar Nikrov and asked quietly, "Are you leaving soon?" The soft question echoed in her mind. In that moment, she finally understood why Nikrov had so stubbornly refused to tell her his plans, despite her countless inquiries. She had longed to know where he was headed. Now she discovered that he intended to return to his homeworld. A swirl of conflicting emotions tightened in her chest. The galaxy was vast and lonely, and true confidants were as rare as habitable planets. She and Nikrov were not husband and wife, yet they had journeyed side by side for nearly a century. Their shared principles had bound them together more tightly than any marriage could. Even when they drifted through the emptiness of space, each knew the other's limits and boundaries so well that the void felt less perilous. His encyclopedic knowledge and the subjects he loved to discuss always resonated with her own interests, and their conversations had unfailingly felt harmonious, an effortless meeting of minds. In recent years, Nikrov had watched over her with a kindness and attention she had never known before. Now the realization that he would soon depart left her with a hollow ache she could scarcely name. Madame Jean Butterfly let out a soft sigh, feeling more at ease than she had in a long time. With Damien at her side, she no longer feared revealing her powers as she once did. Unless a truly catastrophic threat arose, he would shield her. His unwavering protection, in both word and deed, gave her a security she'd never known before. Unconsciously, she began to view him as her sanctuary, confident that with him around, no obstacle was insurmountable. She turned to him with renewed determination. When the Kree Empire falls, I swear I will return to restore the Tesma civilization to its former glory. That is my mission. Damien watched her, admiration and resolve in his eyes. She wasn't just talking about rebuilding a society, she was preparing to shoulder the weight of an entire people's future. Madame Jean Butterfly offered him a small, reassuring smile. But even after I go back, it doesn't mean we have to part ways forever. I'll make regular pilgrimages to the Void God temples. We'll see each other again, at least occasionally. He nodded. He understood well how her duties would call her home once the Kree Empire lay in ruins. By then, her obligations would be immense. Lingering on Void Island or anywhere in the Andromeda Galaxy for long would be impossible. Yet in that promise, to meet again, both felt hope. As long as they each had a path to follow and a vow to reunite, there was nothing they couldn't face. Damien had been raised on a single, unshakable maxim: preserve the glory of the Tesma civilization and guide it to ever greater heights. All his life he had clung to that ideal, yet his own shortcomings left him powerless. He drifted through days of decadence, haunted by the promise he could never fulfill. Now, everything was about to change. His latent abilities were awakening, surging through him until he stood ready, and more than ready, to rebuild the Tesma legacy from the ground up. Once the ancient civilization shone again at the zenith of galactic power, Damien would turn his sights to an even grander ambition, proclaiming the name of the Void. At present, the Void God cult's influence stretched primarily across the Andromeda Galaxy, but that limited domain did not do justice to the cult's transcendent purpose. For now, its reach barely touched beyond the fairy galaxy. Damien envisioned a universe reverberating with the dread and wonder of the Void, proof of Lord Cassidon's boundless might. Meanwhile, across countless light years, Madame Butterfly had been scouring cosmic networks in search of any trace of Damien. Her efforts had met only dead ends, until word reached her of the Tesma Renaissance. Intrigued, she activated her communicator, punched in the new coordinates, and within moments, streams of classified data flowed before her eyes. At last, the mystery of Tesma's would-be savior was beginning to unravel. Damien Tesma Sexaswev, the God-given emperor, stood at the center of the grand hall as Madame Butterfly's words echoed around him. "Rebuild the glory of the Tesma civilization," she breathed, scarcely daring to speak his full title. "Are you truly the man they call the God-given emperor?" Since infancy, Damien's life had been nothing short of legendary. By age 10, he'd already proven himself the mightiest warrior in all Tesma. In his 20s, he rose to overlord, shattering every record in the annals of his people. Fluent in astronomy and geography, he wove brilliant strategies that turned impossible battles into spectacular victories. Arrogant, yes, but not cruel. To millions, he was heaven's own champion, born beneath a fortunate star, destined to lead Tesma from strength to strength. They bestowed upon him the title God-given, because it seemed a gift of divine favor. Under his command, Tesma's borders expanded, its cities glittered like gems, its scholars recorded wonders that would fuel generations of pride and hope. Countless hearts believed that through Damien, their civilization would ascend to legendary heights. And yet, for all his brilliance, Damien had overreached. In a single rash act, he'd ordered the slaughter of Kree Empire envoys, unprovoked. And with that stain upon his honor, He dared challenge the majesty of a power far greater than his own. Now, standing in this marble chamber, he faced the uneasy hush of admiration mingled with fear. For even a God-given emperor must reckon with the bounds of heaven and the wrath of an empire scorned. I'm Damien, and what I uncovered in the ancient Tesma archives was nothing short of devastating. A cataclysm had shattered their civilization, driving the Tesma from their homeworld, only to be hunted mercilessly by the Kree Empire. Among the exiles was a man named Nikrov. He spent barely a few years on the run. By the time he turned 50, a single Kree railgun blast ended his life. The surviving records grant Nikrov a grim double distinction. He was the youngest emperor ever crowned, shattering every pre-record and almost paradoxically, the earliest ruler ever to perish in office. It was his violent death that first drew the attention of Madame Butterfly, whose secret investigation I've been following. I never suspected that the mysterious figure she sought was this very Nikrov, whose story both Tesma Chronicles and Kree archives agree ended in utter ruin. In Tesma lore, his fall is forever remembered as the crime of pride. Only fragments of his reign remain. The scattered entries speak of astonishing victories and feats of strength, yet none explain how he seized power so swiftly. According to Butterfly's notes, her probing may have provoked the Empire's wrath. Perhaps that's why so much of Nikrov's true legacy was deliberately erased. Chapter 7. Damien stood rooted to the spot as Nikrov stepped into the dimly lit chamber. His heart pounded. He had been certain Nikrov was dead. Now, seeing him in the flesh, he realized the Tesma civilization must have hidden and protected him, erasing almost every trace of his existence. Nikrov inclined his head in greeting. "Holy Emperor," Damien murmured, voice tight with disbelief. "I haven't heard that title in ages." "Don't bother with the old records," Nikrov replied, settling into a low bench. "They're relics of a past that won't help you now." Damien crossed his arms, waiting. Nikrov's gray eyes gleamed in the flickering light. "The Kree Empire thought I was dead. That was deliberate, a ruse we devised to throw them off my trail. To the Empire's strategists, whether I lived or perished was beside the point. What they really wanted was to keep me from roaming the galaxy under my true name." He paused, as if measuring each word. Then they launched a full-scale assault on the Tesma homeworld. Thousands were slaughtered, and every resource they could carry off was looted. To the Kree High Command, it preserved their grandeur. They silenced any mention of the truth, ensuring millions back home would believe they'd acted honorably. Nikrov's voice softened. No matter the civilization, Kree, Tesma, or any other, only a handful ever learn what really happened. Silence settled over the chamber. Damien let Nikrov's words sink in. In that moment, he understood the true cost of power and how easily history could be rewritten for the few who held the pen. In the eyes of the Tesma people, and by extension the Kree Empire, what really matters is saving face and meeting your objective. The actual truth is secondary. The Kree don't care whether this so-called cosmic powerhouse is truly dead. Once their agents confirm his demise and file their report, he's considered neutralized. He can't run rampant anymore, and that's all the Empire needs to hear. With that threat eliminated, the Kree have no reason to target Tesma again. This once proud world has been ravaged for untold generations. Every valuable resource was stripped away long ago, leaving little more than a shattered planet with a primitive civilization. The Kree aren't going to play the part of savior. Unlike the Xandar Empire, who, under a new philosophy, liberated every colony they'd ever claimed, poured efforts into nurturing fledgling societies, and welcomed them into the galactic fold, the Kree have no interest in benevolent oversight. They'll leave Tesma to rebuild on its own, or not, and turn their gaze toward fresher spoils elsewhere. The Kree Empire had once laid waste to entire worlds, stripping them of life and resources before moving on to the next. In its earliest days, the Xandarian Empire shared much the same reputation: conqueror, colonizer, ruler by force. Yet in the centuries that followed, Xandar accomplished something far rarer: lasting peace. Under Emperor Damien's command, the same empire that once oppressed others became the sworn guardian of the Andromeda galaxy, its fleets enforcing order where anarchy once reigned. They could have purged every record of their colonial excesses, yet chose instead to face their past, both its triumphs and its transgressions, with unflinching honesty. That courage always inspired Admiral Niklov, even if, in truth, no power in Andromeda dared challenge Xandar's might. After all, overwhelming strength tends to drown out the complaints of the weak. "Are you from another galaxy?" one of the bridge crew ventured. "When you're 7 million light-years from home, it's hard to be anything else," came the reply. Lieutenant Bai Linglong glanced over to the hollow readout projected by Madame Butterfly. As the star maps and planetary dossiers scrolled past, her eyes widened in astonishment. Though galactic technology is astonishingly advanced, spanning millions of light-years is still no everyday feat. Most human expeditions barely reach a few hundred systems. Visiting even a tenth of the inhabited worlds would mark you as exceptionally well-traveled. Yet Damien had done something unheard of. He'd fled from beyond the Andromeda galaxy, some 6.34 million light-years from Xandar. Such a distance demands constant stopovers just to refuel and repair. Exactly 6.34 million light-years, Damien confirmed, meeting his companion's wide-eyed stares. The round trip will take a very long time. Bai Linglong shook her head in wonder. "You really crossed all that space? You must have encountered dozens, no, hundreds of different civilizations along the way." He offered a small, rueful grin. "More than I can count. Every world left its mark." For Bai Linglong, on her first venture this deep into space, Damien's exploits were nothing short of legendary. Damien chuckled softly. "I like to think I've become pretty powerful too. In the beginning, countless civilizations sprang up only to vanish almost as quickly. Only a handful endured. Over the centuries, I collected every tome I could find, learned more than 10 of the Andromeda Galaxy's major languages, and assumed dozens of identities. Eventually, I settled in the lawless expanse we call the Void Zone. It's utter chaos there, but chaos means freedom. As long as you stay alive, nobody can tell you what to do." Madame Butterfly watched him, a gentle smile in her eyes. She knew that look all too well, the weary pride of someone who spent a lifetime running and hiding before finally staking a claim somewhere. She opened her mouth to speak, then hesitated, uncertain how much sympathy to offer. Before she could voice it, Damien caught her glance and nodded. "You don't have to say a thing," he said quietly. "I've been where you are, and I know just how lonely it can get." "Don't tell me to come with you," Damien said, voice low but firm. Nikrov held up a placating hand. "I understand you're frustrated, but I know little of your past, and what I do know suggests it wasn't an easy one. All the more reason to stay in Andromeda. It's your home, after all, and right now your life there is finally turning in a positive direction." He paced a few steps, gathering his thoughts. "With the protection of the Void Divine Religion, you'll be safer than anywhere else in the universe. If you left with me, things might seem promising at first, but trust me, it could grow far more perilous. The galaxy I inhabit now is wired very differently. There are countless power players, and just as many hidden threats." Damien's jaw tightened. "So you're saying I'd be in danger if I went with you?" "Exactly." Nikrov's tone softened. "Xandar Star on Void Island, right here in Andromeda, is by far the safest place for you. Stay here, heal, grow stronger. We'll meet whenever we can. I promise you won't be forgotten." Damien looked away, conflict flickering in his eyes. He'd spent so long running, from memories he barely dared recall, from enemies he'd never fully escaped. Yet the promise of sanctuary, of a steady hand when he'd known only chaos, tugged at him. As Damien hesitated, Nikrov allowed himself a private moment of relief. Lady Butterfly, his old friend, the woman he'd once known as Madame Butterfly, had become unexpectedly dependent on him. It wasn't a burden, it was a gift. Thanks to the Void's blessing and her place within the Void cult, she was safe. And that, more than anything, filled him with peace. Madame Butterfly's voice trembled as she met Niklov's gaze. "Do you think I'm a burden?" Before she could brace herself for an answer, he shook his head. "Never," he said quietly. "Having you here in Andromeda gives me peace of mind." He turned to the viewport, where distant stars wheeled across the blackness. "Once we've secured our position, all our efforts will go toward restoring the glory of the Tesma civilization. And when that day comes, we'll return, together, to a homeland that will feel utterly alien. We'll have to relearn the galactic order. The hidden protocols, the territorial boundaries, everything must be re-established from the ground up." Niklov ran a hand through his hair, his tone growing grave. "I've known hardship before, and I understand how daunting this task will be. We're not merely hopping between neighboring worlds. This mission spans millions of light years, a round trip of more than 10 million. The journey alone will test us, let alone the reconstruction that follows." Madame Butterfly swallowed. "But I want to help." He softened for a moment, then steeled himself. "No, I can't risk it. Even if you tried to stow away on my ship, I'd have to send you back, for your own safety. So please, stay here in Andromeda. Promise me you won't follow." She searched his eyes, the weight of his decision settling like stone in her chest. Finally, she nodded. "I promise. Let's meet again when I have the time." Damien fixed Madame Butterfly with a steady gaze, his tone sober and deliberate. "In a few years, you'll be forced apart from a friend you've known and loved for so long. At first, you'll feel unmoored and painfully alone." He paused, swallowing hard. Despite every fiber of his being urging him to stay, Damien knew his duty lay elsewhere. He carried more than just the hopes of a nation. He was the torchbearer for an entire civilization's rebirth. Personal attachments, even love, would have to be put on hold. If he ever wanted to indulge in the luxury of a romantic future, he had to first restore the Tesma civilization to its former glory, atone for the wrongs of the past, and carve out a moment of peace for himself. Only then, he thought, could he truly deserve both his people and the woman standing before him. Damien looked up at Madame Butterfly, his voice low and steady. "You asked whether we'll be able to reunite, but with what I've just seen, that might be impossibly far off." Madame Butterfly glanced at the holo display, which flickered images of Tesma's shattered cities and lifeless skies. "At this rate," she murmured, "it will take decades, maybe even centuries, before the Tesma civilization recovers. Nikrov could be stranded here for the rest of his days." She sighed, folding her hands in her lap. "It isn't your lifespan I worry about. It's the distance time creates between people. Couples who part briefly find their reunion sweeter. Friends feel richer after a short absence. But when years or lifetimes slip by, those bonds fray. Strangers learn to become friends. Friends grow close, yet without constant care, even the deepest ties can unravel." Damien's eyes hardened with resolve. "No," he said firmly. "I promise you this. No matter how long it takes, I will find a way back. I will return to pay my respects and stand by your side once more." Madame Butterfly studied him for a long moment, her expression softening into a sad, hopeful smile. Then she nodded. "I'll hold you to that promise, Damien." "Observing the New Year's rites is one of our Void God cult's oldest traditions." "I'm a member of the Void cult, too," Lady Butterfly replied, her voice laced with resolve and regret. "No matter what happens, I can't let this tradition slip away." Damien heard the longing in her words and for a moment reached out as if to comfort her. Then he hesitated, drawing his hand back. He knew that the closer they grew now, the sharper their parting would feel. More than that, he feared that letting himself become too attached to Lady Butterfly might lead him to abandon his faith, his calling, and the countless people who relied on him. The promise of a peaceful life together in the Androm, at a galaxy, far removed from duties and expectations, was undeniably tempting. But Damien had earned his title through debates and dedication. He could not simply turn his back on the hopes placed in him. Lady Butterfly watched him withdraw his hand, and her heart twisted. She didn't need him as a lover, not yet, but she yearned for him to stay at her side, if only as a trusted friend. Sharing discoveries about the universe can help us face any challenge together. Yet Madame Butterfly also realized that, now that Nikrov had returned to his true self, he'd become extraordinarily dependable. He spoke his mind with sincerity and saw every promise through to the end. Perhaps this was why Lord Cassidon valued him so highly. When Lady Lacy first welcomed her into the Void cult, she explained the nature of the trial. It rests on 3 pillars: faith, conduct, and conviction. To earn the Void's blessing, one must attract Lord Cassidon's attention and prove that all 3 pillars hold firm. No matter how formidable a candidate's personal power, unless they stand on equal footing with the universe's supreme champions, like God King Odin, that alone won't sway the verdict. Nikrov passed the test because Lord Cassidon recognized the strength of his character, his unwavering beliefs, and his steadfast resolve. That recognition is what granted him the Void's blessing. As for Madame Butterfly, she could only guess that her own blessing flowed from his triumph. Though she harbored genuine faith and strove to live honorably, she knew her belief was neither grand nor overwhelming on its own. Madame Butterfly's greatest wish was simple: to live safely, free from worries of food, clothing, or shelter, and then at last pursue her own dreams. Yet compared to Nikrov's fiery resolve to rebuild his devastated hometown, her devotion to Kassadin, the god of the void, felt almost pale. She owed as much to Nikrov's unwavering care as she did to the mysterious power that had saved her. The memory of that first terrifying incident still sent shivers through her, but in the years since, Nikrov had watched over her with a patience and kindness that slowly dissolved her fear. His steady presence, paired with the gentle guidance she'd received from Lord Kyle, had rekindled her courage. And most astonishing of all, the blessing she now carried, a gift of the void, had been awakened by the very bond she shared with Nikrov. Still, gratitude weighed on her heart. Nikrov had rescued her again and again, yet she had nothing of equal value to offer in return. The thought of owing him so much, unable even to say thank you, filled her with unease. She hated the idea of ingratitude. As the old proverb said, the unfeeling may be learned men, but the righteous are like dog butchers. Crude, perhaps, but honest to their core. Those with nothing to give often understand the true cost of kindness, and she vowed she would repay this debt, even if it meant giving her life. With that promise burning in her chest, Madame Butterfly steeled herself for whatever lay ahead. This was not the end of her story, but the beginning of a new chapter, one in which she would chase balance between gratitude and obligation, fear and bravery, debt and self-worth. Madame Butterfly sat quietly as Damien's words hung in the air. Though she ruled the land of nothingness as its most formidable intelligence leader, and was, by all accounts, a well-educated woman, she often felt the sting of living in a lawless frontier. Knowledge was her refuge, but the wilderness had taught her that some debts simply couldn't be repaid. Damien's tone had been blunt from the start. "I don't want, or need, you to come back and settle the score," he'd said. "If you try to slip in and out on some secret errand, I'll send you right back. Consider this settled." He paused, then added softly, "I remained in the Andromeda Galaxy, just as you asked. I never ran into any real danger. Isn't that reassurance enough?" Madame Butterfly regarded him for a long moment, recalling all the ways his power could draw unwanted attention. She spoke. "My first concern is your safety," she admitted. "You possess incredible abilities, but they can spark catastrophes beyond your control. I've spent hours worrying about how to protect you. But now," she continued, "you share the same blessing of the void that I do. That gives me real peace of mind, provided you promise one thing: don't wander off on your own or unleash your powers without thinking." She offered him a small, wry smile. "If you can do that, I'll know you're truly safe, and when I return, whenever that may be, I'll find you intact, or perhaps even stronger." "It will be something truly wonderful," Damien murmured. He could see that Madame Butterfly was in low spirits, perhaps even a little hurt, but he still couldn't bring himself to agree to her leaving with him in a few years. He spoke now to plant a seed in her heart, just in case Miss Sonia didn't declare war on the Kree Empire so swiftly, and they ended up spending many more years together. By then, he feared he wouldn't have the strength to refuse her if she insisted on abandoning everything to follow him. Madame Butterfly was remarkable, attentive to the smallest details and playfully coquettish at times. Yet when it came to matters of principle, she was never careless. Her decisiveness only grew as she overcame her gloom, and with her brighter mood, her beauty seemed to shine all the more brilliantly. If he didn't draw a firm line now, Damien worried he would fall utterly under her spell, and find himself unable to escape. That certainty of her future happiness and of the challenge awaiting him hung between them like the final chord of a symphony, full of promise and peril. Chapters 6 and 84, Show Don't Tell. "Fine," Lady Butterfly said softly, though her heart ached. She knew there was no point in arguing. Nikrov would never allow her to accompany him. Yet accepting his refusal left her with a hollow ache. She and Nikrov had both joined the Void God's church, granting them immortality, but at a cost. She had dreamed of endless years traveling with friends, discovering unheard-of marvels, and tasting every wonder the world could offer. Instead, within a few short years, they would go their separate ways. Was eternal life a blessing or a curse? She couldn't decide. Bai Linglong observed their uneasy silence and glanced around the vaulted hall. Flickering motes of violet light drifted among the columns, casting strange shadows on the stone floor. At the far end loomed a colossal obsidian statue of Lord Cassidin himself, his visage both fearsome and inscrutable. "These carvings," Bai Linglong murmured, moving closer to the pedestal at the statue's base, "are these part of your doctrine?" Lady Butterfly shook her head. "I'm not sure. The energy here, it's so potent, it almost feels as if Cassidin, the void god himself, etched these words." Bai Linglong crouched beside the pedestal to read the tablet's engraving. A handful of terse, enigmatic precepts were inscribed on its surface. Few words, but each pulsing with uncanny power. She swallowed audibly, then pushed herself upright. Determined to ease the tension, she cleared her throat. "Well," she said brightly, "perhaps these teachings hold some guidance for us. And since Nikrov assures us that you two aren't, well, lovers," she offered Lady Butterfly a gentle smile, "there's no reason to dwell on regrets. Let's see what wisdom these words offer." Nikrov stepped forward to examine the tablet, his frown melting into curiosity. Lady Butterfly let out a quiet breath. In this silent temple of shadows and whispers, perhaps they could forge a new hope, together. Damien and Lady Butterfly had been inseparable for days, to the point that onlookers assumed they were a couple. In truth, Lady Butterfly's obvious reliance on Nikrov wasn't surprising. He was remarkably handsome, incredibly powerful, and spoke with the confidence of a born leader. Above all, his steadfast sense of duty radiated security. A man who could traverse the cosmos and still make those around him feel safe was bound to draw admirers wherever he went. Nikrov traced his fingers over the ancient stone tablet before them. "These inscriptions," he said, voice low, "are the core doctrine of the Void cult. They're commandments that no member can ever break." "That's right," Bai Linglong confirmed, stepping closer to examine the glyphs. According to Star-Lord's briefing, and as Miss Sonia repeated, every line here was carved by Lord Cassidin himself, the so-called God of the Void. Nikrov's gaze flicked upward, eyes alight. Now it makes sense why the temple feels so otherworldly. Bai Linglong inhaled sharply, the pieces falling into place. "I didn't understand it before, but I do now. This place pulses with a unique aura because Cassidin infused it with his own power when he engraved these words. Around them, the shadows deepened, as if the temple itself acknowledged their discovery. And in that moment, the true gravity of Lord Cassidin's legacy settled over the group like a whispered promise of unseen forces at work. It's said that this tablet was personally inscribed by Lord Cassidin, the God of the Void. Tales of his power circulate everywhere, but the most persistent rumor is that he stands at the very apex of the universe. When someone of his stature handles an object, it instantly becomes a treasure to countless beings across the cosmos. "Do you sense anything special about it?" Niklov asked, his brow furrowing. He paused, clearly surprised. "Yes, there's a strange, almost otherworldly presence emanating from the stone." "And you?" Bai Linglong turned to him. She shook her head. "No, I don't feel anything unusual, but if you can. Since you'll be on the island anyway," Niklov continued, "Nued, you might want to come see it for yourself." He shrugged, admitting, "I still can't sense it, but it occurred to me. Maybe your biomod enhancements give you an intuition I lack. It's the first time I've encountered anything like this, so I'm not sure what to suggest." Bai Linglong looked puzzled. "Do you really think it would help to see it in person?" "I can't say for sure, but since you're able to sense that strange aura, you might as well investigate it more closely," Nikrov said, caution tinging his voice. "If this blind cat gets lucky, you could end up with something valuable," he added. "Of course, you might also find nothing at all." He offered no guarantees. "If I uncover anything of interest, I'll let you know." "Thank you for your advice, Mr. Nikrov," Bai Linglong replied with genuine gratitude. She knew well that fortune favored the bold, and if a chance presented itself, she'd take it. "I pray that Lord Cassidin, the God of the Void, grants me safe passage on my first long journey, and guides me back home unscathed." Bai Linglong bowed deeply, clasping her hands together in respect. Her heart raced with excitement. She was finally setting out to see the world beyond her village. Nothing short of a safe return would fulfill her mission. With that, she turned and strode off alongside Nikrov and Madame Butterfly. Without protest, Madame Butterfly allowed Nikrov to lift her into the air with a deft gesture of telekinesis. He wasn't about to risk letting her follow Bai Linglong under her own power. And so the trio vanished down the winding road, each step carrying them further from home and closer to the mysteries that awaited them. Damien shifted uneasily. The real reason was his own fear. He was heading into a place he'd never been before, and he wasn't sure how he'd cope with the unfamiliar. Fresh off the ship and still reeling from the journey, adapting to a completely new environment was bound to be tough. He glanced at Madame Butterfly, who had just been chatting and laughing with Mr. Nikrov. Although she hadn't openly resisted, her expression had grown guarded and reserved. Clearing his throat, Damien spoke up. "Madame Butterfly, I don't think you need to worry so much about Mr. Nikrov's safety." She turned to him, eyebrow arched. He went on, "The void god faith is on the verge of expanding in every direction. Someday soon, not only the Andromeda galaxy, but perhaps the entire universe will be illuminated by its glory." He paused, meeting her eyes. Within that sphere of influence, any follower of the Void Church will be free to travel without fear. Madame Butterfly listened, curious despite herself. Damien leaned forward, and when that day comes, the Tesma civilization will reclaim its former greatness. Butterfly opened her mouth as if to comment, then closed it again. Damien gave her a small, confident smile. "You said you wanted to accompany Mr. Nikrov on his journey. I understand why you're hesitant, but once the Void's domain spreads, safe passage will be a given." She regarded him in thoughtful silence, her shoulders relaxing at last. The road ahead was still uncertain, but Damien's assurance had sparked a glimmer of hope in her eyes. "Nikrov is sending you away." Damien froze. His heart thudded against his ribs like a war drum. "Think of it not as exile," Bai Linglong said softly, resting a comforting hand on his shoulder. "It's more like a diplomatic tour, an opportunity to visit old friends, far better than plunging headlong into some strange, perilous galaxy." Though she was in no way a member of the Void cult, Bai Linglong knew all too well the terror it inspired. This clandestine faith had spread its roots across the cosmos, amassing power with frightening speed. When it finally made its move, the shockwave would strike every corner of the universe. Entire civilizations would tremble beneath its shadow. If the Void divine religion were anything less than absolute, Lord Jin Rakshasa and the three lords of Black Lua would never have sought its protection. Yet Iv and the Void cult had to reckon with the St. Nicholas civilization, one of the universe's most advanced societies. St. Nicholas had never bowed to an outside power, and they never would. They maintained alliances, certainly. Their treaties with the mighty Xandar Empire were testament to that. But at no point did they cede their autonomy. Trade agreements, scientific collaborations, and diplomatic accords all served their interests, but none demanded surrender. Independence was their greatest strength, and they guarded it jealously. Under the Xandar Empire's rule in the Andromeda galaxy, the Sanic civilization has no choice but to live by Xandar's laws and regulations. No other power in Andromeda is strong enough to tempt the mighty St. Nicholas civilization into a voluntary alliance. You must understand that the planet-level champions of St. Nicholas roam the galaxy, seeking potential partners, but so long as no one has surpassed them in strength, they will neither bow nor pledge fealty. After all, real alliances require mutual benefit, shared effort, and common growth. To become a vassal is to surrender your independence in exchange for Xandar's protection and regular tribute. Worse still, it places you under the thumb of a far greater power. In short, unless they are forcibly conquered, the St. Nicholas refuse to accept subjugation. From their very first meeting, the Void Divine cult managed to persuade two of the realm's greatest experts, Jin Rakshasa and He Luosan, to seek refuge within its ranks. Given their extraordinary talent, strength, and accomplishments, it was all but certain that both would one day rise to lead their own clans, positions that carried vast influence in the St. Nicholas civilization. By offering them sanctuary, the Void Divine cult demonstrated just how formidable its power truly was. At the same time, Bai Linglong's encounters with the sect revealed its terrifying might. Yet she also noted that the Void Divine cult refrained from any outright plundering of the Golden Tree, a restraint that spoke more to calculated wisdom than cruelty. Before long, she developed warm friendships with Mr. Kyle, Mr. Renly, Mr. Predictor, and Miss Lacey. Damien, observing them all, couldn't help but feel they were genuinely good people, though in a world like theirs, goodness and overwhelming power often went hand in hand. It is precisely his overwhelming power that makes him so gentle. True strength affords mercy, and the weak, trembling in its shadow, feel an unspoken gratitude. They're thankful he refuses to crush them, even though he easily could. Holding back when you're capable of great destruction is itself an act of kindness. Well, Niklov said, if Madame Butterfly's safety isn't in question. He paused, then nodded. All right, I won't deny that she's beyond my concern. But as soon as the Void Divine Church's borders stretch to within 7 million light-years, my passage will be assured. At his admission, the loneliness that had settled in Madame Butterfly's heart flickered out, replaced by hope. It seemed the Void cult did have its own emissary of the Void's glory. Yama Alex, steward of Mowgli's Void Temple. Alex was more than a figurehead. His reputation for invincibility was well earned. She had watched him single-handedly shatter an undead legion during the Battle of the Voidlands. If anyone could guarantee her safe journey, it was him. Several years had passed since that decisive battle. Lord Kyle and the others had grown stronger still, and no doubt the Yamaliks were, gathering power at a frightening pace. If that day ever comes, Madame Butterfly said with a teasing smile, you're always welcome to visit the Tesma civilization and reminisce with me. Niklov returned her grin, visibly relieved by her change of mood. Together with Lady Butterfly and Bai Linglong, he made his way toward the parking structure. As they walked, they wondered whether Miss Sarah had already claimed any golden branches of life on this world. After all, everyone traveling to the St. Nicholas civilization received at least one branch and its radiant leaf. One might think a single branch insignificant, until you remember how it works. Plant it near your future home, tend it carefully, and in a few years the saplings multiply. Before long, you'll have an entire grove of golden maples within sight of your doorstep, and neighbors eager to help finish your residence. By the time they reached the airport terminal, their suspicions were confirmed. Lord Kyle was waiting for them at the arrivals gate, just as they'd expected. Lady Lacey studied Damien as he entered the antechamber. She sensed something new in his bearing and asked, "You've changed, Damien. In what way do you feel different?" He offered her a confident smile. "I've reignited my ambition and reclaimed who I truly am. That alone makes all the difference." "Ambition is one thing," Lacey replied, "but don't let impatience rule you." Damien's eyes hardened with resolve. "When the time comes to strike at the Kree Empire, we'll follow Miss Sonia's orders to the letter. The Kree must be dealt with. No excuses." Lacey nodded thoughtfully. "Yes, they must. Yet I wonder how many years it will take to bring down an entire empire." He chuckled, as if savoring the challenge. "Lady Lacey, may I ask, are you familiar with my past?" At that moment, Madame Butterfly, who had been lingering just beyond the doorway, froze in mid-step. Her mind raced, and with a mixture of shock and curiosity she whispered, "Damien, your past?" "Not only do we have Nikrov's history on file," Lacey said, her tone brisk, "we also know your past inside and out. Miss Sonia and Master Cassidon, the god of the void, have both reviewed your background. If I hadn't conducted a thorough investigation, how could I, let alone anyone else, confidently choose you as my successor?" Madame Butterfly's eyes widened. "You only passed this personal review?" she asked, still trying to process. Lacey inclined her head. "That's right. It's standard procedure." Butterfly sank back, suddenly feeling foolish. She'd chased down every clue about Nikrov, but never once thought to question Lacey directly. After all, among the 4 gods of death, Lacey was the one tasked with gathering intelligence. With the Predictor's eerie abilities working in tandem, uncovering someone's secrets wasn't easy, but Lacey had done it seamlessly. Butterfly realized now that she'd overlooked the simplest and most obvious source of information. "We asked Miss Sonia if we should tell Damien now about the Void God cult's plan to strike the Kree Empire. She said to wait. There's no rush. After all, you've passed Lord Cassidon's test. Now we can speak openly. Lacey gave a knowing smile. Leave it to Lady Lacey. Damien realized at once that Lacey's graciousness was a deliberate gambit to draw him deeper into the Void's fold. Conquering someone by force is one thing, persuading him to serve willingly is quite another. If Miss Sonia had agreed to lay everything out for him, he might have pledged himself wholeheartedly to the Void God. But she refused. Miss Sonia wasn't one for grand promises or lofty speeches. She preferred to reveal her cards only when the moment was right and action inevitable. A leader so grounded in rigor and realism was truly an asset to any cause. Damien stepped onto the deck of Lady Lacey's flagship, his boots echoing on the metal plating. The hum of the ship's engines mingled with the distant glow of the nebula outside the viewport. Without turning, Lacey spoke, her voice calm but deliberate. Whether you agree with my previous orders or not, you remain my subordinate, she said. It's only natural you'd want to weigh every implication. Damien inclined his head. Now that we've sworn our oaths together, we needn't quarrel over trifles. Lacey turned at last, a faint smile playing on her lips. Then tell me, will you return to the land of nothingness in a few days? If you fail to commit, I'll find someone more decisive. He met her gaze steadily. I once served you, Lady Lacey. I still serve you, and of course I'll accompany you back to the land of nothingness. Excellent, Lacey replied, relief flickering in her eyes. Once the Kree Empire falls, we'll also have to choose a new candidate for the Eye of Selection. Don't forget that. Damien's jaw set with quiet determination. My duty won't end until the handover is complete. Only then will I see my home again. Niklov frowned. Your subordinates are still our compatriots. That much doesn't matter. But Void cult members must endure far harsher trials in the land of nothingness. If you slip into the abyss of desire, you will be judged. Are you truly willing to go back? Damien noticed that Niklov still treated him like a superior officer. He'd long since stopped correcting him. Niklov could never hope to defeat him in combat, but for both of their sakes, Damien pressed on. For most people, the land of nothingness is a merciless crucible, yet Madame Butterfly and I have always called the Void our home. Otherwise, I never would have endured its dangers and allowed myself to be captured. He hesitated, staring off into the distance. Once you return, the sudden surge of power makes suppressing desire nearly impossible. And when all this is done, how could I ever find my way back to my hometown? It lies even farther from the Void God cult's stronghold. I'd be far more likely to lose my mind and become a monster driven by pure frenzy. Niklov simply shrugged, utterly unconcerned. Most Void cultists would lose themselves in the lawless expanse of the Void, unable to resist their darkest impulses. But not Niklov and Madame Butterfly. Having dwelt for centuries in that formless nothingness, they know its dangers inside and out, and have no fear of being consumed by newfound power. Since you've made your decision, I won't try to talk you out of it, Lacey said. Madame Butterfly nodded, then added, but if you ever feel murderous intent rising in your heart, you must return to Void Island and stay there for a while. On Void Island, Lacey went on, you'll come to understand the truth of the God who stands 3 feet above your head, a realization that works wonders in suppressing desire. And while you're there, Madame Butterfly finished, gather some of the golden branches and leaves. Lacey glanced at her companion. Seeing no objection, she offered a brief smile. All right, that's why we're here. With that, the two of them turned and boarded the Void Cult space battleship. Bai Linglong stepped up beside Lacey with a genial smile. Miss Lacey, I've been studying the Void Cult's doctrines. From what I've seen, suppressing your desires isn't just an elective, it's a compulsory discipline in the Void Lord faith. Lacey watched her curiously. Discipline? More like a lifelong vow, or you could call it a shackle. Bai Linglong nodded. Precisely. For those of us who can only grow stronger, we need something or someone to hold us back. Without checks on our power, we'd eventually run rampant and plunge everything into chaos. She paused to let that sink in. The cult allows killing, of course, but it strictly prohibits senseless or perverted violence. Lacey arched an eyebrow, realizing Bai Linglong was angling for details about Void Island. With a half smile, she decided to indulge her. It really is a lifetime of training. No wonder most Void followers seem so restrained and surprisingly kind. Doesn't quite fit the rumors, does it? Bai Linglong's eyes lit up at Lacey's admission. That explains why every Void disciple I've met so far has been unexpectedly gentle. Damien studied the four as they relaxed together, and for all their fearsome reputations, each now gave off an almost welcoming aura. It made them seem less intimidating, but he knew better. Damien had learned long ago that a calm surface often concealed deep scars. That's just a mask, he reminded himself. We all have blood on our hands. Lacey caught his eye and laughed softly. Careful how you spread rumors about me on this island, she teased. He grinned back. Lacey's power had swelled to the brink of the universe's highest tier. With that kind of strength came an unshakable confidence. If a problem could be solved by force, she was virtually unbeatable. Joined by the Predictor, Renoli, and Kyle, she could crush even the most legendary adversaries. It was this boundless might, Damien realized, that made them restless. The four of them gathered more and more, partly out of old loyalty, partly to stoke one another's ambition. Kyle's glinting gaze sometimes hinted at unspoken violence. Renoli and even the Predictor had shown disturbing flashes of bloodlust. Only Lacey remained outwardly unaffected. Yet Damien knew she was the one who understood them best, able to read their darker thoughts as easily as she could sense the wind on her skin. They sat together on the shore, laughter and soft debate mingling with the sea breeze, and although each seemed amiable, Damien never forgot the truth. Real danger often wears a friendly smile. Damien's power had grown exponentially since his earliest days. To claim his mind remained unchanged would be disingenuous. Anyone suddenly gifted with superhuman abilities could easily be seduced by the freedom it offered, roaming unchecked through towns or whole nations, daring to seize whatever pleased them, even harboring dreams of total domination. For someone of Damien's caliber, who could simply select a civilization and bend it to his will, the temptation toward arrogance and unrestrained rule was all the more potent. Lacey, on the other hand, had felt the sting of powerlessness deep in her bones. She refused to forget that suffering and pressed herself ceaselessly to grow stronger. Kyle's outlook was different still. He saw in Miss Sarah a promise of salvation. She had never peered into darkness, always walking in the light. One afternoon, Lacey, Renoli, and the Predictor cornered him. Kyle, they asked, why do you spend so much time talking with Miss Sarah? Tell us, do you like her? Damien admitted to himself that, if given the choice, he would love nothing more than to partner with Miss Sarah. She was lovely and kind, wise and considerate, a woman so remarkable that anyone by her side would be luckier than most. Of course, that was a private daydream. The true reason he treasured their friendship went deeper. Sarah's words had a rare power to comfort the wounded and uplift the weary. More than that, he couldn't bear the thought of smudging the pristine image Sarah held of him. In her presence, he instinctively reined in every impulse. On Void Island, Damien had built a series of mental safeguards, personal shackles designed to alert him whenever he neared the edge of impropriety. Besides Sarah, he counted Miss Sonia and Miss Lalatina among his internal sentinels, and he even showed deference to Cassidon, the god of the void. Each of these four embodied a different virtue: Sarah's gentle understanding, Sonia's disciplined resolve, Lalatina's unguarded warmth, and Cassidon's solemn authority. Taken together, they formed concentric boundaries around his heart. Before he ever acted, he would measure his thoughts against these internal checkpoints, ensuring he never crossed a forbidden line. To the members of the Void cult, a person who could keep such steadfast watch over their own spirit was nothing short of a treasure. As long as you keep your mind clear, you'll be able to glimpse a far broader world ahead. Damien's voice was calm but resolute. I understand, Bai Linglong replied, her eyes bright with determination. She had already heard the rumors about the four killing gods of the Void God cult, whispers that Lacey and the others had worked hard to suppress. Better not to question, better only to move forward. High above the endless sea, the villa at the summit of Void Island thrummed with renewed energy. Cassidon watched from the balcony as Nikrov and Bai Linglong wove through the corridors, greeting guards and servants with easy confidence. A satisfied smile curved his lips. Void Island had never felt more alive. Yet inside the grand foyer, Bai Linglong found herself drawn to an ancient stone tablet set into the marble wall. Intricate symbols spiraled across its surface, each stroke worn smooth by centuries of touch. As she reached out and let her fingertips hover an inch away, a subtle warmth pulsed through the air, an almost imperceptible hum that made her pulse quicken. Damien, who had accompanied her into the hall, blinked in surprise. The tablet's engravings had been commissioned at Sonia's insistence. She believed the runes would inspire awe in all who gazed upon them. Having admired Sonia's handiwork, Damien had never doubted its power to command respect, but he'd never heard of anyone actually sensing an aura from the stone itself. Perhaps Bai Linglong's natural intuition was picking up something deeper, something hidden beneath those ancient glyphs. He stepped closer, curiosity sharpening every sense. If Bai Linglong truly felt a presence emanating from the tablet, then maybe, just maybe, she could unlock secrets that had eluded them all. And in that possibility lay a promise of knowledge, power, and a glimpse into the broader world Damien longed to explore. If we manage to secure it, that will mean Bai Linglong is truly destined for the Void God sect, and those golden branches and leaves are breathtaking. Damien couldn't forget the look on Sonia's face when she first held them. As the sect's treasurer, she's seen every rare wonder money can buy, so simply spending coin rarely impresses her. It's only when she witnesses the Void God sect thriving, encounters something genuinely extraordinary, or steals a carefree afternoon with him that she smiles from the heart. Not that Sonia is ever dour, she usually appears content, but her true joy is so rare it makes those moments all the more precious. Given her taste for the exceptional, Damien was certain she'd reserve her excitement for even more remarkable discoveries from other civilizations. Anything that feels amazing or unique will win her over. Since Kyle and Lacey have already promised to present it, there's no need to worry about timing. Damien lounged in the observation deck, controller in hand, idly playing his favorite game while keeping the Void Island's live feed on a smaller screen. Strictly speaking, the golden branches and leaves recently recovered were now the property of the Void God sect, and everyone who'd found a piece was required either to surrender it on the spot or present it at the upcoming pilgrimage where they'd be recognized for their contribution. From his orbital station, Damien had a clear but not distant view of the island below. It was close enough that the feed tempted him to check every movement, both making it all too easy to lose focus on either the game or the ceremony. Meanwhile, on the island itself, Sarah, Niklov, Lady Butterfly, Lacey, Kyle, Renoli, and the Predictor each stepped forward to claim one golden shard for their sect records. Kyle quietly slipped 3 extra fragments into his pouch, perfect gifts for later. Then Sarah tapped open the Void God sect's official group chat and dispatched 2 invitations, one to Niklov, the other to Lady Butterfly. As the sect's appointed recorder, she wielded the authority to authenticate every member's find, log their true names, and even direct them to adopt new sect titles if necessary. Moments after she clicked send, the chat window blinked with confirmation messages. Recorder, Sarah has invited Niklov to join the Void God sect community. Recorder Sarah has invited Lady Butterfly to join the Void God sect community. Even though Sarah's rank trailed behind Sonia's, her administrative privileges were more than enough to ensure these newcomers and their precious shards were officially entered into the sect's ledger. Chapter 8. New Inductees. Sarah's address had set such a high bar that nothing would ever quite match the shockwave she'd unleashed when she last spoke. Yet because she was so beloved among the Void cult's rank and file, every word she uttered was flagged and reviewed before transmission. Now it was Yamalix's turn at the pulpit. With measured gravity, he declared, "We welcome Nikov and Lady Butterfly into the Void cult." He paused, voice sliding into admonition. "I've heard rumors about both of you. Consider this your first and last warning. Do nothing to sully the reputation of our faith." Far from the Temple of the Void, on the lush world of Mowgli, Damien was convening a strategic council. He'd already decided that certain initiatives crucial to Mowgli's development could not be trialed on the monster planet. The instant Yamalix's announcement pinged across the network, Damien composed his own official communique, a greeting seasoned with caution, for the 2 new members. Star-Lord's voice crackled over the channel, half jovial, half stern. "Madam Butterfly, Nikov, welcome aboard. Just remember, You're carrying big expectations now. In the community forum, excitement erupted. New recruits? Aren't those the two from the land of nothingness? They actually passed the trial? Steve Rogers couldn't resist chiming in, a playful lilt in his tone. Well, look at you, Nikov. Joining the Void Cult? Damien watched the comments cascade down the screen, a knowing smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. With the cult swelling in numbers, the stakes had never been higher. Then you're only going to get stronger? Steve Rogers asked, tension rising in his voice. Nikrov offered a cold, humorless laugh. Do you really think you can keep up? Steve's heart sank. He'd faced Nikrov before and knew all too well the nightmare that name represented. Even if Nikrov never joined the Void Cult, his raw power alone could propel him to the very top of the universe's hierarchy. Steve had once been confident in his own growing strength, but after their last duel, he realized he wasn't even close to matching Nikrov. Worse still, before Steve could regroup, Nikrov had already pledged himself to the Void Cult. It was as if the cult had parachuted in its deadliest weapon. With only his physical body as a vulnerability, and millions of hours of battle experience and countless combat styles at his disposal, Nikrov was virtually unstoppable. Steve knew, painfully, that this was only the beginning. Tony Stark offered Damien a warm smile. Welcome aboard. It looks like things are about to get a lot more interesting. Bruce Banner, Hulk in his calmer moments, nodded with approval. The more heavy hitters we bring into the Void Cult, the stronger we become. Tony tapped his chin thoughtfully. When I get back from my New Year's pilgrimage, we'll throw a proper celebration. Stephen Strange, the Supreme Mage, raised an eyebrow. So, is he really that powerful? Steve Rogers gave a half shrug. I've never sparred with him, so I can't say for sure, but from what I've seen, it'd be child's play for him to land a blow on any of us right now. With Damien on our side, Steve continued, the Void Cult won't have just 8 masters. It'll have 9. Loki, the god of mischief, shot them all a mischievous glare. Excuse me, I was supposed to be the 9th master. How did this newcomer jump ahead of me? Thor, god of thunder, clapped Damien on the back. Welcome to the Void, friend. Next time we clash in the training grounds, or the battlefield, I look forward to testing your strength. Every one of them understood Damien's reputation. Though no formal duel had taken place, the stories spoke for themselves. He was a genuine telekinetic prodigy. With a single gesture, he could flip a massive space dreadnought. And even on a planet's surface, felling him would be no easy task. Joining the Void Cult comes with a promise. Your flaws are purged and your power magnified. In barely a year or two, you can rise to the rank of the 9th pillar of the Void God Church. Damien's relentless training has paid off. His body is no longer a weak point, but a weapon. Freed from the constant need to guard his defenses, his attacks flow with a terrifying, unrestrained force. He surveyed his new comrades and declared, from now on, we stand together as one. Far across the Void Lands, dream manipulator Wumaki kept watch. He had just witnessed Damien and Madame Butterfly formally join the cult, and now only one operative remained in the field. Reaching for his spirit link communicator, he sent a pulse. Wumaki, Lexi, where are you? A moment later, Lexi's voice answered crisply, we're stationed on Void Island. Damien and Butterfly will rotate back soon. I'll hold the line here for a few more days. Wumaki allowed himself a small nod. Understood. Now that you're back with us, report in. Everything from your angle. Do you want to know how I've been spending my days in the land of nothingness? Damien leaned back with a wry smile. Despite its name, the land was anything but empty. It teemed with rowdy, lawless types, and nearly every morning brought word of yet another brawl. Handling 1 or 2 scraps was no problem, but the endless stream of trivial disputes drove him up the wall. On Void Island, Damien had enjoyed the luxury of waking naturally, unbothered by chores or complaints. Here, sleep was a rare commodity. From dawn until long after dusk, gangs of troublemakers toiled and sparred without pause, and any time he finally drifted off, some fresh crisis would jolt him awake. In moments of utter frustration, he half-seriously considered putting the lot of them to sleep for a month, just long enough for them to cool off. But of course, shutting down their mischief that thoroughly would empty the Void God Cult's coffers in no time. He knew the idea was absurd. All he could do was grit his teeth, endure the chaos, and look forward to returning to Void Island to resume his cultivation. After all, he'd only agreed to keep an eye on Lacey for 1 month. Unless, of course, any news of her surfaced before then. Damien refused to lose face, but he'd already watched Lacey and the others finish their work and head back to Void Island. With several unfinished tasks still on his hands, he needed to clear everything out fast, or risk sticking around too long and drawing the ire of the network administrators. Noticing the tension in his jaw, Lacey hurried over to soothe him. "Give it a few more days," she said. "Madame Butterfly and Niklov will return from the land of nothingness soon to take over." Damien, better known in certain circles as the Dream Manipulator, exhaled sharply. "Make it quick," he muttered. "If I linger here much longer, I'll start drowning in problems." The Xandar Empire didn't outlaw black market dealings outright, they simply confined them to secret districts. The Land of Nothingness, however, laid its illicit trades bare for all to see. Drug runs, weapons smuggling, even paid assassinations whenever someone resisted. Living amid that level of open violence could warp a person's entire mindset. Kyle tapped a command into his comlink. "Tony, Steve, check this out. We just brought it back from the St. Nicholas civilization." Almost instantly, he sent a stream of high-res images. Among them, the most breathtaking were the golden branches and leaves, living flora that shimmered like beaten gold. Tony Stark stared at the screen, jaw slack. "What on earth? What kind of hidden realm have we stumbled into?" Damien led the team deep into the heart of the cavern, where a single beam of sunlight cut through the gloom to spotlight a magnificent golden tree. Its branches, leaves, and even fragments of bark gleamed like molten metal, arranged as if in a shrine. The group fell silent for a long moment, until Steve Rogers finally spoke. "How much would it cost to build something like this?" Steve rubbed his eyes, staring in disbelief. "I'd be blinded by the numbers." Bruce Banner stepped forward and ran his fingers over a luminous leaf displayed on a pedestal. "Look at this grain, the precision. Is this some lost San Nicole civilization carving technique?" Dr. Stephen Strange crouched beside him, turning the leaf over in his hands. "It almost feels warm, like real gold." Kyle, known among them as Hercules, smiled and shook his head. "No master craftsman made this. It's pure nature. These pieces were literally cut from a single golden tree that's 23,000 years old." He lifted one of the leaves so that it caught the light. "Each fragment is absolutely unique. We're not selling any of them, ever." Tony Stark, eyes alight, couldn't hide his excitement. "A 23,000-year-old tree? That's insane. No other tree on Earth lives that long." Tony glanced at Kyle, half grinning. "You'd really hold on to all of these treasures? Man, if I weren't stuck out on Blue Star, I might have to punch you in the face." He fell silent for a heartbeat, then added more quietly, "But you know I'd pay anything to own even a single piece of that tree." Damien watched the Avengers and their allies as they debated the worth of this ancient wonder. In that hushed cavern, every golden fragment shimmered with the silent testimony of nature's craftsmanship, and with the unspoken fact that no amount of money could ever cover its true value. Damien folded his arms and shook his head. "Not for sale," he said firmly, and that was all it took to send Tony Stark's temper flaring. Tony's jaw clenched. "You've shown me 100 fakes. What's wrong with selling me just one for my collection?" Damien cracked his knuckles and grinned. "Come on, Tony. I hear Dr. Strange isn't far away. Throw a punch, and I'll throw one back. Let's see who cracks first." Tony's scowl deepened, but before he could retort, Pepper Potts leaned in, eyes shining. "Tony, you have to look at these relics. They're supposed to be 23,000 years old, real golden leaves, each one perfectly formed. One of these would be the crown jewel of your display." Tony paused, torn between indignation and curiosity. Pepper's excitement was contagious, and even he couldn't deny he wanted a closer look at something that ancient, and that impossible. Damien stood at the head of the council chamber, his gaze sweeping over Lacey, Renly, Predictor, Niklov, and Lady Butterfly. Before him lay the fabled auric tablets, golden shards said to amplify a wielder's power. He took a measured breath. "Of the 105 tablets I carry," Damien began, "one will be entrusted to Lady Sarah for her steadfast loyalty. Another will go to Mistress Lalatina in recognition of her courage under fire. The remaining 100 are to be held by Lady Sonia. She will safeguard them until the realm calls upon their power. A murmur rippled through the hall. A few raised eyebrows, a few nods. Then Kyle, ever eager, leaned forward. "May I explain the proper method for refining these tablets?" he offered. "First, you must anneal the gold flakes at low heat, then crush them into a fine powder. Only then can the essence be extracted safely." Lalatina, who had been silent until now, stood and bowed her head gratefully. "Thank you, Master Kyle," she said softly. "Your guidance will prove invaluable." Kyle flashed a roguish grin and turned to Tony, who was lingering at the side of the chamber. "And you," he teased, "you've such a reputation for chasing pretty faces that I doubt you remembered your friends. Surely you're sitting on at least 2 extra tablets? How about selling me one? Name your price." Tony's face darkened. He'd already resigned himself to getting none of Sonia's 100. Now only 2 tablets remained unclaimed, and he realized he'd have to haggle with Kyle if he wanted even one. As the council dispersed, the promise of golden power and the scramble to claim it hung heavy in the air. Chapter 685, Contagious Excitement. "I'm not selling it, no matter how much you insist," Kyle said, his tone unwavering. He lifted the last 2 fragments of the tablet. "These will be set aside for future gifts, depending on the situation." Kyle knew all too well that once news of this artifact spread, every ambitious member of the Void Cult would clamor for a piece. They'd caught a glimpse of the golden tree and would no doubt want some fragments of their own. Still, he dared not press the golden Rakshasa for more. 110 tablets as a gesture of goodwill was already extraordinary. 100 of those would go to Miss Sonia, who would decide where to plant them, and soon the entire Void God cult would witness the rise of the Golden Maple Mountain, a realm awash in gleaming gold. As for funds, Kyle, Renoli, and the Predictor were by no means destitute, but they weren't rolling in money either. Fortunately, they had Lacey, a member of a wealthy family. If their coffers ever ran low, a few social dinners with Lacey would erase any financial worries. After all, who was Lacey, if not their most reliable patron? Damien stared in disbelief at the massive, gleaming tree before him. Its bark shimmered like molten metal, and faint veins of energy pulsed beneath the surface. "She's one of the Void Cult's wealthiest heiresses," Kyle explained with a shrug. "Every year, she deposits 100 to 200 million cosmic coins into her personal account. She can afford pretty much anything she wants." Damien ran a hand through his hair. "Fine. So where on earth did you get this thing?" Kyle gave him a sly smile. "Like I said, I brought it back from the St. Nicholas civilization." He tapped the side of his head, as if the answer were that simple. "But I already know it comes from St. Nicholas," Damien replied. "My question is, who in St. Nicholas gave it to you? Or did you buy it from someone, some private collector?" "This is a 23,000-year-old golden tree, Kyle. Artifacts that old never turn up in an auction house." He paused, then added quietly, "Only a very select few people in St. Nicholas could have smuggled something like this out." Kyle's grin widened. "Let's just say I have friends with deep pockets and deep connections, worth every coin." Damien exchanged a look with the guards posted around them. However, Kyle had acquired the tree. It was clear they were standing on the edge of something far more complicated and far more dangerous than a simple purchase. Damien watched in awe as the others gathered around the golden tree. None of them, from the lowliest acolyte of the Void God religion to its most seasoned star travelers, had ever seen anything like it. This was the first time anyone in the entire cosmos had laid eyes on such a marvel, and the sheer novelty of it filled Kyle and the rest with a heady pride. After all, this wasn't just a rare specimen, it was an unrivaled treasure. "I can't find the words," Kyle admitted, laughter dancing in his eyes. "Every leaf glitters like molten gold. It's breathtaking." He tapped his comm brace thoughtfully. "If we were allowed to take pictures, I'd snap every angle, trunk, branches, blossoms, everything. Then I'd show the galaxy what a real treasure looks like." But Kyle's grin faded as he remembered his vow to the golden Rakshasa. He forced himself to stay silent on any specifics of the tree's appearance. Rumors might spread about a golden maple, he knew, but as long as no one knew its location, it would remain safe. Tony Stark, ever the rich playboy turned cosmic adventurer, strode up beside them, scanning the tree with a mixture of greed and wonder. "You're telling me this is no illusion," he said, voice low. "Not just gilded leaves and branches, but an entire tree made of solid gold?" Kyle nodded. "Believe it. And Tony, you'd better move in here sooner rather than later. The cosmos is full of surprises like this one, and I'd hate for you to miss out." Tony cracked a wry smile. "Trust me, Hercules Kyle, I plan on exploring every last one of them. If you spent more time out there, you'd discover countless wonders you've never imagined," Damien said, stretching as he gazed at the stars. "I agree," he added, "but the situation on Blue Star remains unresolved. Once that's settled, I'll stay here in the universe for good." He just brought order to the United States, yet the ripple effects of his purge were now unsettling the entire world, known here as Blue Star. The celestial dynasty seethed with unrest, and even the fabled Kunlun realm had begun to stir from its ancient slumber. In every vast wilderness rich with resources, deadly beasts and hidden threats lurked. Few understood the true mastermind behind this chaos, Zhengshan, but Damien saw everything. No whisper or conspiracy on Blue Star could escape his notice. He knew that Zhengshan, though only a mortal and merely the head of the Divine Spear Bureau, had used extraordinary cunning to sway the entire dynasty. That someone so physically fragile could shape the fate of empires spoke volumes about just how formidable and ruthless his intellect truly was. Since ancient times, it's never been the triumph of the strong over the weak that captivates posterity, but the underdog's victory over a vastly superior foe. When a powerless contender topples a mighty opponent, that story is written into history and passed down through generations. Right now, Damien is staging precisely such a feat. While Tony Stark focuses on rebuilding order across the United States, he's quietly tasked Jarvis with keeping tabs on Damien's unfolding drama. On Earth, referred to in cosmic circles as Blue Star, various deities walk the lands of the West and others hold sway in the Far East. Yet none has demonstrated power so overwhelming that Stark or Banner would call it absurdly formidable. After all, the stature of a god depends entirely on context. In a primitive civilization, a planet-level or even regional entity can earn worship and reverence as a god. In more advanced societies, true divine might scales up to cosmic levels. The gulf between the gods of fledgling worlds and those of high civilizations is quite literally as vast as heaven and earth. Among the great civilizations, and let alone among universe-level experts, even the most powerful beings hesitate to call themselves gods. Only those who stand at the true pinnacle of existence, who can ignore every other race without consequence, may claim divinity outright. Kassadin, the god of the void, is the clearest example of such an entity. In other words, your stage determines your definition of God. Kyle glanced across the command chamber at Damien. He knew Damien carried the weight of countless responsibilities, but he asked anyway, "How long do you think it'll take you to pull this off?" Damien tapped a control pad, bringing up a holographic map of human colonies scattered among the stars. He traced a finger over the nearest systems. Uniting humanity under a single banner, what they're calling a community with a shared future for mankind, is no small feat. And even once we've laid that foundation, we'll have to elevate every branch of our society to keep pace with the times. Kyle nodded. "So you won't really be free to step back until you're at the interstellar stage?" "Exactly." Damien met Kyle's gaze. "Only when our civilization can traverse the void effortlessly can I hand off leadership without worrying that everything will collapse behind me. Until then, it's impossible to say how long this will take." He stood and began pacing. "First, we need a clear picture of where the other major powers are right now, their strengths, their ambitions, any hidden alliances. Once we assess the field, then we can set realistic timelines and priorities." Kyle leaned forward, resting his chin on his fist. "Understood. Let me know what you need, and I'll get it done." With a curt nod, Damien switched the hologram to show the rival civilizations arrayed across the galaxy. The real work was just beginning. Damien leaned back in his chair and tapped open the group chat on his tablet. Over the past few minutes, Tony Stark's name had flickered across the screen as everyone exchanged messages. Kyle typed first, "We'll catch up properly on the New Year pilgrimage. Just hold tight until then." Tony's reply came almost instantly. "Sounds good. Since you promised not to sell the golden branches and leaves, I'll come see them in person next pilgrimage. Can't wait, Kyle answered. Thanks to Dr. Stephen Strange's magic, traveling between Blue Star and Void Island had become remarkably easy. Every year, when the pilgrimage rolled around, Tony made it a point to drop by, provided he didn't have urgent business elsewhere. Unintentionally, Lacey had left her laptop open, and Bai Linglong noticed the lively banter flashing across the screen. She grinned. So that's Tony Stark. This billionaire just vanishes and reappears at will. Scooting her chair closer, Linglong scrolled up. By the way, what exactly is this New Year pilgrimage? Damien settled onto a stool in Bai Linglong's cluttered living room and glanced around. Tony was tied up with a major development project in his hometown and wouldn't be able to leave for a while, so Damien had come here instead to help. Lacey leaned against a stack of boxes and asked Bai Linglong, "You said New Year's worship is the only traditional festival of the Void God faith?" Bai Linglong nodded, dusting off her hands. That's right. It always falls on the eve of the New Year on Xandar, December 19th by our calendar. Void devotees scattered across the galaxy make time to return and honor Lord Cassidon, the god of the Void, whenever they can. Will Lord Cassidon himself appear? Lacey pressed, her eyes bright with curiosity. Not necessarily, Bai Linglong replied with a wry smile. He does as he pleases. Whether he manifests depends entirely on his mood. Since the Void faith began, we've only witnessed 2 true manifestations, and the last one was just last year. We don't expect another this time around. Lacey picked up a box of toiletries while Damien shifted the cat's nest into a sunnier corner. The two of them worked side by side, though Damien couldn't shake his curiosity about the strange tufts of fur tangled in the nest. He still had no idea what they were from. Damien followed Lacey into the Bai family's boutique, where rows of pristine white nests were on display. Lacey reached out and buried her fingers in the plush fibers. They feel like pure cotton, no itch, no scratch, she said, eyes wide. What are these made of? Bai Linglong smiled as she folded her hands. These are our signature cat beds, layers of pure white velvet crafted from Bai family harvested wool. Because we specialize in feline research, we know exactly what texture and support a cat prefers. We even infuse the fabric with a subtle herbal scent. Lacey gave the bed another prod, entirely unbothered by calling it a cat nest. After all, that's what they call them here. And how much does one of these cost? Bai Linglong glanced at a datapad. A complete set runs 1.73 million cosmic coins. We do offer simpler versions at lower prices, of course. Damien watched as Lacey's brow shot up. 1.73 million for a bed? She echoed, sounding as surprised as he felt. That's quite expensive. Lacey wasn't exactly pinching pennies, but 1.73 million was still enough to make anyone think twice. She looked to Damien, half smiling. Well, it is the most comfortable thing I've ever touched. Damien hid a grin. Let's just window shop a bit longer. As they stepped away, Lacey stole one last longing glance at the swaying piles of ivory velvet, and Damien could tell she was already weighing the cost against the promise of perfect comfort. Often hailed as the pinnacle of scientific achievement, the St. Nicholas civilization spares no expense on creature comforts. I may not be picky about my meals, but when it comes to where I sleep, I demand the very best. Their cutting-edge furnishings come with a cutting-edge price tag, 1.73 million cosmic coins for a single bed. That's chilly what an average citizen in the Xandar Empire earns in an entire year. I grinned and shrugged. A bed is more than just a place to lie down. It's your haven for recovery. Believe me, it's worth every coin. Bai Linglong's expression turned solemn as she added, with proper upkeep, this bed won't break down for a century, or even 2. For technology like this, that's practically eternal. Lacey listened quietly, then nodded. Maintenance isn't my concern, she said, flicking her wrist. It's all covered by the service plan. While we chatted, the three of us carried Bai Linglong's belongings into Lacey's villa. The moment we stepped inside, a vast foyer greeted us, each piece of furniture sleek, each light source soft yet bright. It was clear that here, as everywhere in St. Nicholas territory, comfort wasn't just an amenity, it was a science. Nearby, the prophet Damien, Renoli, and Kyle each took up residence in their own apartments, just a few hundred meters from Lacey's villa. Though their bonds were strong, propriety and convenience made it impossible for all of them to share one roof when both men and women were involved. Lacey's home rose 5 stories above the street and offered several spacious guest rooms. Once Bai Linglong's belongings were unpacked, she naturally gravitated toward the room with the sunniest aspect. Lacey glanced at the bed's placement beside a wide window. At dawn, bright light would flood in, and Lacey hesitated. "Are you absolutely sure you'll be all right here?" she asked. "Won't that early sunlight disturb your sleep?" Bai Linglong turned to regard her reflection in the floor-to-ceiling mirror opposite the bed and smiled. "Not at all," she replied. "The stronger the sunlight, the better I sleep. I love waking up wrapped in warmth. If that works for you, here's how my days usually go. I'm up at 7 on the dot, no lie, and I spend the first hour training. Then I take a quick bath and join Kyle and the others for breakfast around 8. After we eat, I head right back to training and keep at it until noon when I break for lunch. The afternoons are a bit more flexible. If something interesting pops up, I deal with it. If not, I dive back into practice. We have dinner in the early evening, and afterward I handle any other business before going home. Around 10 at night, there's a light supper, then I shower again and turn in for the day. If you'd like, I can show you around Void Island tonight, get you familiar with the place, and maybe take some of the edge off." Damien stopped, satisfied that Bai Linglong had absorbed the plan. "Master Kyle," she asked, "does he follow the same schedule? And why do things only get interesting in the afternoons?" "Pretty much," Damien replied with a smile. "As for the curious events, I wish I knew. Kyle and the others seem to keep that mystery to themselves. They all look almost aimless, as if they're just wandering around," Damien remarked, glancing at the scattered figures beyond the villa walls. Lacey gave a small nod. "Actually, they're avoiding detection by the Void God Sect's new recruits. But make no mistake, they never neglect their cultivation." Damien cocked an eyebrow. "Even while they're idle?" "It's just their daily routine," Lacey explained. "If anything urgent comes up, they'll drop everything in an instant, and most members of the Void cult prefer to strike or launch missions in the afternoon. That's when they're most active." "So that's why nothing happens until later in the day," Damien said, folding his arms. "In the meantime, I'll find a way to kill some time. Then this evening, I'll come looking for you. Maybe you can show me around?" Bai Linglong, who'd been watching the exchange, smiled. "Just remember, Damien, Lady Lacey's strength isn't born of luck. It's the result of relentless training." Lacey stretched and laughed softly. "It's not even noon, but I'm already itching to practice. My muscles feel like they're turning to stone." With that, she turned and headed for her room. "I'm going to change into my training GR. Feel free to explore the villa or take a stroll in the gardens." As Lacey disappeared behind the carved wooden door, Damien and Bai Linglong exchanged a look before setting off to pass the afternoon however they pleased. Damien tightened the straps on his training gear and took a deep breath. He'd begun life as an ordinary man with no special abilities, and if he was ever going to stand alongside those born with a head start, mere pep talks wouldn't cut it. It would take sweat, discipline, and countless hours of relentless practice, but Damien had grown accustomed to that routine long ago. He refused to let himself become weak again. Bai Linglong strolled through his villa, noting its unpretentious yet inviting decor. Rather than ostentatious displays of wealth, Damien's home felt warm and lived in. 5 stories rose above ground, 2 more lay hidden beneath, and all around spread gardens, manicured lawns, and ample recreational spaces. A sweeping balcony overlooked a crystalline swimming pool that gleamed in the afternoon sun, a testament to the estate's harmony with nature. Spring had arrived on Xandar, and despite the chill that must cling to the water at this season, the pool shimmered temptingly. Bai Linglong paused at its edge, curiosity plain on her face. "Aren't you cold, Lord Damien?" she asked. She already knew the answer. Damien was no ordinary man, but a cosmic force in his own right, powerful enough to stand toe-to-toe with a god of death. And yet, here he was, preparing to push himself even further. Bai Linglong admitted to herself that she still knew nothing about how Lacey fought or what special powers she might possess. After all, it was only early spring, just past winter, and even a normal person couldn't be expected to dive into cold waters so soon. Though she'd only just arrived on Xandar, Bai Linglong was already struck by how much harsher the climate felt here compared to the capital of the St. Nicholas civilization. That city was dotted with protected green zones, lush foliage, and rolling hills that kept its air fresh. By contrast, the Xandar Empire, having flourished for over 100,000 years, had long since surrendered most of its original wilderness to the march of progress. Even Void Island, one of the region's few remaining green havens, felt the chill of its proximity to Star Emperor City. Lost in these thoughts, Bai Linglong stepped out of the villa and looked around. A stately manor lay in the distance to her left. As Lord Lacey had mentioned, this was where Lord Kyle and his retinue were quartered. Determined to learn more, she folded her doubts and moved quietly toward the grand estate. Bai Linglong arrived swiftly at the manor gates. The soft white fur atop her cat ears twitched as she strained to hear any sign of life inside. But there was nothing. Just as Lord Lacey had warned, Lord Kyle and his household were out. She paused to consider her next move, then slipped quietly out of the forested grounds and onto the winding path leading to the main avenue. At 10 o'clock, what had been a nearly deserted road was beginning to fill with mid-morning traffic. As Bai Linglong emerged, the crowd slowed and murmured, taken aback by the sight of the cat-eared young woman. "Damn, Catgirl! You can't even render that in CG. This RPG just got real. She's so cute, like Catwoman. Where did she come from? Maybe she's someone's pet in the Void Cult. Careful. Void Cult women are dangerous. Insult one and you might drop dead. First, find out if she's an outsider or one of them." All eyes were on Bai Linglong as she strolled down the avenue, a hush of curiosity and caution trailing in her wake. Although many newcomers had already glimpsed Bai Linglong that morning, a fresh wave of guests, still lingering over breakfast, hadn't yet laid eyes on her. When they finally did, her snow-white hair, striking heterochromatic eyes, and the soft tufts of feline ears and tail instantly drew their attention. Yet even the uninitiated understood the unspoken rule of Void Island. Female heirs of the Void Cult were few and notoriously formidable. Not even Miss Sarah, the kindly recorder whose very presence was almost otherworldly, inspired confidence. Those who had crossed her path spoke in hushed tones of her fearsome allies. Spotting the growing crowd, Bai Linglong's ears twitched. With a single, graceful bound, she sprang onto one of the giant avenue trees and vanished into the foliage before anyone could close the distance. "Look at that speed!" Someone gasped. "Dare to bound through the branches. There must still be Void Cult members in the trees," another muttered. Has the Void God Sect's evolution really become that miraculous? Even a Catgirl can transcend now? At the realization that this feline warrior could leap dozens of meters and weave effortlessly among the giant boughs, the assembled outsiders broke and fled in panic. They'd been on Void Island long enough to witness countless powerful combatants, but never anyone like her. At first glance, her pure silver hair and lithe form spoke of an almost otherworldly elegance. Besides a few designated zones where outsiders might display their abilities, Void Island strictly forbade the unbridled use of power. Yet, with just a flicker of movement, Bai Linglong had rocketed herself across the canopy and sent everyone else racing for cover. Panting, Bai Linglong slipped into a deserted alcove. She pressed trembling fingers to her chest, steadying her racing pulse. She knew Void Island was safe, but facing so many terrified eyes, the pressure still weighed on her far more than she expected. Bai Linglong quickly realized just how formidable her strength was on Void Island. The newcomers she'd encountered so far were comparatively weak, so escaping wouldn't be a challenge. Then a gentle, lilting voice drifted up from below, as soft as the breeze. "Miss Bai Linglong, please don't use your abilities carelessly on Void Island. Outside designated areas, such actions are generally forbidden. However, since you're new, I'll grant you a temporary exception." Startled, Bai Linglong gripped the broad branch beneath her and peered down. About 10 meters below stood a striking blonde woman in a red gown, someone Bai Linglong knew well. Miss Sonia? It truly was Miss Sonia. Here on Void Island, she emanated a calm, noble presence. At the sight of a familiar face, Bai Linglong released the branch and descended the tree with ease, landing gracefully at Sonia's feet. Sonia stepped forward with a warm smile. Miss Bai Linglong, welcome to Void Island. She wasn't the least bit surprised. Bai Linglong's reputation had preceded her, and Sonia already knew she'd arrived with Mr. Kyle and the others. Bai returned the smile. Thank you, Miss Sonia. I've only just set foot on the island, but I've already found so many intriguing things. Sonia nodded. I can imagine, though I am curious why you're here right now. I heard from Miss Sarah that you've been kept very busy, Bai explained, relaxing at the friendly greeting. And since inspecting the island falls under your purview, Sonia continued, I've been meaning to warn you. I saw you charging off in a panic earlier. Bai's brow arched in surprise. I was just exploring. Sonia held up a hand. By all means, feel free to jog through the streets at a brisk pace. Just try not to tap into your abilities to dart around. Bai Linglong's eyes widened. Why not? If you slip into one of the island's restricted sectors by mistake, Sonia said gently, it could land you in serious trouble. A sparkle danced in Sonia's eyes. Void Island does have restricted areas, you know. Bai's smile faltered as a flicker of worry crossed her face. Restricted areas? I may have wandered into one without realizing it. On Void Island, there are only 3 restricted zones. The first is the mountain, Damien began. That's where Lord Cassidon, the god of the void, makes his home. The second is the ocean floor directly beneath the island. And the third is Tony Stark's experimental sector. Sonia repeated the SL econ restriction in surprise. The seabed under the island, Bai Linglong frowned. Why would they block off that area? It made sense that a god's sanctuary and Tony Stark's research labs would be off limits, but sealing away the ocean floor itself struck her as downright peculiar. Sonia gave Damien a steady look and laid out the rules. This entire sector is off limits, so don't go poking around where you shouldn't. If you need to use your abilities, there are 3 sanctioned areas: the training grounds, the gravity chamber, and the sports arena. In those places you can practice all you like, but nowhere else. No reckless displays, and absolutely no climbing trees. They're far too fragile to be treated as obstacle courses. She paused, then nodded toward the tall oaks lining the path. That said, your control is surprisingly precise, and you're good at staying out of sight, so I'll let you take cover up there for now. If you really want to learn the ins and outs of Void Island, stick to the boulevards and plazas. It's perfectly safe. Anyone who attacks you without provocation is challenging the authority of the Void God faith, and trust me, we'll see that they answer for it. Damien absorbed her instructions in silence. He hadn't pressed for an explanation of why the ocean beneath the island was restricted. Sonia's warning was enough. Any outsider who violated the rules, using powers off limits or damaging property, would face a verbal reprimand at best, or be detained for damages and promptly expelled from the island. That was the bottom line. Bai Linglong flinched at the stares they were drawing from the other islanders. Sensing her unease, Sonia offered with a gentle nod, "Why don't you stretch your legs among those trees over there? You'll feel less watched." Relief flooded Bai Linglong's face as she hurried toward the forest's edge. "Thank you, Miss Sonia." Sonia watched her go, then pulled herself upright with an air of mild authority. "It's nothing special, just a bit of common sense you pick up after a few days here, talking with people." Bai Linglong slowed and turned back. "Actually, I was hoping you'd tell me where." Sonia raised an eyebrow. "Where are you off to?" "I want to see Lady Lacey's training session." Bai Linglong admitted. Sonia shook her head. "I haven't the faintest idea where she went." She tapped her chin thoughtfully. "And I haven't seen Mr. Niklov or Madame Butterfly around either." Undeterred, Bai Linglong pressed on. "I did catch a glimpse of Miss Lacey heading toward the training grounds earlier." Sonia's expression brightened. "Right, you'll want the gravity room. It's further along the main path. Look for that tall, dark cylinder in the distance." Bai Linglong nodded, eager. "The gravity tower, yes?" "Exactly," Sonia confirmed. "Just be careful inside. The tower's training protocols can be dangerous if you aren't prepared." With that warning ringing in her ears, Bai Linglong squared her shoulders and set off toward the ominous silhouette of the gravity tower. "Never activate the switch," Sonia warned softly. She'd introduced herself because she knew Bai Linglong wasn't acquainted with many people on Void Island. With a graceful motion, Sonia pointed toward the distant silhouette of the gravity tower. "Thank you for your warning, Miss Sonia," Bai Linglong replied, inclining her head. "You'll find Void Island strangely welcoming once you settle in," Sonia added with a reassuring smile. "In time, you'll see it's far safer than it seems." Then, as effortlessly as a wisp of smoke, Sonia vanished from sight. Bai Linglong stared at the empty air. "Miss Sonia really is mysterious," she murmured. Earlier, whenever they'd crossed paths, Sonia had been perfectly ordinary. No display of power, just a friendly islander like any other. Laura and Bai Linglong had felt comfortable around her, certain they stood on similar footing. But now, witnessing that instantaneous disappearance, Bai Linglong realized there was nothing ordinary about Sonia. As a true High-Rar, Anking leader of the Void Cult, her depths of strength seemed endless. Damien followed Sonia's directions, weaving through the giant trees until he reached the straight path leading to the gravity tower. Permission to shortcut between the trunks saved him time, and before long, the massive spire came into view. As he drew nearer, lo, thunderous booms rolled across the clearing, each one sharpening his curiosity. At the end of the trail lay a broad, open field. Dozens of trainees stood at attention before towering metal pillars, each one delivering hammering blows that rang out like cannon fire. Damien paused at the edge of the clearing, watching blow after blow send shockwaves rippling across the ground. "No wonder Lady Lacy warned me I'd have to keep up," he murmured. The raw energy in the air was infectious. Every strike seemed to fuel the next, and the trainees' rhythms built into a relentless chorus of effort and determination. Damien's eyes widened as he realized the true purpose of this training. It wasn't just about building muscle or mastering technique. Each thunderous impact was a lesson in focus, resilience, and the unending drive to improve. Void Island offered comfort and safety, but here, in this charged atmosphere, it also offered something more, the spark that compels you to push beyond your limits. Determined, Damien stepped forward. If he was going to stand beside these warriors, he'd need every ounce of discipline and strength he could muster. And as the hammers struck metal in a deafening rhythm, he felt that spark ignite within himself. Damien watched as several new recruits struck the metal plates but failed to make them resonate. These were fresh initiates of the Void God cult, their energies still raw and unrefined. In the ancient St. Nicholas civilization, every lineage followed its own cultivation path, but their shared goal was clear: discover your innate strengths and push them to the limit. At the same time, each practitioner had to master powered battle armor and a variety of advanced weapons. Enhanced physical conditioning granted superhuman fighting ability, and when fused with cutting-edge technology, it became a personal and deadly arsenal. This punishing regimen, known as the Damai training method, was unique to our order. Ordinary citizens of St. Nicholas's realm never had to endure such extremes. After undergoing biomodification, they still faced a 3 to 6 month adaptation period, time needed to adjust to the surging power, speed, and altered perceptions that biological enhancement entailed. Chapter 15. As long as you can adapt to life here without causing needless destruction, you're free to go out and begin paying off your debts. The Overseer's calm voice echoed through the comlink. Once you've cleared everything in a few years, you can finally live on your own terms. Damien stared at the floating holo display, the repayment schedule looping in midair. It was simple enough. Work, earn credits, settle the debt, then be free. He had no choice but to accept. Meanwhile, Bai Linglong, who'd long admired the ancient glory of the Bai family, had devoted herself to relentless combat training. Her dedication paid off. Her skills were exceptional. Yet, because she wasn't a direct bloodline heir, her improvement hit a natural ceiling. No matter how many drills she ran or how many sparring sessions she endured, she could feel her progress slowing to a crawl. Eventually, Linglong made her peace with her limits. She still took jobs when bills came due, but in her downtime she ate lavish meals, sampled exotic drinks, indulged in games, and pursued whatever amusement caught her fancy. In this starfaring civilization, where planet-level powerhouses strode across the universe like demigods, she knew that raw lineage mattered as much as raw strength. Now, standing on the observation deck of the orbital station, Linglong felt that old itch return, the desire to break a sweat, to push past her boundaries in a real fight. But she also understood that the only way forward was through genuine combat experience and fresh techniques. Pure power? That well had run dry. If she ever wanted to grow again, she would need to learn new skills on real battlefields and hope her lineage didn't hold her back. In a cosmos teeming with titanic warriors and rival empires, that was easier said than done. Yet for both Damien and Bai Linglong, the path was clear. Survive, adapt, and seize every opportunity the universe threw at them. Because only by fighting in its grandest arenas could they hope to transcend their limits. No matter how refined your fighting technique, going up against opponents whose raw strength far outclasses yours means there's only so much hard work can do. Damien dropped cleanly from the cliff face, plummeting tens of meters before landing solidly on the training ground below. He stood up, brushing dust from his shoulders, and surveyed the rows of massive metal blocks before him, each one stamped with its own tonnage. He'd come here primarily to find Lady Lacey and watch her training session, but first he intended to get his own blood pumping. It had been too long since his passion for cultivation had burned so brightly, and now that spark had flared into a blaze he refused to douse. Thanks to his upper-middle-level bio-modifications, no small feat of St. Nicholas civilization technology, his strength had increased by several dozen times. Confident in his enhanced physique, Damien strode forward and wrapped his arms around the block marked 150 tons. With a deep breath, he summoned every ounce of power he possessed and hoisted it clear off the ground. A grin split his face. This was exactly the kind of challenge he needed to stoke that old flame of ambition, and nothing was going to stop him now. Bai Linglong had watched countless trainees practice before her. She knew exactly how to unleash her full power. Channeling all her strength, she drove her kick straight upward. With a thunderous clang, the vibrating metal rang out, but it didn't budge. A sudden warning flashed through her mind, and she sprang lightly aside, letting the rebound of her own momentum carry her past the still trembling block. "It really is something," she murmured, eyeing the immovable metal. From where she stood, Bai Linglong saw the force of her kick whip up a wall of sand and dust that spiraled into the air. A triumphant smile crossed her face, even as she acknowledged the truth. She couldn't shake the block. Of all the trainees she'd observed, only a few had managed to move this mysterious metal. Most were still hammering away, one strike after another, with no success. She knew her limits. At her peak, she could generate more than 180 tons of power. Today's trial had been set at 150 tons, a deliberate concession to make the test fair. And still, the block had held firm. Clearly, there was more to its resistance than mere weight. Bai Linglong set her jaw, determination flickering in her eyes. She pushed aside her questions. Right now, she needed to let go of every ounce of frustration she'd been holding in. With a fierce war cry, she launched herself forward again, intent on finally breaking through. Damien rarely had the chance to unleash his true strength within the St. Nicholas civilization. Even though patrols roamed the streets and clashes occasionally broke out, such incidents were few and far between. Most citizens had undergone biological enhancements designed primarily for labor, upgrades that made everyday travel effortless and let people savor the thrill of a supercharged physique. But a place had finally opened where raw power could be tested, and everyone was buzzing with excitement. Bai Linglong's striking heterochromatic eyes sharpened with anticipation. In an instant, she radiated a fierce, animalistic aura. The retractable claws she wore sprung to life as slivers of white-hot light, slicing cleanly through a solid metal plate as though it were paper. Her entire transformation drew on feline genetics, merging the agility and strength of elite cats with specially optimized new Trellizer genes borrowed from multiple feline lineages. The result was a living weapon, lithe, deadly, and crowned by a long, sleek cat's tail that swayed with both elegance and lethal intent. A gleaming blade suddenly materialized at Bai Linglong's arm and drove straight into the metal plating with a sharp, ringing ding. Instantly, a ripple of startled voices rose among the assembled cultivators. "Isn't that the guest Kyle brought back?" someone murmured. "Kyle brought her back? Since when?" Another replied, eyes narrowing in surprise. "I spotted her in the cafeteria this morning," a third chimed in. She didn't look nearly as frail as she seemed. And now we see I was right, the first added, shaking their head in admiration. She pretended to be harmless, but she's anything but, the second observed, voice low. Fatigued from their own training, the other members of the Void God cult all turned to watch. They recognized one another at a glance, and none of them was Bai Linglong. A few had met her earlier and already sensed the power coiled within her. Now, like a cornered beast, she unleashed it. Her claw-like weapons raked across the stone floor, gouging deep, jagged cracks into the ground with terrifying ease. Raw power, but no finesse. If he can't regulate that overflow, his body's going to pay the price later. Kyle brought him in. Maintenance costs won't be a problem. A small group of Void God cult disciples had been watching Damien's training. His physique was undeniably impressive, but his technique was still rudimentary, not even close to the entry-level proficiency they required. In most cultures, someone with Damien's brute strength would already be considered a top-tier powerhouse. Here, however, the Void cult's standards were notoriously unforgiving. It wasn't surprising that Damien fell short. He'd only just arrived, and despite Kyle's tutelage, he clearly didn't grasp the strict rules of their training grounds. The disciples still had countless spells and disciplines to master themselves. They knew all too well how demanding true power cultivation could be. As a guest from afar, Damien had yet to learn that true mastery in the Void God cult meant far more than raw destructive force. Although Damien's strike unleashed tremendous power, his lack of control caused the energy to scatter, sending shockwaves rippling through the surrounding area. The floor beneath him was no ordinary surface. It was forged from a specially tempered alloy and reinforced time and again with void energy. A stray pulse of power wouldn't dent it. Only a laser-focused impact could breach its defenses. But Damien's blows were anything but focused. Each swing dispersed his strength in all directions, wasting his force and leaving the metal barrier merely humming in response. Frustration mounting, he hammered at the barrier again and again, every attack as unfocused as the last. Then, amid the relentless pounding, Damien's mind snapped into clarity. It wasn't raw power he lacked. He had that in abundance. The real problem was precision. All this time, he'd been pouring everything into brute force when what he needed was a single, concentrated strike. If he could channel every ounce of his energy into one pinpoint blow. Bai Linglong's senses were razor-sharp. The moment she realized that even the most powerful strike couldn't make the mysterious metal before her tremble, she shifted seamlessly from explosive motion to perfect stillness, sidestepping the shockwave with effortless grace. She circled the vibrating barrier like a cat on a moonlit rooftop, each step measured, each pause deliberate. The sudden switch between movement and calm drew appreciative murmurs, and even applause, from the Void cult spectators. It wasn't merely that she looked feline. She moved with the same lethal elegance, a feat few could dare attempt, no matter their strength. Inside her mind, Bai Linglong replayed every variation of attack she'd just witnessed. The blows that rattled the metal, the savage strikes that left it unmoved, and her own whirlwind onslaught that had failed to break the barrier entirely. Each opponent's flicker of expression, every flex of muscle, she catalogued it all, ready to exploit any opening. Then, in one swift motion, her tail, once indistinguishable, unfurled into a ghostly white blur and lashed upward in a single, precise arc. Like a longsword striking an iron anvil, her blow drove through the thick steel plating and set it trembling from within. A crisp clang echoed in the chamber, and in that instant, Bai Linglong's mind snapped into perfect focus. She'd always relied on speed, her entire body a living weapon. Yet she now understood that no matter how many lightning-fast strikes she landed, none would match the power of a single, precisely delivered blow. Slowing her movements, she relaxed the razor-sharp claws on her hands and let the beast-like aura drift away. As the heavy lock shuddered from her previous barrage, Bai Linglong advanced with quiet confidence. With a gentle tap of her palm, she struck the metal once more. The lightness of the gesture belied its force. The impact roared like thunder, rattling the entire mechanism until it visibly quaked. "Damn," she muttered, watching the lock's internal gears grind helplessly under her one decisive strike. Damien frowned as he tested his grip on the slender training blade. "There's a pervert here," he muttered under his breath. Across the courtyard, Jalen glanced up from his stance. "You've really mastered the technique now?" he asked with a teasing smirk. Damien forced a wry smile. "If by mastered you mean I landed one solid hit, then sure." He tossed the blade aside. "But the rule is 10 continuous minutes of flawless strikes. I still can't get through the vibrating metal trial." Jalen shook his head. "You can't skip the basics. Power control, you've got that. But the test demands more. Raw strength bursts, perfect body coordination, fluid technique, even a heightened danger sense. You need them all firing together." Damien sighed and rubbed the back of his neck. "I know. Even though Miss Sarah's teachings on energy cultivation are brilliant, I've been at this 3 months, same as everyone else. I keep falling short." At that moment, the dozen members of the Void Cult training pavilion paused to watch the lithe figure weaving between practice dummies. Clad in black leather and moving with uncanny feline grace, the woman they called Catwoman demonstrated the very essence of Miss Sarah's regimen. Ever since Sarah had unveiled her methods for strengthening one's internal energy, devotees had been able to ascend to the first rung of the physical realm in record time. But true mastery, they all agreed, required an unshakable foundation. As the sun climbed higher, the courtyard hummed with exertion. No one dared neglect the fundamentals. Except for a brief hiatus during their New Year's pilgrimage, the cult's disciples trained without pause. Tomorrow, Damien promised himself he would conquer the vibrating metal trial once and for all. They had assumed Bai Linglong couldn't control her power, an assumption that seemed confirmed only moments ago. Yet now, in this critical instant, she revealed a spark of true talent that stunned everyone watching. She suddenly understood that combat shouldn't be confined to long-range strikes alone. In the St. Nicholas civilization, warriors prized ranged attacks above all. Overwhelmingly powerful, often decisive, and capable of ending most battles instantly. But they were also straightforward to counter when an opponent was prepared. Void God Cult training, by contrast, represented the pinnacle of martial refinement, complete mastery of one's inner energy, the art of toppling the mighty with seemingly modest force. Success here did not spring from brute strength meeting armor. It came from speed, precision, and resonance. Bai Linglong's mysterious metal weapon, once merely a focus, now became an amplifier. Every rapid strike sent rippling shock waves through her enemy's defenses. Ironically, the faster and more frequently she struck, the more those defenses stiffened, resonating with each blow and growing stronger in direct proportion to her assault's frequency. Witnessing this, Damien realized that the true power of the Void God Cult lay not in raw might, but in the subtle science of energy, timing, and harmonic force. Damien was so absorbed in his breakthrough that he barely registered the world around him. His form blurred into a pale phantom, then suddenly he roared with the ferocity of a wild beast. His fist struck the vibrating metal pillar in a torrential downpour of pear-blossom blows, each impact ringing through the training ground like waves crashing on a cliff. The thunderous clamor drew every eye, Void Cult disciples and visiting outsiders alike. More than 30 Void Cult members had gathered in the courtyard, along with over a dozen day guests. Most of these outsiders only came for the afternoon's worship service, but in the early hours, they still seized the chance to train on the cult's grounds. Even without core blessings, a clever warrior could refine his technique here. In fact, many of these visitors were celebrated masters, heroes, or champions in their own star systems, each boasting formidable strength and skill. After several days of observing, they all understood one hard truth. Making the metal pillar resonate wasn't a matter of raw power. It demanded precision, control, and an almost surgical subtlety in every strike. As Damien's fists flew with relentless rhythm, it was clear he was mastering that very art. Mastering raw power requires more than surface-level strikes. With the right technique, even a long-range attack can crack metal like glass. Bai Linglong launched a flurry of clawed blows, reveling in the freedom of her unleashed strength. On her final strike, her talons bit into the trembling steel with a thunderous bang. But instead of fracturing, the metal held fast. The lack of any telltale shudder snapped Bai Linglong out of her trance. She leapt aside, bracing her feet, and realized with a jolt that her last blow had emptied her reserves. She had neither the power nor the speed for a follow-up. The metal, however, was undeterred. As it quivered, its surface began to glow, and then it unleashed a dazzling shockwave. Caught between evasion and defense, Bai Linglong flung her arms up to shield her vitals. Still, the force ripped her off her feet and hurled her along the ground for more than 60 meters before she finally skidded to a halt. Damien's hands, already caked in dust and ashen from his own unrelenting assault, now stained with bright red, sent sharp pain pulsing through his muscles. Beads of cold sweat formed on his brow, but he didn't flinch. If anything, his heart raced faster. There was no greater challenge than an opponent who attacked with utter abandon. Around him, the onlookers' faces shifted from dismissive curiosity to outright amazement. 8 full minutes of non-stop, all-out combat. Though Damien ultimately failed the trial, no one doubted it was sheer exhaustion, not lack of skill, that had stopped him. In a place like Void Island, where even a single minute of relentless fighting could break the toughest contender, surviving 8 was nothing short of legendary. Whispers spread through the crowd. A true fighting prodigy had arrived. And for the first time in ages, the island's infamous vibrating metal magnesium platform had met its match. Damien stepped through the door of Void and emerged with a jolt. He'd just reached the first level of physical control. His limbs buzzed with newfound strength. Every nerve ending felt alive. Incredible. Around him, however, all eyes were on Bai Linglong. She was slowly rising to her feet, one hand pressed against a fresh wound at her side, her robes stained with blood. Her combat intuition is terrifying, one Void cult disciple murmured. If she's blessed and masters the power of the Void, she'll be famed across the universe. She really does move like a cat, another added in awe. Every reflex, every instinct, uncanny. I've never felt someone with such razor-sharp awareness, and yet a body so soft, a third whispered. Damien glanced down at the bruises on his own forearm and didn't bother to explain why no one had rushed to her aid. In the training grounds, injuries were expected, and in real battle, you couldn't rely on a comrade diving in the moment you faltered. Sure, fighting side by side might offer a slim hope of rescue, but it also exposed your weakness, or worse, your arrogance. Unless you were dangerously overconfident, facing a truly formidable foe would quickly teach you that no help was coming in time. Damien stopped just inside the practice hall's entrance, recalling his instructor's warning. Don't fight to the death. Fight to win or fight to escape. In training, mistakes cost you bruises. In real combat, they cost you your life. You'll learn to rely only on yourself, from the first blade strike to the last breath. He flexed his aching fingers. Every joint throbbed, but none were broken, just scorched and cut from sparring. He sucked in a ragged breath and tried to summon the energy to stand straighter. His shirt was plastered with sweat, dust, and dried blood. Dark smudges streaked his face. He'd come hoping to watch Lady Lacey's advanced techniques up close, but in this state, he'd only dishonor her by showing up half-battered. Damien shook his head. Best to retreat, clean up, disinfect these wounds, and dress the burns before seeking her counsel. He turned toward the corridor and nearly collided with a knot of Void cult acolytes loitering in the shadows. One of them spat a comment under his breath. Look at him. Too bad he's so beat up. Another snorted derisively. Damien's jaw tightened. He refused to rise to their provocation. With steady breath, he slipped past them and disappeared down the hallway, already picturing the warm water of a bath and the sting of antiseptic on his palms. In a little while, he'd be ready to approach Lady Lacey with his head held high. Damien stood in the center of the training arena as the automated announcer's calm voice filled the air. 114 seconds remaining before you complete the basic assessment. Bai Linglong's eyes lit up. It was her first time on this course, and already she felt a rush of exhilaration. I can't believe this works so well, she whispered, adjusting her stance. The speaker continued. Please note, you've caused some structural damage. Be sure to compensate Miss Sarah for the repairs. At that, Bai Linglong's excitement faded. She'd been so focused on passing the test that she hadn't given a second thought to potential cleanup costs. Wait, there's a fee? She murmured, her voice edged with concern. How much do I owe? I don't have much cash on me. Her shoulders slumped as the seconds ticked down. the thrill of the challenge giving way to the worry of an unexpected bill. The three Void Cult attendants examined the smoldering arena with stern expressions. One of them flipped through a weathered ledger and looked up at Damien. "Your training unleashed far too much raw power," he said. "You've caused 300,000 cosmic coins worth of damage." Damien rubbed the back of his neck. "If I'd paced myself and kept the arena intact," the attendant cut him off. "Had you controlled your energy and avoided collateral harm, you wouldn't owe us a single coin. Void Cult members may defer these fees, but as an outsider, you must settle your debt within 3 days." Despite the hard line on payment, their tone was surprisingly courteous. They'd learned that Bai Linglong had been returned by Kyle, and they treated Damien with a certain respect. They went on to explain that it would be unrealistic for Miss Sonia to absorb such a colossal maintenance bill herself. Instead, the 300,000 coins would go to Shi Tianpo, the Void Cult's master of the Void Blessing technique. By night, Shi Tianpo works overtime, weaving his restorative spells into the arena's runic seals, gradually repairing and reinforcing the structure. After such rigorous nightly repairs, it wouldn't be so easy to level the venue again. Damien's 100-ton explosive blast, combined with the steady barrage of strikes that followed, had certainly marred the training hall. He stepped back to survey the damage and found dozens of gouges, some shallow, some carved deeply into the stone floor. 300,000 yuan wasn't an outrageous fee to repair it, but even at full strength, he'd only managed to scar the surface. He realized this arena's construction was leagues beyond anything he'd ever encountered. Normally, a blow like his would punch holes through ordinary walls or punch straight through earth and rock. Here, it barely left a mark. "Well," Damien muttered, rubbing his wrist, "I'll get Miss Sarah to cover the costs." He turned to one of the Void God cult attendants. "I'll ask Sarah to pay for repairs." The attendant nodded. "If you want your injuries healed right away, go see Kyle. He brought you back last time. You won't pay a dime. And even if he does charge you, it won't be much." Damien offered a curt nod. He was still determined not to owe any of these Void God cult members a favor, but at least Kyle wouldn't hold it against him. Whether or not he chose to accept their so-called friendship, he'd make sure he walked away even. Damien stepped out into the courtyard, dust still clinging to his boots. Shi Tianpo didn't trust outsiders. He'd already warned Damien that the debt had to be paid within 3 days, or Shi Tianpo himself would come to collect. No matter how strong Damien was, raw power wouldn't erase what he owed. He paused by the entrance where 2 attendants in white coats glanced up. "Mr. Kyle has medical training, right?" Damien asked, recalling the name that had circulated among fighters. One of them nodded. "Not just any doctor. Kyle, known as Hercules, can heal you so long as there's breath in your lungs. If you need him, he's working in the gravity chamber now, but you'll usually find him in the cafeteria at lunchtime." Damien felt a flicker of hope. A giant of a man with the touch of a miracle worker. That was a rare combination. "Thanks for the directions," he said. "Anytime," the attendant replied. "If you have more questions, drop by tomorrow." Climbing into his vehicle, Damien wiped his palm across his grimy shirt. A healer powerful enough to rescue someone from death's door? He couldn't wait to meet Mr. Kyle. But first, he needed a hot shower and a chance to wash the day's dust away. After offering her thanks, Bai Linglong rose and prepared to take her leave. "We'll be here for a while yet," she said. "If time allows, I'd love to continue our conversation." To her relief, they didn't refuse. Although Void Cult members ordinarily shun outsiders, Star-Lord, their most ardent communicator, had long ago become a fellow countryman in their eyes. With a courteous attitude, they saw no harm in exchanging cultivation experiences with her. Satisfied, Bai Linglong inclined her head in acknowledgement, then turned to go. She paused at the forest's edge. Miss Sonia had shown her a shortcut through the trees, but warned that any damage to the branches would have to be repaired at Bai Linglong's expense. On a good day, she would have nimbly threaded her way through the boughs, but Tavade, she was too exhausted even to run. Reluctantly, she followed the wide, well-worn avenue back instead, moving more steadily than quickly as fatigue weighed on her limbs. Damien had only come to Void Island on a few small errands, but already he'd memorized the lay of the land. His clothes were rumpled and stained, and the scruffy, unkempt look drew plenty of attention. Oddly enough, appearing less polished seemed to ward off the envious stares he'd once attracted. But as soon as he admitted that thought to himself, a wave of discomfort swept over him. No matter how advantageous a sloppy disguise might be, he'd much rather feel clean. To his relief, Void Island's security truly was as tight as the legends claimed. The members of the Void cult exuded an air of serenity. They weren't violent fanatics, but seekers dedicated to understanding the Void God's deeper mysteries. If Damien weren't itching to get back and take a long, hot shower, he could have spent hours chatting with them, absorbing the religion's unwritten rules and hidden customs. He winced at the memory of the repair bill, 300,000 yuan gone in an instant. Yet Damien didn't regret a penny. His cultivation had stagnated for years, but his recent breakthrough had been extraordinary. The island's trials had pushed him past his previous limits. Now cleaner, refreshed, and mentally sharper than ever, Damien was eager to see just how far he could go. Master Jin Rakshasa and Master He Luo are on their way, Bai Linglong murmured, and when they arrive, they'll only grow stronger. She knew that no ordinary training could match what the arena offered. Under its rigorous tests, fighters with unique biological transformations, like Jin Luosha and He Luo-san, young heads of the Jin and He Demai clans, developed senses and reflexes far beyond those of regular cultivators. By the time they emerged, each would possess a keener insight into combat and a far more powerful presence. After a 30-minute ride, Bai Linglong finally returned to Miss Lacey's villa. She made a beeline for the private bathhouse, eager to cleanse herself. Warm water gushed from the fountainhead as she lathered her skin with fragrant soap, then used a special boar bristle brush to work through the knots in her hair. At last, she sank into the marble-lined soaking tub, letting the heated water soothe every ache and tension in her muscles. "This trip has been well worth it," she sighed, closing her eyes as the bubbles rippled around her. "I'll definitely have to come back." When she'd relaxed to her heart's content, Bai Linglong rose from the bath and wrapped herself in a plush towel. Stepping out into the cool air of the dressing chamber, she reached for her wardrobe, preparing her seasonal attire for whatever lay ahead. Damien stepped into the hazy boundary between summer and autumn, letting the warm sunlight and a gentle breeze dry his damp hair as he carefully ran a comb through it. In the St. Nicholas realm, hair care meant owning a few specialized tools, one of this season's essentials. Once his hair was spotless and completely dry, Bai Linglong produced the small medicine box she always carried and fashioned a simple bandage. She'd anticipated every need for her journey and packed accordingly. With the first task done, Bai Linglong turned her attention to the floor. It was still a little dirty and damp from her return, and Lady Lacy had kindly offered her shelter. So, as a respectful guest, she insisted on tidying up. Cleaning came naturally to her, and she tackled only the truly grimy spots, careful not to rearrange any furniture or touch the decorations. After all, she didn't want to risk offending Ms. Lacey's sense of order. Bai Linglong decided to remain on Void Island a little longer, but she was careful not to impose on Damien or anyone else. She resolved instead to train each morning. After all, her body had been biologically enhanced, and her raw strength was impressive. She could sprint at lightning speed for hours without fatigue. Yet she discovered that during actual combat, when she needed to focus every fiber of her being, every trace of spirit, her endurance crumbled far too quickly. Every training session took place under Damien's watchful eye. He'd already witnessed the transcendent fighting talent she'd displayed earlier, and he'd even caught glimpses of her peculiar bathing and drying rituals, glimpses he treated with nothing but polite courtesy. Still, there was no denying her natural gift for combat. Damien himself had long since mastered the physical realm's art of chi following intent, the technique by which every strike, every movement, springs directly from the heart. His years on Blue Star instilled in him an unyielding drive to control the smallest fraction of his power, whether in his subconscious or fully awake mind, and that meticulous discipline became the cornerstone of his own style. Now he patiently guided Bai Linglong through the fundamentals, confident that with time and practice she would learn to focus her explosive strength without burning out. Morning after morning, they trained side by side. Bai Linglong's speed drills turned into sparring matches. Her striking patterns grew more precise. And with each passing day, Damien saw her transform, not just in power, but in poise and confidence. It was clear she had the makings of a truly formidable fighter. Under his tutelage, she would soon learn to channel her extraordinary gifts into a seamless, unbreakable art. Damien frowned to himself. A single sparring session, or even a brief display of talent, was far too little to determine a newcomer's true potential. He couldn't very well shower Bai Linglong with praise, nor grant her any special favors based on that alone. What he really wanted to know was whether she'd managed to unlock even a shred of insight from the ancient stone tablet he'd had her study. Leisurely nibbling on a light mid-morning meal, Damien gazed down at the sprawling terraces and spired halls of Void Island. Across the room, Bai Linglong was bent over a scrub brush, cleaning the chamber with meticulous care. So absorbed was he in his thoughts that he barely noticed the hands of the clock creeping toward 11. Just then, Lacey slipped in through the door, fresh from her journey to the gravity tower. The moment she stepped inside, she caught the faint traces of soap in the air. Bai Linglong had clearly just bathed. The clean, floral scent was so soothing that Lacey almost longed to wrap Bai Linglong in her arms, bury her face against that soft skin, and let the fragrance calm her uneasy mind. But her attention snapped to the stark white bandages around Bai Linglong's hands. Concern flickered in Lacey's dark eyes. "What happened to your hands?" she asked, voice low. "Did someone attack you?" After all, in the Void God Sect's stronghold, daring to lay a hand on a fellow disciple was practically a death sentence. "Honestly, it's nothing serious. I was just sparring with that strange metal dummy in the training arena. I pushed myself so hard that I couldn't dodge or parry in time, and I ended up with a few bruises." As Bai Linglong spoke, she caught the soft click of the door and looked up to see Lady Lacey slipping into the room. With a teasing smile, Bai Linglong added, "You mean the shock-infused training plate, right?" Lady Lacey's brow arched. "Why did you rush off to the training grounds without telling me? I wanted to walk you through the rules and techniques first. If you just show up and start swinging, you're asking to get hurt, or worse." When she realized Bai Linglong's injuries were the result of pure exhaustion rather than carelessness, Lady Lacey's expression softened. She stepped forward and placed a gentle hand on Bai Linglong's arm. "I plan to check on your progress today," she admitted. "But I understand the draw of the arena. It can heighten your emotions without you even noticing." Bai Linglong managed a wry grin. "I might have overdone it, but it's nothing major. A couple of days rest, and I'll be fine. Really, you don't need to worry." Lady Lacey knelt to inspect the back, Ruiz's more closely, concern evident in her eyes. Bai Linglong returned her gaze with confidence. She'd taken a blow almost as powerful as she could deliver herself, and, to her own surprise, she'd lived to tell the tale. Bai Linglong pressed her injured hand against the wall, her face pale. She'd had no strength to defend herself, and the damage went far deeper than bruises. It had cracked the bones in her hand. A full recovery would take days. Damien knelt beside her and studied her injury. "It's better to let your hand rest and mend on its own for a few days than to force a quick repair on the spot," he said softly. "Once I've taken a shower, we'll head to the cafeteria. Lord Kyle can help speed the healing." At that moment, Lacey reappeared in the doorway, towel in hand. She'd come for her shower, but the only facilities nearby, the ones by the gravity building, were reserved for Kyle and his squad. Female cadets weren't allowed in that locker room. Bai Linglong watched her, then asked, "Is Kyle the only one who can heal us?" Lacey shrugged. "Me? I can't. My evolution path is completely different. I don't have his gift." Damien nodded. "He's not the only healer around. Hulk, Bruce Banner, even Yama Alex all possess regenerative powers. But Lord Kyle's ability to mend others is frankly the most unorthodox." Lacey rolled her eyes and draped the towel over her shoulder. "We'll sort this out later. Right now, I need that shower." Damien gave her a brief smile. "Fine, we'll talk again afterward." Lacey ducked into the corridor, brushing past them toward the women's quarters. Left alone, Bai Linglong let out a long breath, while Damien stood and headed off to clean up before their trip to the cafeteria. Damien moves with a speed almost as terrifying as Renault's, allowing him to seize and bind his foes before they even know what's happening. His deadliest ace is the trump card, known as Void Eternity. When he activates it, he slips into an eternal void, a liminal state where even a shattered heart or severed head can't kill him. He simply triggers his life restoration protocol and presses on with the fight. In sparring matches against Renault, Damien can afford countless missteps, errors Renault dare not make. A single lapse in concentration on Renault's part could cost him half his vitality. As Nikrov often says, when it comes to offense versus defense, nothing is more decisive than striking back at precisely the right moment, especially when your opponent is holding himself in check. That makes Damien's regenerative ability positively absurd. From time to time, he and Renault square off purely to sharpen their skills, each recognizing the other as the one adversary they most fear to face. So they clash again and again, driving each other to new heights of power and precision. With their latest session concluded, Lacey headed straight for the bathroom and stepped under the hot, soothing spray of the shower. The Void Divine Religion really is something else. Bai Linglong listened carefully as Lady Lacey mentioned a string of famous names: Kyle, Alex, and Bruce Banner. These three were titans of the Void sect, heroes of the Great Void Wars, whose reputations stretched across the entire fairy galaxy. Whispers of their terrifying power were everywhere, but no one spoke of their healing talents, until now. If Lady Lacey dared call someone a pervert and meant it as a compliment, that person had to be astonishingly strong. Bai Linglong's heart raced with anticipation. She couldn't wait to see how Lord Kyle would treat Damien when they met. Night had fallen, but there was no resting for the devout. In just 10 minutes, Lacey was done with her bath. She stepped out with a bright smile. "Let's go," she said, slipping into a sleek black uniform that hugged her curves. "We have training after dinner, so flashy outfits are out of the question tonight." Bai Linglong had already finished her own preparations. She fell in step beside Lacey as they made their way toward the canteen, eager to see what the Void Sectet would serve and what surprises the evening still held. Linglong's timing was impeccable. She stepped into the cafeteria just as Predictor, Kyle, and Renault arrived. "Miss Sarah isn't here," she noted, glancing around the rows of tables. Kyle shook his head with a wry smile. "She only comes here in the evenings. The rest of the day she eats back at the Temple of Records. Don't be surprised you haven't seen her yet." Linglong's shoulders slumped with mild disappointment. She'd liked settling her meal payment directly with Miss Sarah, and even more, she enjoyed their conversations. "So if I want to catch her here, I'll have to check her schedule or invite her," she said. "Exactly." Kyle led the way to an empty table. "We're on a tight routine ourselves. Eat, then head straight to training. I only pull her away when it really matters." He paused beside her and noticed a faint bruise on her hand. "Here, hold out your hand. I'll help you treat that." Linglong hesitated, then stretched out her palm. Kyle pressed gently at the bruise, applying a soothing salve with careful precision. As they returned to their seats, he added, "By the way, everyone's been talking about your performance this morning. The way you read the field and adapted on the fly was impressive." Predictor and Renault slid into their chairs, nodding in agreement. With friends like these around the table, Linglong felt her disappointment fade. Miss Sarah might not be here today, but there was still good company, and plenty to talk about. Damien led Bai Linglong back to the Void Hall, where whispers followed in their wake. Everyone knew he was the one who'd escorted her out of the training grounds, and that she'd returned battered and bruised. As they entered, a few concerned voices reminded Damien of her injuries. He simply nodded. "Understood." Bai Linglong bit her lip and held out her injured arm. Standing beside Damien, Master Kyle placed his broad palm over her skin. Instantly, a soft violet light, void energy rippling like liquid shadow, enveloped her arm. Bai Linglong watched, eyes wide, as the glow seeped into her flesh. Warmth spread through her veins, and the sharp sting of her injury smoothed into a gentle, healing comfort. Ordinary practitioners needed 100 days to mend shattered bones and torn sinews. Bai Linglong's exceptional constitution and self-regeneration usually cut that time down to mere days. Yet even her rapid healing was no match for Master Kyle's void power. After a moment, the violet aura faded. Kyle withdrew his hand and fixed her with a steady gaze. Next time you train, you must be more mindful of your body. He paused, letting the warning sink in. In the test trial, you'll face relentless, high-intensity assaults. You have 10 minutes to endure them, and you must emerge with as few injuries as possible. That's the requirement. Bai Linglong's shoulders straightened. She bowed her head in respect. Yes, Master Kyle, I understand. Damien watched her, determination flickering in his eyes. With Master Kyle's guidance and her own resolve, she would pass the trial and prove herself worthy of the Void Cult. Only then can you pass the test. Remember, the whole point of the training ground trial is to force you to deal with exactly this kind of situation you'll face against real enemies. Damien finished realigning Bai Linglong's bones and soothing her strained muscles, then stepped back to offer aftercare advice. Already healed? She asked, flexing her fingers. It feels like you didn't just fix my arm, you lightened my whole body. It's a useful talent, Damien replied with a small smile. I'm always happy to treat your injuries. But since you've got plans on Void Island, go ahead and explore. Practice to your heart's content. Your wound will only throb for a few hours at most. If you hit any trouble, find me, and I'll patch you up again. He placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder. In their 4-person squad, Damien wasn't just the heavy hitter. He was their medic too. A few hours rest and a good meal, and they'd all be ready to return to the fight at full strength. When the 4 of them teamed up, their mission success rate climbed to a perfect 100%. Thanks for having my back, Mr. Kyle, Bai Linglong said, her cheeks still warmed by relief. Renali smiled as he waved at the server. Let's eat first. You've all been pushing yourselves. Time to restore your strength. Shortly afterward, their orders arrived and everyone settled in. The prophet leaned forward, turning his curious gaze on Bai Linglong. Word is, you've officially broken into the physical arts realm? Bai Linglong blinked in surprise. Physical arts realm? The Void God Sect system, the prophet explained gently. Miss Sonia herself divided the physical arts into 9 distinct stages. Most fighters never even reach the first stage. Breaking that barrier marks you as a true close combat powerhouse. Damien, who had been quietly tucking into his meal, paused with a forkful of noodles. So it's not just raw strength or flashy technique, it's about mastering every ounce of power you have. Exactly, the prophet said. A novice might crush stones by sheer force, but only at stage 1 do you learn to channel that force precisely, to protect without shattering the world around you. From there, each successive stage refines your control, your endurance, and your combat instincts. Kyle, who had been watching Damien's reaction, nodded. That's why cracking into the physical arts is such a milestone. It means you've not only grown stronger, but wiser in battle. Bai Linglong set down her chopsticks, her eyes bright. I see now. Thank you all for explaining. I'll train harder, no smarter, from here on out. Renoli clapped his hands once. That's the spirit. Let's finish our meal, then get back to the training grounds. The next stage won't conquer itself. With renewed determination, the 4 friends turned their attention to dinner, well aware that their greatest challenges lay just beyond the next horizon. Damien studied Bai Linglong thoughtfully. Every bit of strength you hold back, or fail to unleash, can mean the difference between victory and defeat. Is the Void Divine Religion really that rigorous about separating each stage of martial advancement? Bai Linglong's eyes widened. I actually feel stronger already, ever since I mastered that technique. Damien gave a small nod. That's to be expected. Before today, you had never fully tapped into your own reserves. She touched her chest, recalling the surge of power. Since this technique triggers dormant abilities, it naturally feels like a breakthrough. The prophet, who had been watching in silence, spoke up. The heart of true power control lies in unlocking what lies hidden. Every cultivator carries vast energies waiting to be awakened. These are the building blocks for transforming chi. Bai Linglong turned to him, curiosity shining in her eyes. These 9 martial realms, they were defined by Miss Sonia, weren't they? Does that mean she's reached the 9th realm herself? Her question hung in the air as they all contemplated just how deep and how far true power could go. The only ones known to have reached the 9th level in the entire Void Cult are Miss Sonia and Lacey, the prophet announced. Hearing this, the prophet's expression brightened. Only two then, Miss Sonia and Miss Lacey? Bai Linglong turned to Lacey in awe. Specializing is the key to power. That's why I devoted myself entirely to one path. Lacey smiled warmly. If your realm has divisions, there must be methods to advance through each one. Would you teach me? Bai Linglong's eyes gleamed with excitement. I can share the first-level techniques with outsiders like you, but the higher levels are secrets reserved for members of the Shu Holdings theological cult. These 9 realm divisions, and their training methods, were devised by Miss Sonia herself. Even mastering the first level will yield a considerable increase in strength. That way, even if outsiders don't receive the cult's blessings, they won't go away empty-handed. Of course, your success depends entirely on your own focus, insight, and effort. Lacey inclined her head, determination shining in her eyes. I understand. I will train diligently. Miss Sonia devised this technique herself, so she naturally won't teach it in full to outsiders. Even with her own specialization, she's only reached the 7th stage. That gap in power between her and Kyle is exactly what lets her spar with him on equal footing. But even if she wanted to, she couldn't distill her efficient training methods into neat steps for Kyle and the others. Her system is far too precious to share wholesale. Members of the Void God cult aren't defined solely by their techniques. Given enough time, they're unafraid of any opponent. But they're not so foolish as to empower outsiders for free. Certain weapons can only be wielded by their own. Entrusting them to enemies would invite disaster. Only the first level is safe to teach, Sonia told them. Bai Linglong nodded in understanding. The Void God cult's strict hierarchy of power levels is unique. The first level of power control is taught widely. After all, most disciples are still laying the groundwork in the training grounds. If your insight and learning ability are sharp enough, you can pick up the first-tier techniques simply by observing, Renoli explained. By accident, you've already broken into the physical skill realm. According to Mr. Predictor's readings, you're only at the very beginning. You haven't truly mastered Tier 1 power yet. There's still work to be done, although your progress so far has been remarkably rapid. He paused, studying Damien intently. I can teach you the complete cultivation method for Tier 1, but you must promise me this, whether you're ever blessed with greater fortune, or whether you choose to join the Void God cult, you must never allow these techniques to spread indiscriminately. Renoli's caution wasn't unfounded. When he'd trained Pietro, he'd only instructed him in achieving supersonic speed, never disclosing the deeper secrets of the physical skill realm. In Renoli's eyes, Pietro possessed only average academic talent and lacked the natural aptitude to grasp more advanced methods. Damien, on the other hand, reminded him of Bai Linglong's astonishing debut on Void Island. From the very first day, she had demonstrated an uncanny ability to internalize new skills simply by watching. She'd been halfway to mastery almost instantly. Now, Renoli was prepared to guide Damien in the same way, bridging that final gap so he could fully enter and command the first tier of physical power. Damien stepped out of the Void Temple alongside Bai Linglong, the night breeze stirring the flowing banners above them. Whether or not she ever won induction into the Void cult, their journey to this forbidden shrine had already proven its worth. After all, the blessing of the Void God was not something any mortal, or even most superhumans, obtained lightly. Bai Linglong paused at the temple's edge, brushing a strand of silvery hair from her face. A playful light shone in her dark eyes. Weren't you saying that Mr. Nikrov and the others began their trial without warning? Damien nodded. They only realized the test had started once they'd crossed the threshold into the void. No fanfare, just an invisible signal that forces every candidate to prove their worth. She grinned, clearly delighted by the prospect of teaching him this elusive technique. Still, Bai Linglong's own confidence in joining the Void cult remained low. Even someone of Mr. Nikrov's caliber, a cosmic-level powerhouse among the finest in the St. Nicholas civilization, had doubted his ability to secure the Void God's favor. His elation at finally receiving that blessing had rekindled ambitions he'd long buried. In raw strength, I rank above the average St. Nicholas warrior, she admitted softly, but I'm nowhere near a true planet-tier powerhouse. I came to the Xandar Empire not to seek divine benediction, but simply to embark on my first great voyage. Damien inhaled, recalling the strange, humming aura he'd felt inside the temple's shadowed halls. It was as if the very air pulsed with unseen power, an energy both ancient and restless. He straightened his shoulders. "Then let's make that voyage count," he said quietly. "If I can master this path, we'll both stand a chance at proving ourselves." Bai Linglong's lips curved into a rare, genuine smile. For the first time since their arrival, hope flickered behind her eyes, an ember waiting for his training to ignite into something far grander than either of them had dared to imagine. "Here's a polished rendering of your line. Niklov warned that it could be an opportunity, or it could lead nowhere. If you have more of the chapter ready, please share it, and I'll continue refining the full text into smooth, idiomatic English with Damien as your protagonist. Here's a polished rewrite of the snippet you provided. To complete the full 6,000-word chapter, please send the rest of the text, and I'll carry on with the same level of clarity and flow throughout." Although it probably wouldn't amount to much, Bai Linglong decided it was worth a try. Who knew? She might stumble onto something valuable. With that thought, she resolved to return to the Void Temple as soon as they finished eating. While she chatted with Mr. Memphour, Kyle, and the others, she learned that they spent nearly all their training time inside the Gravity Building, a harsh chamber where gravity exceeded 100 times the normal level. Only by enduring that crushing force could one accelerate their physical development. Bai Linglong could hardly imagine a body tough enough to withstand such pressure. Hearing them describe it as even more brutal than she'd feared only strengthened her resolve. She would master the fundamentals first before stepping foot into that extreme environment, since the Gravity Building was intended for advanced trainees only. Please share the remainder of the chapter, and I'll continue refining it into smooth, idiomatic English. Soon after they'd finished their fill of food and wine, Lacey and the others hurried off to prepare for training. Damien slipped away to see Miss Sarah alone and settle the repair bill for the training ground, roughly 300,000 cosmic coins. After all, his own inexperience had been the cause of the damage, so he felt he ought to make good on the costs. To his surprise, Miss Sarah forwarded the entire sum, no deductions, to someone named Shi Tianpo. Within moments, a confirmation pinged back on her cosmic communicator. 150-ton gravity field in the far left quadrant, right? Got it. Damien tapped out a quick question. "Miss Sarah, is Mr. Shi a structural restoration specialist?" Her reply came almost instantly. "Not exactly. The facility's framework is solid enough, but as our members grow stronger, the bursts of energy they release have become so intense that the site's integrity is repeatedly tested. Senior Sonia has footed repair bills time and again, yet even her efforts haven't been enough to reinforce it fully." Damien nodded to himself. That explained why Miss Sarah had brought in an outside expert. With the arrangements confirmed, he pocketed his communicator and went to rejoin Lacey and the others, ready to begin the next phase of their training. Shi Tianpo was astonishingly powerful, so much so that he could scarcely bring himself to use his full strength, Sarah explained. That's why he devised a new branch of void magic, the Void Blessing. Unlike ordinary techniques that merely repair or stabilize a site, this magic can harmonize and reinforce any object. With its power, a single blade of grass can be transformed into a razor-sharp sword capable of cleaving mountains in two. Its mysteries, however, are fundamentally different from Mr. Tony Stark's void enchantment. Bai Linglong nodded thoughtfully. Sarah offered a reassuring smile. "Don't worry, this isn't some hidden trump card. It's simply another variant of void magic, one that Shi Tianpo himself created. And even if Linglong learned of it, she's never received the Void Blessing, so she can't tap into its energies. There's no danger she'll be distracted and let her strength plateau instead of growing." Linglong's eyes widened. "Mr. Tony Stark, the Herald of the Void?" "I've only ever seen his photographs," Sarah admitted. "I've never met him in person. But from the community intel Lady Lacey unearthed, he's every bit as formidable as the legends suggest. Damien strikes me as a very laid-back sort of person," Bai Linglong remarked, raising an eyebrow. When Sarah mentioned void magic, Bai Linglong's eyes widened. "Void magic? That's a discipline exclusive to void cult adepts. It's not something anyone can just pick up. Sarah nodded. Damien may look casual on the surface, but he's layered, arrogant at times, yet generous and meticulous when it counts. You'll only truly understand once you see him in action, Sarah continued with a knowing smile. If you stick around this island through the New Year pilgrimage, you'll get your chance. Bai Linglong's curiosity got the better of her. Speaking of which, where is Damien now? It's been at least half a year since I heard from him, Sarah replied. He's been overseeing the restoration of his homeworld, Blue Star C-53. Blue Star C-53? Bai Linglong frowned, tapping her chin. That doesn't ring any bells. Sarah lifted her hand, tracing an imaginary map in the air. It's way off the usual trade routes, far beyond Xandar's outer rim. Unless something drastic comes up, he's unlikely to return anytime soon. Bai Linglong closed her eyes, trying to visualize the coordinates. Let me think. Maybe if you describe the nearby star systems or the type of civilization he's rebuilding, it'll jog my memory. Sarah nodded, a playful glint in her eyes. All right, Blue Star C-53 orbits a dim, yellow-white sun and consists of 5 continents. Damien's focusing on reviving ancient void cult ruins there, melding old magic with modern technology. It's ambitious, but that's Damien for you. As the two women continued to discuss the mysterious blue star and its enigmatic architect, the island breeze carried echoes of distant worlds and the promise of adventures yet to come. Tony's homeworld is called Midgard. Sarah corrected herself as soon as she heard Blue Star, like knowing it wasn't a widely recognized name in the universe. Midgard, that's one of the 9 realms under King Odin, isn't it? At the mention of Midgard, Bai Linglong's expression brightened. Of course, Tony's species is human, people from Blue Star. Right now their civilization hasn't fully entered the interstellar age, Sarah continued. But between Iron Man, Captain America, Bruce Banner, and even Sorcerer Supreme Stephen Strange, it's only a matter of time before Midgard makes its mark on the galaxy. Sarah gave a small nod. Despite her last visit to Blue Star being far from pleasant, she never spoke ill of another's homeland. She smiled and said, "Then I'll stay through the New Year's pilgrimage." "Once we've witnessed the Void God Faith ceremony," added Bai Linglong, "we can talk about returning home." Both women understood that the New Year's pilgrimage was the Void God religion's sole traditional observance, an event they were now resolved to see through. Damien stepped onto the windswept shores of Void Island, a place whispered about across the stars for its unearthly energies and hidden dangers. He'd finally arrived, and realized that even late into the current cycle, he could afford to remain here for another 6 months before making his journey back to the San Nicole civilization. There was no need to rush. He might as well immerse himself in this strange realm now, and return home with no regrets. Bai Linglong, the enigmatic strategist who had guided him this far, believed that a half-year of focused training in Void Island's ley lines would dramatically increase his strength. Even if Damien couldn't rise all the way to the revered planet tier level of San Nicole's elite, he would at least edge much closer. And once his power had grown, the perils of the Void, the drifting anomalies, rival cultivators, pirate raiders, would be far less daunting. Ideally, Damien would convince Master Jin Luosha and Master Black Luo to accompany him off the island. Their combined might would form an unbeatable escort across the most dangerous stretches of space. If that plan fell through, he could turn to the Nova Legion, whose hardened legionnaires had long patrolled these frontier sectors. And if the Legion proved unavailable, there was always Lady Lacey, an old ally whose influence could sway entire fleets and open any blockade. In truth, Damien was not locked into a single route home. With Bai Linglong's counsel, he'd laid out multiple fallback plans, each robust enough to carry him safely back to San Nicole. Now all that remained was to hone his spirit until it shone like a nova, so that when the time came, he could press forward without fear. Sarah offered a reassuring smile. "If you'd like, I can tell you about some travelers who've come back from distant realms. Void cult members don't prey on outsiders without reason. In many cases, they're quite welcoming. But the cult attracts people of all temperaments, and a few can be rather difficult to deal with. It's good to know what you might encounter." She paused, letting her words sink in. "That kind of insight will deepen your understanding of the Void divine faith," and make your journey genuinely worthwhile. Sarah could see exactly what Linglong hoped to achieve. She remembered how Mr. Kyle and his companions had ventured into the St. Nicholas civilization, how they'd immersed themselves in its unique customs, explored its storied past, and thoroughly enjoyed the experience. That sense of completion and discovery was exactly what Linglong wanted for her first trip abroad. Linglong bowed her head gratefully. "Thank you so much, Miss Sarah. Your advice means a lot." Her eyes sparkled with determination. "I think I'll head over to the Void Temple and see it for myself." Bai Linglong had always sensed something special about the rune-etched tablets in the Void Temple. "I'm going to see what's really going on with them," she announced, determination in her voice. Sarah offered an encouraging nod. "You mean the tablets carved by Lord Cassidon himself?" Bai Linglong smiled. "Exactly. If you feel drawn to them, why not be bold enough to reach out? Just touch one, for example." Sarah's eyes lit up with curiosity. "Wait, are you really allowed to touch the Commandments monument in the Void Temple?" Bai Linglong laughed softly, a hint of surprise in her tone. "Believe it or not, yes, those carvings are magically reinforced. You couldn't scratch them even if you tried. But for heaven's sake, don't deface them. No scribbles, no graffiti. Disrespecting the monument is tantamount to spitting on the Void faith itself. And on Void Island, that kind of sacrilege might cost you your life." Sarah grinned. It was one thing to see tourists carving their initials into some roadside attraction. It was quite another to treat a sacred site like a playground. Void Island had its own unbreakable rules, especially within the hallowed chambers of the Void Temple. People are welcome to visit and pay their respects, Bai Linglong reminded the young man gently as he reached out to trace the ancient carving, but please, do not damage any of the original features. "All right, I'll be more careful," Damien promised, lowering his hand. As a tour guide for the St. Nicholas civilization, Bai Linglong hated graffiti. She'd lost count of how many times well-meaning visitors marred pristine sites with careless scratches or silly doodles, leaving them dirty and disorderly. Determined to protect every relic, she led Damien and the rest of the group away from the Temple of Records, guiding them along a shaded path under twisting vines before arriving at the Void Temple. By the time they reached its weathered entrance, the sun had already begun its descent past high noon. To her surprise, the normally silent courtyard was now sprinkled with people, mostly outsiders, curious about the Void cult's legends. Spotting actual cult members among the crowd was easy for Bai Linglong. They moved with a relaxed confidence, dressed in simple, comfortable clothes as though the island itself were their true home. Their voices carried an unmistakable reverence, and whenever they spoke of the Void cult, admiration lit up their eyes from within. Damien paused at the threshold, surveying the scene. He drew in a careful breath and followed Bai Linglong's lead, determined to respect the temple's ancient beauty as he stepped inside. Damien's steadfast loyalty to the Void God faith was impossible to overlook. A handful of other outsiders showed similar deference, but most had grown complacent, and he certainly wasn't arrogant enough to presume the Void God's blessings came easily. Soon after, Bai Linglong appeared at the base of the healing temple's sweeping staircase. She checked her usual impulsiveness, climbing each step deliberately, just like a humble petitioner. Though anyone on Void Island is free to fly or sprint across its sacred precincts, and even the temple grounds impose no ban on flight, Linglong chose to ascend on foot. Some onlookers might have dismissed her restraint as mere pretension, but she felt otherwise. Under Master Nekrov's and Lady Butterfly's guidance, she had learned that genuine reverence for the Void cult is a ritual in itself, one that must be observed no matter how many times you visit. Her measured approach once again drew curious glances from the crowd gathered below. In just a few hours, word had spread all over Void Island. Hercules Kyle, one of the Void cult's most feared assassins, had returned with a snow-white Catwoman in tow. Not only did every member of the cult know, but even outsiders had caught wind of it. They all understood that if anyone dared seize Bai Linglong and sell her, they'd net at least 10 million cosmic coins. Yet no one dared make a move. No one wanted to earn Hercules Kyle's deadly ire. So they stayed at a distance, watching as Bai Linglong approached the steep, weathered stone steps. One by one, curious onlookers followed her ascent, pacing themselves just far enough to remain unnoticed. After all, a catwoman of such unblemished beauty, hair as white as fresh snow, was a rare sight anywhere in the universe. With each step, Bai Linglong's pale hair caught the muted light, drawing countless eyes upward. Then, as she paused halfway up, she felt it again, that same uncanny, almost magnetic aura swirling around her, as if the ancient stones themselves were alive with whispered secrets. This time, the power wasn't just radiating from the stone tablet. It seemed to pulse in time with each step Damien took. He shut out every other sensation and tuned himself completely to that intoxicating aura. With every rung he ascended, his body felt heavier, and a deepening awe settled in his chest. Purple energy, like strands of silk woven through shadow, coated each staircase. It was as though something vast and terrible lay sleeping at the summit, silently guarding the entire Void Temple. Damien knew better than to consider attacking such a place. Any assault would almost certainly draw the wrath of the Void God's faithful and trigger a counterstrike none could withstand. He pressed on, matching his breathing to the tablet's growing hum. When he finally reached the top, he stood before the slab once more, this time noticing how every carved character glowed with that same deep purple light. He recognized it instantly as the signature of Lord Cassadin, God of the Void, a living essence bound within stone. Damien closed the distance, steadied himself, and brought his hands together in a respectful clasp. Bowing low, he let his lips form a silent prayer, offering himself, mind, body, and soul, to the will of the Void. Damien steadied his breath before the ancient stone tablet. "If I have committed any offense, I beg your forgiveness, Lord Cassadin, God of the Void." He didn't know what would happen when he touched the tablet's glowing inscription, but he understood the gravity of the ritual. Summoning his courage, Damien pressed his palm against the first carved word, Doctrine. In an instant, the chamber around him dissolved. He found himself drifting in a boundless darkness, an endless void of shadow and silence. Before him loomed a figure vast as a galaxy, clad in gleaming golden armor beneath a flowing white robe. Its face was hidden behind an elaborate golden mask that seemed to pulse with otherworldly energy. A deep, resonant voice filled the void. "The teachings of the Void God religion are one. All intelligent creatures in the universe shall be tested to join the glorious evolution." The figure's presence intensified as it continued. "There are 3 rules to pass this trial. First, be devout. Recognize and revere the infinite majesty of the Void. Second, hold unshakable faith, willing to devotee your very life without hesitation. Third, embody moral integrity, upholding clear principles and unwavering boundaries." Damien's heart pounded in his chest, but he stood firm. The true test of faith, of spirit, had only just begun. Bai Linglong stood before the ancient stone tablet, its surface alive with Damien's final weighty words. "Only by resisting the corrosion of desire and uniting the 3 into one can you open the gateway to the void, attain eternal life, and glimpse the boundless realm of the mighty. Tell me, are you ready for the true trial?" These were Damien's purest convictions, carved into stone as both teaching and challenge. They spoke of a trial that, if passed, would confer his blessing directly, an honor few could claim. Bai Linglong's pulse quickened. She had deciphered the test and knew the reward that awaited the victor. Yet, faced with the choice, doubt gnawed at her. "May I decline?" she whispered. At once, the will woven into the tablet stirred, its voice echoing through the void. "If you are not yet prepared, then return to your cultivation. Hone your skills, forge your beliefs into something unbreakable. Reflect on every step you have taken, and chart the path you must walk. When your heart is steadfast and your purpose clear, come back and stand this trial. You are the first to attempt it. I grant you this chance." With those words fading into the silence, the air calmed around Bai Linglong. The true trial would wait. For now, her journey of self-discovery had only just begun. As the divine voice echoed through the void, a torrent of violet energy streamed directly into Damien's body. It wasn't a flood, just enough to begin reshaping him from within. Damien stared, entranced, as the purple currents poured over his skin. He felt himself receding into darkness, and the void scenery shifted around him. Looming in the emptiness were gargantuan creatures, colossal beings whose size rivaled entire galaxies. Then the vision dissolved, and Damien found himself once more before the ancient stone tablet. Unconsciously, his hand slipped away from its surface, breaking their contact, but he felt no pain or disturbance where the void's power had entered. "Thank you, great god of the void, Lord Cassidon, for your guidance," he murmured, bowing his head in deep reverence. "When I am ready, I will return to worship you again." He recalled Lady Lacy's strict warning. Even after passing the trial and receiving the blessing, he must never reveal what he had learned to another soul. Damien straightened, resolve settling in his chest. The secret of the void would remain his alone. The real trial lay hidden in the stone tablet carved by Lord Cassidon himself. According to his inscription, Bai Ling Long was the very first to undertake this test. No one before her had ever fully grasped its purpose, turned inward to examine their own heart, and then gazed forward into what might come. Bai Ling Long didn't know why she alone could sense its power, but she felt that she had indeed gained something profound from the Void Temple. High atop the mountain, in his secluded villa, Damien watched as visions of Bai Ling Long stepping into the void and offering her devotion played out before him. At the same time, a system notification blinked into his awareness. System alert. Bai Ling Long has deciphered the tablet and received the void's gift. She humbly requests to join the void. Do you approve? Damien paused. He hadn't personally guided her through each step, yet everything unfolding was exactly the test he had intended. After a moment's thought, he issued his command, place her request on the special observation list. He would not yet grant Bai Ling Long entry into the void. For now, she would remain under careful watch. Damien stared at the system alert. Bai Ling Long's application had been added to the special observation list. Only one other individual, Star-Lord, had ever been singled out in this way. To be placed here meant your every move would be monitored, your every choice weighed. Bai Ling Long had clearly come unprepared, and Damien realized this was his first time handling a request so fraught with uncertainty. Over the years, he dispensed blessings almost automatically, glancing at a file, offering approval, and moving on. But this case was different. Here, the very will she carried, her deepest convictions, would be tested. If handled correctly, the trial itself would reveal her true nature, sparing him from endless background checks or elaborate interviews. He needed only to observe and let events unfold. Moments later, outside the towering arches of the Void Temple, Bai Ling Long approached the ancient stone tablet. The surface was pitted and worn, runes carved deep into the black rock. She pressed her palm against the cold stone, closed her eyes and whispered, "Thank you, Lord Cassidon, God of the Void, for your guidance." A soft ripple of void energy pulsed beneath her fingertips, as if the temple itself acknowledged her plea. Damien watched from the shadows, keen to see how far her faith and her will would carry her. This was no ordinary blessing. It was a crucible, and every choice Bai Ling Long made from this moment on would determine whether she truly belonged under Cassidon's gaze. The spectators were left utterly bewildered. "Return when you're ready?" they whispered to one another, straining to catch what they'd just heard. None of them had clearly heard Cassidon's voice, the god of the void. Yet Catwoman had spoken as if she had. Had she really encountered Lord Cassidon himself? Or was she simply wise enough to know the path through the trials and was biding her time until she felt fully prepared? 100 questions buzzed through the crowd, leaving every onlooker tense with curiosity. Meanwhile, Bai Ling Long, the acolyte, bowed once more, then quietly slipped out of the Void Temple. She understood that passing the test required more than rote recitation of beliefs. It demanded genuine conviction. Anyone could mouth the right words, but the temple's trials measured the heart's truth, not empty promises. Fooling onlookers was one thing. Fooling Cassidon, the god of the void, was unthinkable. Determined, she resolved to examine her soul 3 times over, stripping away every falsehood until her faith stood naked and unshakable. She remembered Lord Lacy's warning well. For members of the Void Cult, the greatest and most eternal discipline is the ceaseless battle against desire. And so Bai Ling Long set out on her inward journey, determined to emerge both ready and worthy. Damien had long suspected that blessings alone were not enough. Even those whose faith wavered, no matter how grand the gift, would ultimately succumb to their basest desires, and all the power they'd been given would count for nothing. As Bai Linglong strode back into the courtyard, her every movement exuded quiet confidence. Onlookers felt her determination like a breeze stirring their steadfast hearts. It was the same sudden spark that had overtaken Catwoman moments before. A resolute aura unfurled around her, sharp and undeniable. Author's note: apologies for the late update. I've been burning the midnight oil. Today's installment is 6,000 words. Tomorrow, I'll resume my regular pace of 10,000 words per day.